Welcome to day number 2, everybody. An early start for us because the win is in bright and early. We're going to go right into the action with round number 3 of the men's surf freestyle. Every heat on day 2 was a battle to stay in the competition. Once again, we had solid wind and waves that made for heats of high energy and entertainment. With 2 waves and 1 freestyle trick counting towards a rider's score, big backflips and front flips off steep kickers were the big scoring freestyle moves. Reinforcing yesterday's position as the event's leading performer so far, Malo Guenole continued to raise the bar with his unbeatable combination of free-flowing wave riding, massive flips and 720s. Malo made it through to the quarterfinals just after American Christopher McDonald had seen his own title chances evaporate after a close heat with F1 teammate Marin in round 4. But the biggest news of the day is that tour leader Gollito Estredo is also out of the competition. Clement dialed in all of his moves with Gollito getting caught on the inside. This means that the tour leader will have to watch the rest of the competition from the sidelines and will have to hope that Malo Guenole will not make it to 1st or 2nd place in the event.
So, I was riding a wave, I catapult, the short braid hit me so hard and I lost my wind, I have to swim for maybe 6 minutes and then I start again, I make some move and some riding. But also again I crashed and then I lost the win again and that made me lose my hit for 1 point.
Should Malo only make it to 3rd place, the title will still be for Gollito Estredo. We ended the day with round 1 of the women. Flora got the women off to a flying start with some beautifully fluid wave riding.
Yeah, it was nice. I struggled a bit to find big waves, but I did my best. I still find some, and it was tricky. Like few times I was really close to the shore, so I was hoping to not fall. I fell a bit, but I still made it, and it was fun.
Before Niaswadias nailed the highest heat score with a 19.07 in the following heat. Also winning her heat was Bowen van der Linden, enjoying the beautiful Brazilian sunset. Paula Novotna, who is already world champion, cruised through her heat to close out the 2nd day of competition here in Taiba. What an action-packed day number 2, and it only leaves one question. Who is going to be the new Surf Freestyle Men's GWA Wingfoiling World Champion? And welcome back, everybody. Day number 3 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour season finale here in the beautiful location of Taiba on the north coast of Brazil. And here we can see the drone, the eye in the sky, the eagle view of our competition area. Down there we can see the riders starting to get ready as we are going to be starting off with round number 5, heat number 1 of the men. But let's have a little look at how the World Championship race is going, because let's not forget we will be crowning our new men's surf freestyle world champion here in Taiba. All right, on the ladies' side, we have already crowned a world champion, Paula Novotna, who sealed the deal back at the event over there in Tarifa. Nia Swadiev coming up in second position into this event, and Flora Asner there in third. Flora in the waves looking a little better than the rest of the athletes, as we saw her in the water for the first time yesterday. But hey, anything can happen. Talk to a few of the girls that were very impressed with Flora's performance, but we will have to have a look because, you know, anything can happen. Anything can happen. Conditions are looking good. Let's go and skip over and see how the world title race is on the men, because it is still yet to be decided. There he is, the man of the moment, Gollito, Jose Gollito Estredo Perez. He is in first position, first in the ranking coming into this competition. Bausmuller is in second, who is not at this competition, unfortunately. And Malo Guenole, he is the man to look at. Why? Because Malo Guenole, if he gets through his semi-final, making it into the final, which would mean he would be first or second place, the young Frenchman will be the new GWA Wingfoil World Surf Freestyle Champion. If Malo does not make it into the winners final, meaning he is not first or second, the new world champion will be Gollito Estredo, who unfortunately got kicked out yesterday, is going to have to watch from the sidelines and hope that the young French athlete will trip up. So now we are going to be starting off. Let's not forget, as we have round number 5, heat number 1 coming out. Let's have a little look at the eliminations ladders of the competition so far. All right, there we can see on the ladies, we'll be starting a little bit later on in the morning with round number 2. Rocio from Argentina is going to go up against Sofia Maschetti from Italy. Roberta Sulini from Brazil against Madalena Spano. We have Kylie Baluva is going up against Tema Flanagan. And then we have Liliana Sanders up against Oran Sedis. Already in round number 3, we can see Flora Asner, Nia Swadias, Bowen van der Linden, and Paula Novotna are waiting to see who is going to be the winner of that round 2, because there can only be one that makes it through to round number 3, and they are already there because they won their round number 1 heat. Let's move it over to the men. All right, taking a look at it there. Round number 5, the quarterfinals. We have some big heats coming our way. Tituan Gale up against Marin. Both the F1 riders, very good in the waves. Both of them very good on the freestyle. That is going to be a close heat. Then the first possible heat that there could be a new world champion. Heat number 2, round number 5. Clement Rocio going up against Malo Guenole. Because if Malo does not win that heat, if he loses, that would mean that Gollito Estredo is the new Surf Freestyle GWA Wingfoiling World Champion. Then we have Camille is going up against Bastien Escoffet. And next would be Maxim Chablot up against Clement Hamon. I mean, we can say one thing. The French are very strong in this competition. We have 7 French athletes and a Swiss athlete, and he speaks French. So it is pretty much a French standoff on there in the competition. Who will make it to the semi-finals, who will get to the mini, and who will get to the final, crowning themselves champion here in Taiba. We will need to soon find out. That is what is going to be going down here for day number 3. And here we can see everybody starting to get ready, and some beautiful beauty shots here as we are down there on the beach. And that is the view of our competition area as we are getting very close to starting off with round number 5, heat number 1. But before we do so, let's go down to the beach with Liam Dredge, as he's going to give us a little bit of conditions and competition update with tour manager Tom Hartman.
Good morning here from Taiba, and let's just get a little bit of a feel for how it's looking on the beach right now. Skipper's meeting has just taken place, so all the athletes are raring to go. They know what to do. The foils are rigged, the wings are getting blown up, and as for conditions, right now the wind, it's here. We are in Brazil, so we expect nothing less, but the wind has definitely dropped since yesterday, hoping that it would increase. Sort of similar with the waves as well. They're maybe not as meaty as they were yesterday, but still they're surfable. And I'm joined none other than with Tom Hartman, the GWA tour manager. So Tom, we're in Brazil. The competition is underway. We will be crowning our world champion today. Just give us your thoughts on the the competition so far?
Yeah, no, it's been running great so far. I mean, I think we can't ask for more. We are at this beautiful beach. It's the first time we really use this surf freestyle conditions in every word in every meaning of the word. So the recipe is riding 2 waves, having 1 jump. So it's a good mix. It's the most complete rider, I would say, who can do the best tricks and the best waves. We have seen some amazing wave riding. You know, a lot of people came here and said, it's going to be a really hard place to ride waves on the foil. But what those boys and girls, the show they put on, it's amazing. And that really showcases the potential this sport has in these kind of conditions. It's for sure a bit more challenging, but well, yesterday it was a long day with many heats and really good performances. I think we couldn't ask for a better final. We are coming, this is the last competition day of surf freestyle discipline of this year. We have our women's champion already crowned in Tarifa. Paula has the crown already. She can't lose on this event anymore. But it will be pretty exciting, I think, the heats about the world title of men. We have 2 contenders left, which is Malo and Gollito. And as soon as Malo might be out of the competition in the next 1 or 2 rounds, Gollito is the world champion, and if he makes it to the final, he's the world champion. So I think everybody's down here pretty excited about it. The conditions are still a bit more light, like you said, compared to yesterday, but it's early in the day, and usually they increase during the day, like early afternoon. We get the proper winds, and the waves are still on, so yeah, amped for it.
There we are, amped for it. And Tom, you know, you've been involved in the wingfoiling world since the beginning, you know, running competitions. For the riders at home watching and also our riders here, 2023, it's looking tasty, right?
Oh yeah, I can already promise you guys, we're about to publish our calendar for next year. There are a lot more spots for next year. There are some exciting locations on the plan. We're gonna kick off in New Zealand in March. Right after, go to Cape Verde, Loikart, one of our regular events. We have events in the Canary Islands next year, more than 1 probably, and a couple more good locations throughout the end of the year. We go back to Dakhla. We're going to have some pure surfing events. It's going to be a decent mix and an exciting season ahead.
Well, there we go. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. There we have it. It's looking really exciting. We cannot wait for the action to begin. Joe, let's see what else is on the cards for later on today.
Thank you very much, Tom. Thank you very much, Liam. And I tell you what is on the cards. We are getting ready to hustle. We are getting ready to rumble. Starting off day number 3, as already out there, I can see starting to warm up. We have Tituan Gale is going up against Hugo Marin. Let's have a little look at who those 2 men are. Let's get that heat graphic up here on the screen so we can see the faces of our competitors. There they are. Tituan Gale on the left, Hugo Marin on the right. This is the next heat that is going to be coming up. 2 of the riders from F1, both very talented when it comes to the surf. Both of them know each other very well. They've rode against each other quite a few times. Pretty much even wins on each side. We saw Hugo Marin have a very good event back past years in Dakhla, and that was involved similar conditions where it was the waves and the freestyle. And then Tituan Gale, this guy needs no introduction, as we have been seeing him train himself up there in Mauritius recently, where we've seen him getting some very good surfing. We will have to see who is going to be coming out on top of the ranking. Let's not forget, Tituan Gale at the moment already on top of the ranking on the surf slalom. And then when it comes to the overall ranking of the surf freestyle, which is the discipline at hand, he is in 7th position. And then when it comes to Hugo, he has had very good results on both of these different competitions, and looking forward to see how he will perform out there today. So at the moment we can see competition is starting soon. Both of those athletes getting ready. We are going to be going into transition. Is just under 4 minutes while we get ready for day number 3 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour stop here. The season finale in Taiba on the north coast of Brazil. All right, everybody, so welcome back. The competition is about to get started as we already have the red flag in the sky. Let's go as we're here for day number 3 of the competition, GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And you know what this is? This is the day of the decider because we are going to be seeing who is going to be the Surf-Freestyle World Champion. Is it going to be Gollito Estredo? Is it going to be Malo Guenole? We will soon find out. I'm Josie Asher, so welcome, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everybody, depending where you are tuning into our stream. And joining me here in the booth, I have Liam Dreg. Liam, good morning.
Oh, Joe, good morning. And what a day we have on our hands here. Yesterday, we saw some fantastic competition, great conditions in the morning. Today, it is all to play for. And up first in the water, we have Tituan Galilea against Hugo Marin. And yesterday, Hugo Marin, he was surfing those waves so well. And I still think that he, despite Tituan being one of the bigger names in the wing foiling industry, he's going to sure throw all he has got to the New Caledonian.
Well, you know what they say down under, it's going to be a shocker out there because they are going to throw all the shrimps on the barbie and we are cooking with gas now because, as you said, yes, Tituan has probably got the bigger name in the sport, one of the main players since the beginning. He has done so much for this competition, for the discipline and for wingfoiling itself, but Hugo Marin yesterday looked like he was linking up the surf, and we saw Hugo backing Dakla really get with these conditions. Smaller, mushier, mixing the freestyle, mixing the surfing. I reckon this is going to be a very, very close heat. And let's not forget that the heat coming up after this one is also a very important moment in the competition. Why? Because if Malo Guenole does not win against Clement Rocio, Gollito Estredo will be our new world champion.
Yeah, for sure. And Clement coming in hot with some amazing performances yesterday. So a force to surely be reckoned with. And right now, the athletes are on the water. Yellow flag is in the air. So very, very shortly, we will be getting underway with the first heat on day 3. The sun is shining, the wind is blowing, the waves are most certainly there. It all should be looking to pick up for later on as the heats get underway. Oh, I am excited for the day to come.
All right, so let's introduce our riders one more time. There it is, Tituan Galilea and Hugo Marin. Those are the faces out there on the water. As I can see, that green flag is in the sky. It is go, go, go. Let's go right into the action for the first heat here of day number 3 of the competition. All right, so out there on the black helmet, that is going to be Hugo Marin, and on the white helmet will be Tituan Galilea, because they are pretty much color coordinated out there, both of them. We can see Hugo here on your screen, front and center, just cruising and perusing. He is a very smooth operator, this Frenchman.
Yeah, he does make it look easy when he rides those waves. And Joe, just have a little chat about the actual, how do the heat play out? What are the judges looking for? Where are the scores coming from?
Oh, they're looking for the wow, mate. They are looking for that the crowd gets to their feet. But one of the things, talking to Malo Guenole, our head judge yesterday, he is looking. On the waves, the word commitment comes up on the playing card, meaning that you really have to go for it. Hitting the wave in that sweet spot, get in those vertical sections, letting that foil loose, really 100% surfing. When it comes to maneuvers, execution, quality versus quantity. That is definitely not going to be a spin to win down here at the GWA. And already flying down the line on this very nice backhand, a right-hand wave. Tituan Galilea already starting to get into the flow, but hey, early morning, the coffee's in the vein, Red Bulls or whatever you need. And it looks like he's starting off with the first bullet fired out of the guns.
Yeah, 12-minute heat, so 10.5 left on the clock on this first one here, so plenty of time. These riders just getting their first waves unlocked. Unfortunately there, Hugo Marin catching an edge going down, so that score won't count. Tituan gets a 4.33 on the scoreboard, so nice little wave. That's probably, I would say, an average score for the wave, seeing what we had yesterday. For Tituan, maybe a little bit low, but for sure, the wave scores yesterday were providing a challenge for some of our riders. when they have this sort of wave aspect in the competition, it's definitely mixing up the playing field. And here we can see Tituan making use of the conditions out there. Nice gliding turns, really getting to the top of that wave. You can see that foil there, just really close to coming out, making use of every single inch. And then a nice big bat flip straight onto the foil after he's had his breakfast.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he has had the eggs, the sausages, the beans, and the hash browns. Oh, I'm getting hungry already. And making his way up there with a 7.33. Already having 2 good scores out there on the panel. Let's not forget, Liam, top 2 waves and the top maneuver is what the judges will be scoring. That's what everybody back home is seeing up there in the left-hand side. And Tituan head over heels, and you can see, look at the eyes, look at Ugo, look at him down mid-wave there. That is a great image as he knows the New Caledonian is throwing down the hammer nice and early, looking confident out there.
Yeah, and look at the drone shot here, showing our competition area. Everyone's raring to go. The beach is getting busier, and the conditions, as you can see there, waves coming in nicely. Tituan, I just love that sort of open chest that he has, that left arm, as you can see, wing in the right hand, really putting the amount of turns that he needs on each wave. Again, making use, going from left to right, left to right. We saw quite a few riders straight line the waves, and that's not what the judges want to see. They want to see, like what you mentioned, Joe, commitment.
Yeah, we want to see, you know, rail to rail. When you talk about surfing, one of the phrases that comes up is rail to rail. Well, you really are going from one side to the other, hitting it around. We saw it yesterday. Probably also one of the surfing standouts was the guy coming up next, Clement Rocio. You could see opening the shoulder, opening the chest, getting it around. But Tituan at the moment picking off some very nice ones. That was a good turn. He's got the speed, getting past that closeout section. Definitely getting the old waves out there, Tituan. And here we have Marin, who at the moment has the highest wave score of a 4.73. And looking like, just so you can see, he has the flow always up on the foil, does not get that board connected to the water whatsoever. That is going to be a nice wave for him. Definitely going to improve over that last one, that 2.0. So I reckon this is just going to get closer and closer. But hey, we called this. We knew it was going to get close. We are definitely going to have a battle on our hands.
Yeah, battle of the F1 riders. And I just want to discuss and chat a little bit about the wave itself, because for those that maybe didn't tune in yesterday, this wave will change as the day goes on. So what you might not see is there are a couple of sandbars out there, aren't there, Joe? And they do affect how the wave sort of closes out at different sections. We saw yesterday it was sort of starting off quite meaty, then it would die down, and then it would close out. Just where are those sandbars, and how can that affect the wave?
I mean, let's not forget tide is very high at the moment. We had low tide yesterday of 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and we had that high around 12, meaning that we are probably, it's already up on the push. And looking at it from here, it looks like there's more coefficient today because the tide is rising further up the beach, meaning wave period was up as well. They was given 15 seconds yesterday, 17 seconds today. Let's see, but you know, it does look a little smaller out there, but I am going to say it, that word that you used right there, it's looking meatier, it's looking chunkier, and it is looking like we are going to have a very good day of surfing. And just, you know, pointing out the scores, take a look there. Tituan Gale winning by 0.03 of a point.
Yeah, someone get me a wing, someone get me a board, and someone get me a foil, because I want to get amongst it out there with the riders themselves. But as it stands, 5 minutes, 50 seconds on the clock. Tituan still having the upper hand on Hugo Marin, but look how close are those scores. I think most heat today is going to be like a final. The riders that we have left in the competition, amazing stuff.
Yeah, I mean, we know as we're getting past, let's not forget, round number 5 of the competition. So in the quarterfinals already, anything will be a final. You know, the riders up there, we have the top 8 riders already starting to battle it out to see who is going to make it all the way and compact that down to the top 2. And then to see, as the Highlander would say, mate, there can only be one. Slice the head off of his other warrior and claim himself the throne here in Brazil, the season finale. I mean, what better way to end off of the year than with a win?
I mean, it's the best way to end the year of 2022. And speaking to Tom Hartman, our GWA tour manager just before the event got underway. 2023 is looking spicy. Plenty of events worldwide. We will be traveling to some amazing places. And as for Brazil today, I've got the forecast up in front of me. The wind going to be sitting at around 14, 15 knots, gusting up to maybe potentially 16 to 18. That's probably what it is now. But we have a thermal effect here in Brazil. So we could hopefully be looking at having roughly 20 knots. And with conditions like this, that will spice things up. It will become interesting. World Championships are on the line. Ooh, I'm really, really excited for this one.
Oh, I can tell you, it's feeling electric out there, and there isn't any thunderstorms coming our way. Just the electricity and the lightning bolts going across the water right now. And just having a little look at the waves here, we can see Tituan Gale already cruising and perusing, rail to rail or foil to foil. Little bit of an air there to end off that one. He is definitely looking more synced in today as we continue on. 1.6 meters at 15 seconds is what the forecast is saying out there for today. And at the moment, we will have a high tide of 1 o'clock, so it is definitely up on the push. And I tell you what, Liam, we can see the water is already halfway up the beach, meaning only one thing, we are going to see those waves getting bigger and bigger and pushing harder and harder. This is what we wanted. Season finale here in Brazil.
Season finale, last event of the year. And here we can catch a replay of Hugo Marin. Nice little frontside 360 there, straight back onto the foil. And that is exactly what the judges want, because he's done it just as he is entering on the wave, doing that little maneuver, dropping into the wave, and look, bang, nice little turn there, little touch of the nose, straight lining this sort of section here, getting past the white water, another small little turn at the top of the wave there, but a force to surely be reckoned with. And look at him there, just having fun with it. And he's one of the riders yesterday where I jumped off and gave him an interview, and I said, you know, what's your expectations of this event? What do you want to do? And he just wants to have fun. He's enjoying the conditions, because for him, it's similar to home, and you can clearly see that in his performance.
Oh, you definitely can. And, you know, look at Tituan. He already has a 7.10 for a wave. He's got the 6.87 there on the freestyle, and he has a backup score of a 4.63. So already on all three different categories, really knocking it on the head. And as you can see, it is very close out there. Look at this last maneuver. All right, Hugo going for probably what we would call a back roll, because he's kind of going 45-degree angle, going off the top, wrapping it around, getting a nice smooth landing. But yeah, at the moment he is playing catch-up, because let's not forget, Tituan Galea is winning by 2.06 of a point. And if he wins, he will be the first man to place himself in that semi-final number 1, where he will be going up against the winner of heat number 2, round number 5, which is Malo Guenole and Clement Rocio. So very, very hard heat out there. And we can see the drone in the sky, the eye of the sky, or the eagle in the air, as we would call it. Make sure and we're getting all of those shots. And here we have both of the boys coming back. This is going to go down to the buzzer.
Yeah, it was going down to the wire. And just as I noticed from those shots there, we are seeing our riders on 4.5 wings. Yesterday, they were riding 4s, potentially some of them on 3.5s for the lighter riders. So what does that tell us? It tells us that the wind is definitely not as potent, let's say, as yesterday. But, you know, these guys have quivers of everything. They will be mixing up their boards. They will be mixing up their mast heights. They will be mixing up their front wings and mixing up those wing sizes. As an athlete, they sure do travel with plenty of gear. But 50 seconds on the clock. Tituan Galilea still sitting in first, but I wouldn't say he's comfortable, Joe.
He definitely isn't looking like he is comfortable, but because he knows anything can change, because there is only 2 points of a difference in between the two of them. But hey, you know, it is coming down to the wire as we expected. Now we can see Hugo pumping, cruising. Good wave here for him. He might want to increase on that wave, turn it around, and then go for a freestyle move. Up and over the top, just mid-facing that one, not being able to get to the vertical section. I don't think that is going to make too much of a difference out there. And now he is going to be pumping. He's going to want to try and line up one of these kickers to see if he's going to have the chance to flip a route, to go head over heels as it is closing down. And Tituan going up for another freestyle. Let's see if we can get a replay of that as we just end off that heat. And talk about some bangers out there on the water. Here we can see a front flip from Tituan Gale. Landed nice and easy. Trying to improve on his 6.87. I don't think that will improve on his score. But it is official. Making his way through to the semi-finals in the competition. The New Caledonian rider, Tituan Gale. That man on your screen. Let's catch the highlights from that last heat. All right, everybody, and welcome to round number 5, heat number 2. One of the biggest heats we've been expecting today. Clement Rocio going up against Malo Guenole. Let's have a little look at the action, because what can happen here? If Malo does not get the win, he will not be world champion. Starting off with a crash there for him, going for that flat side, that front side at 7. We saw some very nice surfing there from Clement yesterday. And he knows he is up against probably the man to beat, the man on fire out there. But anything can happen, because every warrior has his last battle. And each one of these riders are fine about getting scars, throwing off the gloves, knuckle punches. The foils are sharps, and we have our gladiators out here on our Coliseum as we are ready to go for this quarterfinal number 2. On your screen now, that is Clement Rocio there on the new duotone units. And we talked to him yesterday. He was enjoying the conditions because he has a combination of the surfing and the freestyle. All right, Malo, that's what I was talking about. Open carving faces back. Just a couple little check turns, making sure he sticks with this wave. Riding the bump to the inside. This is when the wave starts to jack up a little bit here on that bottom sandbank. Off the top, a little bit of a touchdown there, but still linking a few turns together, just getting ready to get some points up on the scorecards. And similar surfing style, you can see just lays back, looking like Jack from big Wednesday, getting that full arc through his body. A little bit of an air. If he can continue this one, it could be a good ride. Oh, such a shame. Going down on that last wave, as we can just see him making that wipeout. All right, well, here we can see Malo starting to try and aim up for another section. But while we're waiting for him to come towards us, we're going to go down to the beach with Liam.
I'm here with the previous heat winner, Tituan. Tituan, first athlete on the water this morning.
Did good, so I'm happy about it. The wind is definitely lighter, but about the wave, I got some really nice wave, I think. So yeah, I was happy about it. It was, I think, a tight hit against my teammate Hugo. He's really good in wave, and I was really happy to beat him this time. And yeah, I will try to go as far as I can.
Well, brilliant stuff. Well, right now we've got potentially Malo on the water. Let's see if he can take the World Championship. Joe, back to you in the studio.
Thank you, boys. Congratulations, Tituan. Yep, that makes two of us, mate. I am definitely not a morning person either, but I tell you what, the coffee is gasoline down here in Brazil, and it looks like Tituan did nicely out there, making his way, going through, and we can see making it already into the semi-finals. And a little replay here of this very nice last wave there from Malo Guenole. At the moment, leading the heat, he has a 5.13 for that last wave and a 3.60 for a backup score. Frontside free onto it, lands it nice and clean, back into the sweet spot. Malo Guenole mixing it up. And there we can see him, Gollito Estredo, looking out on the water. And why is that man looking out on the water? Because he knows that if Malo loses this heat, Gollito Estredo will be world champion of the Surf Freestyle Men's GWA Wingfoil World Tour discipline. Here we can see Malo making his way out, as he already has a decent score, nothing too big so far, as he is just coming up on the halfway point of this heat. Let's not forget that we have 12-minute heats, 3-minute transitions out there. Each athlete has to perform and get 2 wave rides, the 2 best wave rides and the best freestyle move, and they have 15 attempts to do so. You know, an attempt is counted as a wave, and an attempt is also counted as a trick. All right, it looks like Malo is gaining some speed here. I reckon we might be seeing, yes, he is up and over. There's 1, there's 2. All right, front side 720 from the man of the moment. Let's get a replay of that one. Here it is. Up and over, tweaks it, wraps it around nice and smooth, and manages to keep his body nice and centered. Back up on the floor. Good move there from Malo Guenole. That is a 7.40. And there we can see rank number 1, Jose Gollito, having to wait on the sidelines to see basically if this young man on your screen now, Malo Guenole, will trip up and not make it to the final, allowing him to take that World Championship title. 16.13 for Malo and a 3.70 out there for Clement. And here we can see Clement back up on the foil, getting back out there to try and get back into the seat. Looks like he got caught on the inside on the shore break. Oh, and Malo dropping in on another wave, almost losing it there on the bump. And letting the foil out. Oh, going over the top. Big wipe out there for the young French athlete. Already a 16-13. He has 2 decent scores and a backup score of a 360 for his backup wave. Here we can see Clement up and over, getting the backflip. Little bit small, not getting quite as much height. He didn't have quite as much speed, but still that will get a freestyle score up there for him. So it means he can start to concentrate on the surfing that he has been doing so well in this competition so far. And here we can see, I reckon Gollito's glasses are even getting fogged up there, mate. You reckon that boy's nervous?
Yeah, I just popped down there and just was next to him. There's an eerie feel about it. You know, he has a title on the line, but Malo really hasn't put a foot wrong during this comp. And right now, 16.13. Clement, I wouldn't put it aside from him because he can definitely get those wave scores. Really excited to see how this one plays out, but just 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Gollito is a little bit itchy down there, Joe.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I mean, he can already see that Malo is definitely in the right mindset to go forward, because if he wins this heat, it means there will be only one more heat needed for Malo to win to claim his first World Championship title. And if not, Gollito will be claiming yet another World Championship, because he has been multiple-time freestyle windsurf world champion. So he knows the feeling. He knows what kind of joy that is. But yeah, great moment for the sport out there. As we can see, Malo is now circling out there like a little reef shark, making sure that he can find those nice waves. And there we can see, this is the view of our competition area from the sky. As we can see, both of our athletes, they are just kind of waiting for those set waves to come in.
Yeah, and it's interesting about Malo as well, Joe, because Malo actually didn't compete in one of the events this year. He wasn't at Silver Planner. Gollito, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think he's been at every event. So he's had a taste of all the 2022 starts. Malo, unfortunately, wasn't able to come to Silver Planner, but that just shows his consistency at the events that he has attended. He has scored very well, very highly, always gone pretty much into the podium spots. And here, Hendrik Lopez going, I imagine, through the scoreboard with Gollito, and back our attention is on Malo here, who is 16.13. Clement, nice scores on the board now. He is chasing 15.33, so he needs a 3.88 to take the lead with 1 minute and 50 seconds to go. Now, following Clement on this wave, let's see if he can make something of it.
Yeah, he needs to get a move on if he wants to have a chance, and he has upped his game. So his lowest score is that 3.07 wave. So watch out, because we have 2 minutes left on the clock. I'm going to start to stand up because I'm just way too nervous to be sitting down already. If Malo loses this heat, he loses his chance of being world champion. And we have seen big scores on the waves coming from Clement. He is out, he is in position. So I reckon there is going to be one more Mexican standoff out there on the water, because I reckon we're going to have a set wave before the end of this heat.
Yeah, I'd love to be in the mindset of Gollito right now. I wonder what he is thinking, because it's not like he hasn't been in this situation before. He is a windsurfing world champion, so he knows what it's like to win world titles, to be in positions where they can be taken off him. But Malo going for his first, but like you said, needs to still continue good performances throughout, and now we follow Malo on this wave. He'd be looking to increase his 3.6 score.
Yeah, and this is opening up really nicely all the way across. Good A-frame here. Talk about picking the one you want when it comes down to it. And right in front of the judges. Gets the air. Does he land it? Does he keep it together? Yes, he does. That is what I call a buzzer beater. And I tell you what, this is going to be a big score out there for Malo. And I just saw out the back also. Let's see if we can get a replay of the last wave there from Clement. He did go down a bit early, but I am waiting for some numbers to be dropped by that one. I reckon that is the nail in the coffin.
Yeah, that's going to definitely take out Malo's previous score of a 3.6. So let's see what the judges come back with this one. The replay here doing him justice, making use of that wave, and that really did peel out nicely for him. It just kept on going. One of the best waves of the heat.
Absolutely, and one of the best waves we've seen in the competition. There is up and over and getting an 8.33 for that last wave. Already throwing down not just the hammer, the sled hammer down here for Malo Guenole, getting first position, making his way into semi-finals. World title hopes still alive. If he wins the next heat, he will be our new Surf Freestyle Men's World Champion. So keep your eyes out on this man. Let's get some highlights of that last heat and get some words from that man, the man of the moment, Malo Guenole. And welcome back, everybody, as the heat is on. The green flag in the sky out there on the water. Camille up against Sebastian Escoffet for quarterfinal number 3. Here we can see Bastian. One of the things I really like about this athlete is he speeds across the competition area. He is very fast out there. And we can also see Camille, who has been doing some very nice surfing, some very nice freestyle, getting up to those 20-point averages, which is kind of the sweet spot when it comes to overall combination heat scores. He is now looking to make it through to the semi-finals. Only one man can go there, and we will have to see who's it going to be. But before we see some more action out there on the water, we're just going to wait because it looks like Camille might be going for a move. No, he isn't. We are going to be going down to the beach with Gemma as she has one step closer, Malo Guenole, to his world title race.
Okay, thank you so much, Joe. So I'm down here with Malo. Your first heat of the day. You're still in the title race. You're advancing through now to the next round. It's getting more and more intense as you move on. Your last wave there was amazing, 8.33, best score today so far. How are you dealing with your nerves?
First, I try to deal with my nerves, you know. It's not easy. This heat was pretty intense because I got caught in waves 2 times. So, you know, the stamina was really up. And yeah, I feel I'm still excited, you know. There is only one heat to pass, but I stay focused and relax.
I think Malo send a message to all the French fans following you because there's a lot of support for you on the live stream and I know they're watching, so if you want to say something in French.
You want me to say in French? Eh ben, bonjour tout le monde, j'espère que vous aimez bien le live. En tout cas, là on s'amuse bien. Et puis bah, merci pour le support et puis on va tout donner. Hein.
Awesome, Malo. We let you get focused and concentrated. One heat to go. Let's see what happens. Thank you so much. Back to Joe and Liam.
Thank you very much, Gemma. And there, Malo, one heat left, and he will have his first World Championship. But all eyes goes back onto the water because right now we follow Sebastian Escofet, who is making use of a nice wave there, which just unfortunately towards the dying second closed out on him. Let's have a look at the scoreboard. So Camille sits in first place with a 10.87. 2 scores on the board for him. Same with Bastian, but just a little bit short on 7.20. 9 minutes remaining. Conditions are getting a little bit nicer out there. Hopefully the wind will pick up. You can see plenty of kites in the background just outside the competition area. So there is for sure wind out there.
It is definitely looking like that wind is picking up. But like you said on the forecast, it was supposed to be making its way through. And see if we would be able to see, as we saw yesterday, some of the athletes even going down to those 3.5s. We saw them pushing, really pushing. And now quarterfinals on the water. We can see Camille already in the lead with a 10.87.
Yeah, it's a nice position to be in with just over 8 minutes left on the clock. Bastian here making use of the wave. This one will hopefully start to get a little bit more meatier as it hits the sandbar, and that's exactly what it's doing now. Nice turns there. That's the third one, getting the slight edge of the foil out the water, having that wing in the other hand, just letting it drift behind him. Top and bottom turns on that wave. Would have liked for it to be a little bit longer, and now the focus goes back onto Camille, who just hit a nice little pop air.
Yeah, you got to, mixing it up and racking it around. And there we can see, some of the boys, some of the kiters coming down. I can see Fabio Ingrosso and Valentin Garat out there just chilling, making, having a little look-see. Because let's not forget, it is a French standoff out there. 7-8 out of the 8 athletes are from France. And then the other one is Swiss.
Bastian Escovet here, just waiting for those waves. Focus goes back onto Camille, who looks like he's going to be lining up something tasty, but let's see, is he going to find that kicker that he wants? Pumping down the line, foiling right here, goes for the front loop, but just maybe doesn't land it as clean as he wants. I reckon he was hoping there to land that and join the wave.
Yeah, he was definitely hoping to link that one together. Watch out. All right, Bastian's getting some speed. It looks like we might be seeing a freestyle maneuver. Up and over. Yeah. Backflip, black flip. This is going to start to mix it up.
Yeah, that foil's come down with snow on it. He was going to the moon on that one. Let's have a replay.
Oh, it is getting chilly out there. Yeah, Bastian Escoffet just waiting for the confirmation on that score. Looking like a 6.07, 6.07 out there for that last one, putting him very close to Camille Boyer, but Camille has produced the better wave riding so far.
Yeah, I do enjoy watching Camille throughout the year. He's just showed a lot of consistency. One of the top ranked riders, always putting on a show, always putting in good performances. Yesterday, actually coming up against his brother Julian in what was quite a strange heat, actually. Julian losing part of his stabilizer, so the heat sort of did end a little bit early. Camille got the scores he needed, had a little bit of fun out there just to see the clock go down. I think the pair of them were looking to have a little bit more fun, a little bit of a brother battle, but now Camille finds a wave, making use of it, in a little bit of the whitewash here, hoping to foil his way past it, and so he does. Little shifty turns, left to right maneuvers, little bit of a kick out there, grabs the wing, powers himself back up. I think this wave has something a little bit more to it, but Out he backs, and we can see there the flags are blowing, the wind is pumping.
Yes, it is, and the smiles are going right up and above because it is the day number 3 here, and there is a World Championship title up for grabs. And both of these guys, they're not in the world title race, but they want to make their way through to the semi-finals. Camille has been there before. Bastian looking to get in amongst the mix. Okay, going off of the kicker, up and over. Oh, 1 foot coming out. Unfortunately, there of the foot strap. Very color coordinated board and wing there.
Yeah, you're not going to miss him. It looks like here he wanted to go for that front flip or front loop, but yeah, front foot there just coming out. You wouldn't want to go down on that foil. But luckily catching his board, because we saw a few times there some riders ejecting from their boards, and then before they knew it, the waves were catching their kit and the boards were making their way back to the shore. So a bit of swimming going on.
Yes, there is. And let's not forget the winner of this heat will be making their way through to semi-final 2, because semi-final number 1, deciding who is world champ, is going to be in between Malo Guenole and none less and none least than Tituan Gale. Wow.
Yeah, Tituan Gale, great rider, just there chatting to him. Needed his coffee, didn't like being the first heat of the day. Some riders do really like to get it out the way, but I think Tituan would have rather been on the beach, just let some of the riders get used to the conditions, find out what sort of kit maybe he needs to take out there. But here, the eye in the sky is following Camille on what looks to be a very nice wave, making its way in towards the beach before backing out of that one. Scores on the doors, 17.44 for Camille. Bastian chasing on a 14.54. Nice little pop out the water, joins the wave again, straight back onto the foil before ejecting from that wave. 3 minutes, 10 seconds to go.
Oh, it is going down. It is going down as we have little left on the old ticker, and we have to see. It is very close. Let's have a little look at the numbers here, Liam. At the moment, all right, Camille is improved. He's improved on the waves. This is why he has that extra scores. He's got the 5.5 and the 5.37. Bastian out there at the moment does not have anything over a 5 on his waves. Those are the kind of the 2 points that he is lacking. So he needs to maybe try and concentrate, maybe try and improve that backflip by 1 point and then one of the waves by 1 and you be in there. Interesting, you know, let's not forget top 2 waves count and the best freestyle move also. And here we can see him from above, what he is going to be looking for. Looks like there might be some bumps coming up on the horizon.
Yeah, he definitely needs to look at improving those scores, because all 3 of them are behind Camille's. And Camille there going big and not landing that one again. Loses his board, but fortunately doesn't have to go too far for it. Bastian would be seeing that. Let's catch this one again. Up he goes. Gets the double rotation, but unfortunately on the landing pops out of the straps. Here we have Camille finding his feet again, getting past the waves, and attention goes back onto Bastian Escofet.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. He needs to get something above a 6 if he wants to take the lead. Oh, it looks like he was maybe eyeing up to go off of that wave for the freestyle. I reckon he is going to be doing this, Lim. He's going to be going for one freestyle maneuver and then try and increase on a wave. All right, he's going off. He looks behind to see if there's something better. Coming down the line, straight in front of the judges' tower. He does have the speed. He just does not have the rail-to-rail.
Yeah, sort of straight lining that one. It just missing a little bit there for Bastian. But again, turns around. He's seen something that we haven't here. The drone giving us all the feels, and now dropping into this one. It's shaping up quite nicely, but again, it's closing out on him. I think, like what you said, Joe, with just a minute left on the clock, he's going to turn around here and find that kicker to perform a big freestyle maneuver.
Yeah, I reckon that is what it's going to come down to. He needs to increase on his scores. He needs to get a little bit more, and you can see as the sun has come out and those clouds have disappeared, he is going to want to try and go for something. All right, he's pumping here. He is pumping. Are we going to be seeing a freestyle move? 30 seconds up. He needs to improve his scores because Camille has put in the work early. Final 30. He's got the speed. What is it going to be?
Yeah, these waves just not doing enough. They sort of look like they're going to unfold and give everything that Bastian needs, but they're just not providing him the goods.
No, they aren't. To the final 10 seconds. Unless pretty much a miracle happens, Bastien Escoffet is not going to be able, like last one. And it looks like Camille is on a wave that will count. Wanted to maybe try and improve something. This is what I call buzzer moments out there on the water. So Bastien Escoffet. No, Bastien Escoffet has not done enough, unfortunately. So that means that man there. And a big round of applause and congratulations to him. Camille Bouillet is going to be making it in to semi-final number 2. And he is going to have to wait to see if he's going to go up against Maxime Chablot or Clement Hamon coming up next. Let's have a little look-see at the highlights from that last heat. And just enjoying some of the beautiful action of that last heat. And before we go into the action of the next heat coming up in between Maxime Chablot and Clement Hamon, let's go down to the beach and have a little word with the heat winner.
Thank you so much, Jose. I'm down here with Camille. It's great to see you advance through now to the semifinals. I think you're super happy right now. Tell me a little bit about how the conditions are looking out there.
Yeah, for sure, I'm super happy. The condition was super hard. The wind is a little light wind. The wave beginning to the end, but I'm super happy. I did it for my brother and my family.
Which is super nice. Can you tell me, Camille, what's been your favorite tour stop this year?
My best spot?
Your favorite spot, yeah.
Here for sure, because we have some waves.
It's a nice combination. No? You look very comfortable in these conditions.
Yeah, it's similar than my home, and I'm super happy to be here. It's sunny, it's fun. I'm happy.
Well, congratulations and good luck for the semifinal. We hope to see you back here. Thanks a lot, Camille, and back to Joe and Liam.
Thank you, Gemma. Yeah, Camille definitely very happy. Getting a lot of support here on the stream, as we can see, making his way through. But Maxime Chablot now eyeing up to see what he can have. He's already got a very decent wave. But Clement Hamon once again opening up with a big frontside 7.47 for his first move. And there are the boys, Maxime Chablot, Clement Hamon, getting ready to battle it out. Who is going to be in the semi-finals? What's your bet, Liam?
This one's a tough one because Maxime is a competitor through and through. He competes at the majority of tour stops that we have in wingfoiling and in kite freestyle. He's also treating us to a display in the hydrofoil freestyle next week. But now full focus is on this wave here. currently in second, but plenty of time on the clock. Can't miss Maxime with all those Red Bull stickers.
No, you can't. I mean, the boy's got wings and he is flying through the competition area now, but watch out at the moment, playing catch up to this young man.
And a big backflip there from Maxime. Gets pretty much straight back onto the fall after a few pumps. Clement would have seen that one as they're both heading out towards upwind, the competition area, before they turn around and hopefully look at increasing and adding to their wave scores. Clement Hamon 7.47 with one score. That's quite a nice position to be in.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he has the better freestyle move out there because Maxime only has a 6.10 for his backflip. But Maxime has already started to put and go to work on the waves, because I know Maxime, as you said, competitor through and through, knows that probably Clement's loose point or not so strong point is his wave riding.
Yeah, and when we speak about wave riding here, we can see him just putting in some turns, but not going sort of rail to rail deep maneuvers, which is exactly what the judges will be looking for. But there, sort of straight lining, pops himself out the water, joins the wave again. Nice little maneuver there, turns around. It'll be interesting to see what the judges score it, because it was quite a nice little wave. But here, Maxime finding himself a wave, looking over his right shoulder to see what is coming. Maybe he's seen something that we haven't. We will find out. But again, Clement, scores are now on the boards. 13.31, following Maxime's 6.37. You can see there 2 wave scores, which he will definitely be looking to improve.
Yeah, and let's have a little look at the replay of that first move there from Clement. And there it is. That was the move that got him that 7.47 straight off the bat. Very close in between. Oh, Maxime up and over. Going for the front flip. I reckon he didn't get the height because it looked like he went off to the side. And normally when he goes and rotates off to the side, he's going for that front flip 360 that we saw him land yesterday.
Yeah, that was a nice maneuver there from Maxime yesterday, putting on a little bit of a show for us, but 100% did not get the height that he needed there. Clement now looking to improve one of those wave scores. Definitely part of his game that he'd probably be looking to improve. But this wave here looks to be quite nice. He's putting in some nice little turns, but maybe it's just not going to be enough.
Yeah, he needs to up his wave scores definitely if he wants to be able to get back into this heat, because he has 2 high 2s, and Maxime has a high 6 and a medium 4. So Maxime definitely has that advantage because, you know, when it comes to freestyle, Hamon could definitely throw down, but, you know, already a 7.47, that's already a big move. Maxime looks like he's put in, made the homework. Like you said, he is a competitor at heart, knows what he had to do, and is already starting to take it here to the young French athlete. Let's continue on.
Yeah, Maxime here looking to see what Mother Nature is providing him. So let's find out how it goes for Maxime. Clement Hamon here, getting onto this wave. Little mini sort of turns there, powering himself back up, but it's closing out on him here. Out he turns, finding the gusts to keep on that foil. Maxime here riding a 4.5 F1 strike. Powerful wings. All stickered up and logoed to the max. Riding toe side. Will he line up for a nice freestyle maneuver? I don't think so, because he has a nice 7.43. He'll be looking to increase on that wave score of a 4.07 to really put the nail in the coffin to Clement. 5 minutes and 35 seconds remaining. Plenty of fun still to be had. And here, moving around, nearly losing his balance there. Wing in one hand, opening up the body, and backs out of that one. Clement here, 2.93. Wants to improve. this one so desperately. Let's see what he can do and make use of this wave here. Okay, straight lining down. Nice little pop out of the water. Foil nearly breached there. Getting his balance. He's on that board like a tightrope. And around he goes and exiting from that one. And let's just have a little look at the scoreboards. 13.37 compared to Maxim Chappell's 18.66. Now that's quite a nice 3-score combo for Maxim there. 18.66. We see Malo getting past the 20s. One of the only athletes and riders out there to be putting in big scores over the 20 mark. So Maxim there sitting on an 8.66 is definitely up there and can definitely compete with the big dogs. And Maxim now making the most of this little wave. It hasn't quite hit the sandbar yet, so it hasn't quite opened up as nicely as he wants. But you can see here it's coming slightly more together. The wave face is starting to get a little bit bigger. Now he drops in a little bit nicer, getting some turns. Wave hits the sandbar, but yeah, one of the slightly smaller ones there. Could have probably rode that one for a little bit longer, but with Maxim's competition experience, he probably knew that there are better waves to come with just 3 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock. So here we have, focus goes back onto Maxim. This heat here, the waves sort of haven't really come in as some of the previous heats. Maybe there's just the swell has dropped a tad out there. Wind is still there. We are in Brazil, so this time of year, it is windy pretty much every day. Pretty windy in the mornings, then we tend to see it drop slightly in the early afternoon before she picks up and fires again for the afternoon. Sunset sessions here are really a treat, and now Maxim pops out of the wave, joins it once again. This is looking to hopefully improve on his 5.03, making use of every ounce of this wave. Gets a little messy towards the end, but nice little sort of ollie out of the water. The judges will like that. That's exactly what they want to see. We go back to talking about the judging criteria. 2 of the scores will be wave orientated. 1 of the score will be a pure freestyle move. So at conditions and locations like Taiba, we want to see these athletes get amongst the waves. We want to find the most complete rider in the fleet. And previous tour stops have seen a lot of pure freestyle. So it's really nice to test the athletes' limits here in Taiba. Get them involved in pure wave riding. And as the tide will get higher, the waves should get a little bit cleaner, a little bit bigger. And when we get into the final heats of the men's, we'll start seeing some epic action. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Clement Hamon is the man on the screen right now, and he sure does have work to do. He has got his work cut out. He needs a 7.76 to take the lead. Will he want to improve on his freestyle move where he feels a little bit more confident, or will he be looking to improve on those slightly lower wave scores? Because he can definitely do that, but Maxim has put some good scores on the board, and here on your screen, in the center, the guy with the Red Bull helmet riding the F1 gear, making use of this wave. I can see him out in front. He's sort of pumping down. He sees something at the back end of this wave. Nice turn there. Really getting nice and low. Finding left to right movements. Rail to rail. Out he goes. Thanks for coming. That will be a nice little score with just 30 seconds on the clock. Clement again showing some nice wave riding skills, but compared to Maxim's last wave where he was really getting rail to rail, Clement just not delivering there on that wave. 20 seconds to go. It's looking unlikely, but We need a miracle to happen here. And some more scores coming in now. Maxim, 7.43 for his front flip, a 5.33 for one wave score, and a 6.20 on his other, totaling 18.96. The buzzer has gone, so unfortunately for Clement Hamon, going down there, will not advance through to the semi-final. Now, we're going to go and check out some of the highlights of that heat, because that was a really nice one. Maxime Chablos is your winner. Highlights coming up next. Okay, so the first heat of the women's is going to get underway, but before we join the action, Gemma is down with Maxime on the beach. Let's get the thoughts for the winner of the previous heat.
Thank you so much, Liam. That's it. I'm back here with Maxime Chablos. So good to have you here once again. Tell me how the conditions are right now compared to yesterday.
Conditions are quite similar to last heat of yesterday. The wind's it's a bit slow today. It's not really strong, 4.5, a bit underpowered, but really happy I didn't crash on any of the waves, so I didn't get close to the inside, which would have been a nightmare. So yeah, I kind of took it a bit conservative out there, didn't want to have to struggle. So, but yeah, super happy everything went well, and yeah, on to the semifinals.
I have a question for you, Maxime. You do so many different sports, so many different disciplines. Who do you look up to? Who do you admire within sports?
I think I'm a big admirer to a bunch of people in different sports as well. It's not that I have a role model in kiting but I mean, if I had to give a shout out, I mean, the one person that really motivated me for kiteboarding is Yuri. Yuri Zoom was like my biggest idol when I was a kid. Then of course Carlos Mario, that brought freestyle to another level, and yeah, that's kind of it. To be honest, kiting has been my passion for forever, and in wingfoiling, well, I kind of started off quite early, so but for sure, like Balt, my Swiss teammate, he's fucking legend. Like he brought the wing sport to another level, and yes, definitely looking up to these guys.
Thank you so much, so much, Maxim. That's great to know who you look up to within the sports, because everyone is actually really interested. So good luck, get some rest, a couple of heats to go, and you're almost there. Back to Liam and Joe. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Tema. Shaq is up to you too, Maxim. Good work out there on the water as he has made it through semi-finals coming his way. And now cruising through the competition area on what looked like a very nice wave. We had Rocio Reger there from Argentina, and she is up against the Italian Sofia Marchetti.
Yeah, we start now into the women's heat. So first women's heat of the day, and it's just interesting there, Joe, with Maxime mentioning one of the guys he looks up to. I know wingfoiling is a new sport, but Bausmuller, the foiling master, unfortunately not able to join us at Brazil or in Tarifa, the previous event, going down with an injury. But I'm sure that we will see him join and be a title contender for the 2023 season of the GWA calendar. And right now, 9 minutes on the clock, Rocio is putting some nice scores in. Sofia there knocking down with the first score of her heat with a 1.67, but it's Rocio who takes the lead at the moment. Nice to see the ladies back on the water now. And then we'll be going back to the men, where it will really start to become interesting, because within the women's division, our champion is already crowned in Tarifa with Paula Novotna.
Yeah, she is. Paula Novotna already, wrapping that one up at the last event. And now Rocio here from Argentina. Looks like she's having a better heat out there than she did yesterday. Seems to have her things linked together. Let's not forget round number 2 of the women. Only one. There can be only one, meaning that whoever loses this heat will be out of the competition, because they are looking for that spot into round number 3. The idea is to do round number 2 and round number 3 of the competition at the moment on the ladies' side, and then we will move back in to the semi-finals of the men, where that big heat, that big moment, because after semi-final number 1, it will be decided if Malo Guenole or Gollito Estredo are the new Surf-Freestyle Men's World Champion. Who's it going to be? Who's it going to be? Guys and girls over on the stream, let's start getting some comments up. Who do you reckon? Who have you got your money on for the World Championship?
Yeah, very much looking forward to that one. And with it being slightly later on this afternoon, I think we'll see better conditions provided for that. Mother Nature is going to throw it our way. Right now, the women are in the water. Yesterday, 3 athletes in each heat. Now today, we go down to 2. So a little bit more room to play with there. Is now on our screen, riding the 4.5. So it's clearly a little bit less windy than yesterday. We saw the 3.5s come out. So the ladies riding 4.5. Our safety team there in the back end of the screen, doing all the business out there for when things will go wrong. But touch wood, at the moment, we are all good for competition today. And we follow now Rocio, who makes her way back upwind. 3 scores on the board. Sofia still needs another wave score.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to have a little look, see how she did out there yesterday, because let's not forget they were in the water for the very first time. Rocio got a 7.27, so she was already increased in a better performance than she did out there yesterday. And then also we saw from Sofia a 6.60, so Sofia not having the best heat yet, but let's not forget 12-minute heat, 6 minutes already just about to elapse, so we're getting to that halfway point, the Ecuador, the meridian of this round number 2, heat number 1 out there on the water. And I tell you what, I can see some white horses out of the corner of the live stream booth here. I reckon the wind's picking up.
Yeah, it's doing exactly what it says, that thermal effect kicking in as we sort of come to about 11:30 in the morning. So it's nearly into the afternoon now, 11:30 here, 5 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock in this first heat, 12-minute heats, like you explained, Joe. These ladies definitely want to improve on the majority of their scores, a 1.93 being Rocio's lowest wave score, so she'll be looking to improve that one.
Yeah, she definitely will be. I mean, that's an easy score to improve. Let's not forget that is the freestyle side of her, and it does look that we can see her out there on the F1 at 4.5. So obviously wind is still quite light if some of the ladies are out on the bigger wings, as we saw even some of the guys drop down to 3.5s yesterday.
Yeah, Maxim in the previous heat was riding exactly the same wing here, the 4.5 F1, so it's not as windy. They'll be wanting the more wind to come their way, because the waves are certainly there. The waves are providing some nice little peelers for them to make use of and have a little bit of fun. Here, Sophia just coming off the foil there, pumping and pumping that north wing to get some power into it. 4 minutes, 40 seconds. Rocio on a 10.09. Sophia, 3.20. So plenty of work to do, but plenty of time to spare.
And there we can also see Sophia making a little turn over there on the front side, looking like she's out there on her North Nova. Talking to some of the athletes yesterday, it did look like when it came to wings and when it came to fours, we saw everybody today around probably on fours. I think that's a 4.2 if I'm not mistaken. Then when it came to the foil sizes, we were seeing about 700s to 900s depending on the side of the athlete, and 75 to 85 mast. That's kind of the average gear choice here in Brazil this year.
Yeah, and it was also very interesting speaking to Hendrix Lopez about it, because when I asked him about his decision on the kit choices, he says that he is riding the same foil, that phantom foil that does everything really well, is what he said, so he doesn't feel the need to change it when he's riding the waves or doing sort of pure freestyle. So there's kit out there that can do everything very well. But now full focus goes back onto Rocio, who is pumping her way back upwind. Definitely wants some more power in the wind. And just making her way to the edge of the competition area before most likely putting in a little turn to make use of some of the waves here. Sophia here on the blue wing, coming into the competition area, making her way to the judges, looking for that wave. Is it going to come for her? Still 2 hands on the wing, powering up. Will want to improve on the scores that she has on the board. Now switches around, goes back on herself. Didn't like what she saw there, Joe, but here Rocio again doesn't like what she sees. What do you reckon's going on out there, Joe, with the water state?
I don't know. At the moment, it definitely looks, let's not forget, we are coming up about mid-tide at the moment, as we saw that the high tide is going to be at 1 o'clock. We can see that the waves are pushing up, but the water is a lot higher today, even not being high tide, than it was yesterday, meaning there's more push. There's more umph. The ocean has a little bit more to say. Waves aren't as big, though, but it definitely does look like, I reckon, they have a bit more power, because we have seen quite a few riders get munched down there on the shore break. But I mean, Rocio here, nice and stylish, the Argentinian athlete, really pushing her way forward. I mean, you know, racking up the points. It's only on that freestyle score that she's going to want to improve if she wants to kind of go up to the big numbers. Let's not forget, we saw Nia Suarez yesterday with the biggest combination score of a 19.06 or 7, if my memory serves me right. So yeah, already getting us up to those numbers, but you want to be around the 14, 15s if you want to have a chance out there with the big girls.
Yeah, for sure. The top women there scoring around that sort of anything above sort of 15. We saw Baron van der Linden as well put in a nice combo score. Nia Suarez, like you mentioned, Paula Novotna and Flora Ahotsna. She was looking on fire yesterday. And speaking to Paula, she actually mentioned that Flora really does want the waves. She's got good wave riding skills. Nice little pop going for the 360 there. Not quite getting a full rotation, so goes in the drink. 1 minute near enough remaining now. Sophia definitely needs to get back on the board. She'll be wanting to improve on a score to take it to Rocio.
Yeah, absolutely. She already has the biggest freestyle maneuver with 3.17 for that very nice frontside free that she did before, but now needs to get it up together with the waves. There she is, pushing and moving that North Nova, pretty much the overall wing that North Kiteboarding has. They also have out there the mission, if I'm not mistaken.
The mode.
Thank you. Yeah, the mode, which is the lighter one. It has that new technology, that new weave to see if they can get moving a little bit earlier. Surprised not to see some of the athletes out there today, but yeah, obviously kind of their maneuverability and being able to whip it around. Most of the freestyle riders seem to be out on the Nova on the North team.
Yeah, I think the only rider that we've seen ride the mode was Baron van der Linden. It'll be interesting to see if she goes for that standard construction or if she treats herself to the new mode. But now, Sophia, the North rider, wanting to get back onto this wave and hopefully looking to improve on that low score. But again, out goes the buzzer. Don't think she's got it there, and we should see the Argentina Rocio go through to the next round.
Yeah, good work, good performance, really increasing on her scores from yesterday. Looks like taking that time in the water has really paid off. Rocio Reigert from Argentina making it through to round number 3. As we are going to continue on, and Rocio will be going up against none less and none least than Flora Asnia in her next heat, round number 3. But before we go and continue on in the action, as we continue with this round number 2, let's have a little look at the highlights from that last heat. And welcome back, everybody. Next up, we can see Roberta Suini going up against Magdalena Spano. Let's not forget, elimination rounds out there on the water, Liam, meaning that whoever gets kicked out of this heat will be packing their bikinis and packing their bags a little bit too early.
Yeah, and that's not what they have in mind, because Brazil, the sun is shining, and right now, just before we get to the action here, we're going to join Gemma, who has our previous heat winner, in an interview.
Thank you so much, Liam. That's right, I'm down here with Rocio, who just won this last heat in tricky conditions. We're going to do the interview in Spanish. I think she's a little more comfortable in it. Rocio, cuéntame qué tal, ¿cómo fue tu manga?
Muy bien. Las condiciones realmente estaban difíciles. Marea muy alta y el viento un poco suave. Pero bueno, hay que adaptarse, hay que saber, ¿no? Eso es parte de la vida de un deportista, adaptarse a las condiciones que haya.
So she was just saying that the conditions were rather tricky out there. The wind is tricky, the waves are tricky, but you have to adapt, and that's what makes a good athlete, is the one who's most able to adapt to the conditions. Rocio, cuéntanos de dónde eres y cómo te sientes aquí en esta competencia de GWA con nosotros.
Bueno, soy de Buenos Aires, Argentina. Actualmente vivo en San Pablo. es mi primer campeonato, así que un poco nerviosa, ansiosa, intrigada de cómo iba a ser, pero la realidad es que estoy disfrutando muchísimo y estoy muy agradecida por el evento que hicieron.
Pues estamos encantados de tenerte aquí. So Rocio is actually from Argentina but living in Sao Paulo and delighted to be here at this first GWA event with us. Rocio, muchísimas gracias. Te deseo mucha suerte para la siguiente ronda y ojalá os vemos aquí para la próxima entrevista. Gracias. Okay, that's back to Liam and Joe. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Gemma. Congratulations, Rocio, making her way through here on her first appearance on the GWA and already a very good first round. What a way to kind of open it up for the first time here on the GWA Wingfoil World Tour. Looks like we're going to have some Argentinian riders coming up into the mix next season.
Yeah, it's great to see the sport develop and to see more women entering the competitions worldwide. That is what we want. We want to see wingfoiling grow, and as you know, and those watching, it is a sport that hasn't been around for too long. A few years now since when the first wingfoilers got underway, and now we have a competition calendar. We have athletes worldwide competing at the tour stops, so it's only going to get bigger, it's only going to get better, and we should see more nationalities joining the tour. Right now, we're in round 2, heat number 2 of the women. Roberta Solini against Madalena Spanu. Roberta currently sitting in first position, a 2.50. Madalena yet to have a score on the board. So, interesting one here. Next rider will advance. Like what you said, Joe, if you lose, you are out. So, the claws are going to come out in the future heats to come.
I tell you, the claws, the horns, the baseball bats, the foils, the swords, the lances, everything, every weapon they have in their arsenal, because they know they want to continue on in this competition. Wind is definitely looking a bit better. I can see here on the old wind forecast, it is saying that we are actually getting close to 20 knots on some of the gusts, but it definitely, I don't reckon it's going to get as windy as yesterday.
Yeah, no, I think I do agree with you there. It was pretty windy. I remember waking up early doors to treat myself to a cheeky kite. Solid 22 knots early doors yesterday. The wind was most definitely bigger, better yesterday. But we are talking about professional athletes here. These guys, you know, despite the conditions that get thrown their way, they need to make the most of it out there. They should have the experience, have the qualities to be able to deal with what they get thrown. Right now, it's a little bit iffy out there for the wind, a little bit fluky. Only sort of 15 knots on the forecast. It's had a little dip, it's had a little drop. Hopefully we should see it increase.
Yeah, it's the highest gust at the moment has been around 19. So as we surfing, that was a little bit about half an hour ago where we saw a little bit of an increase. But yeah, you can just see those flags. They are not whippity-whapping around as hard as they were before. As it kind of does it down here. When it kind of starts off windy in the morning, then it does kind of lull out until that thermal effect, the heat. Because, I mean, it is getting hot out there already today. I mean, we got temperatures around 25 to 30 degrees. Life is definitely better in a bikini, and life is definitely better in the board shorts, and we can see all of the athletes just enjoying the great conditions that Brazil here on its north coast in the beautiful town of Taiba. Season finale, and at the moment heat number 2. If you are just joining us, round number 2 of the women. This is elimination point in the competition. After round number 2 of the women, we will continue on with round number 3. Then go into the semi-final of the women, and then into the semi-final of the men, where after semi-final number 1, we will know, and I'm going to say it one more time, we will know who is going to be our new Surf-Freestyle World Champion, Malo Guenole or Gollito Estredo. I mean, I can start to feel the electricity on the beach. Both of them are sitting down there, but at the moment, focus out on the girls. Roberta Solini, front and center, a little bit of an air pop there.
Yeah, it's going to be a tasty, action-packed, competitive afternoon. So do not go anywhere. Do not make any plans on your Friday afternoon. Fridays, we see the weekend coming, so get stuck into our stream because the action coming your way is going to be firing. There we can see the flags are moving. We've got 5 minutes, 55 seconds on the clock. Roberta Solini with a 5.66 there, so an increased score on what was previously there.
All right, so there we are. We are in the second half here of this heat number 2 as we continue on. Roberta Surini, let's have a little look at the score. She's got a 1.50 on a wave, a 2.83 on a wave, and then she's got a little pop air of 1.33. 1.23 for the one wave there for Madalena Spano. We just saw her fly through the competition area out there on her Gastra. And here we can see out on the RRD. That is Surini, your current leader, as she is pushing through. But yeah, at the moment, both of these athletes haven't really produced any of the goods. Oh, nice little surfing. Bit of a surfing style there from Spano. As we continue on, and a nice wave here for Roberta. Can she get along from it? Yes, she does. Wants to get out of it, so she's going to get taken out. Puts it together, and no, just caught up on her there, Liam.
Yeah, one of the better sort of waves of the sets there. You saw both riders getting amongst a wave. So good to see those wave scores wanting to increase, getting caught there in a little bit of the shore dump, Roberta. But focus now and the attention on back onto Madalena Spano, who has had a score on the board with a 2.97, exactly what she would have been after. Still another one to come, so for sure she can take it to Roberta. She needs a 4.40 to get into first place, and goes down there. Must have got caught with something. Four minutes on the clock. Here we have Madalena Spano, 4.20. Roberta still in first position. You can see there, kiters are out as well. Everyone making use of these lovely conditions that we have here in Taiba, Brazil. It's such an amazing location, Joe. My first time here, and I must say, I am very much going to be looking forward to the next couple of weeks, but also coming back next year. You have lagoons, you have the waves, you have consistent wind, and most importantly, you have capolinas at 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Ah, yeah, and don't forget the nice chilled cold beers as well. Don't you dare leave those ones out of the sentence, as we have been enjoying the beautiful location that is Brazil. It always is an amazing season finale. We have come here year on year out, and great to also see the wingfoiling here as well. First time for us here in Taiba, and I mean, what a water sports paradise it has been. At the moment out there on the water, we can see Roberta Zunini is already in the lead. Oh, just getting caught up on something there. Not quite sure what happened, as we are just under 3 minutes to go. Just coming up on 12 o'clock in the afternoon here, local time, up on 4 o'clock Central European time. If you are just joining us after a little lunch, I hope you are enjoying the show. Remember, question has been thrown out there. Woo, have you got your money on for our new world champion, Gollito Estredo, Malo Guenole? I want to hear those answers. Let's get a little bet going. Let's get a little bet going here on the stream.
Yeah, keep the comments coming our way. We will try and answer any questions as well. If you want to know anything from the riders in the interviews with Gemma afterwards, please do let us know. We can get those questions answered, which will be really good. And for us as well, we also want to know. We're up here in the booth, out of the sun, which I guess for myself is very good, because currently I've got a very burnt nose. But here we have Madalena's board completely downwind of her, getting caught in the waves. Struggling, still wants that single score, but with just 1 minute and 55 seconds on the clock, she's going to need to swim back, grab her kit, and then get back out past the shore dump, which is proving a challenge for some of these riders.
Yes, it is, Rudolph. Yes, it is. All right, under 2 minutes to go. Spano needing to work up and get through to see if she can get some scores if she wants to go past, because Roberta there on that last wave with a 4.43, definitely putting out the goods.
So yeah, coming into the final minute. And Joe, life is like riding a foil. To keep your balance, you must keep moving forward. And these ladies will want to be moving forward, getting the scores on the board. Following this heat, we can see there our commentator on the beach giving it full beans.
He has definitely got the beans, and it is getting ready, trying to get everybody on their feet. And we can see there, this is the setup. If you just stand up, Good morning and hello everybody. Us up here in the live stream booth giving you the old wave. And we have our World Championship set up here. Really, I mean, congratulations to all of the organizers, from Kylie to Mr. Raphael and to Laura, for making us feel exactly like family down here. What an event, the Copa Kylie, the Worlds here, where we have the World Championship finale of the kitesurf freestyle, of the kiteboarding freestyle, and then also of the wingfoiling. What a way to do it, what a way to end it. And here we can see already, we can see Roberta making her way through. And we have the smiles as we have a Brazilian making her way through into round 3. And it is that lady, Roberta Suyini. And let's have a little look at the highlights. So she had some very nice rides in that last heat.
Okay, and just there we can see the highlights of the previous heat, and down with Gemma on the beach we have our winner, Roberta Solini, who advances through to the next round. Gemma, can we get the thoughts of this athlete, please?
All right, guys, thank you so much. I'm here with Roberta, who is advancing to the next round. I'm also going to do the interview with her in Spanish. I hope you don't mind. Roberta, muchas gracias, enhorabuena por ganar tu manga. ¿Cómo te sientes en las condiciones hoy?
Las condiciones no son muy buenas porque es mucho short break, muy difícil de entrar, pero las olas perfectas, un spot perfecto. Nada, fue la primera competición, entonces soy un poquito nervosa, pero fue todo muy bien.
So she's just saying the conditions are difficult. The short break is definitely not easy, but once you're out there, the wave conditions are actually really good, and she's delighted to be here with us with her very first GWA competition. Roberta, muchísimas gracias. Te dejo ahora ir tranquilamente a preparar tu próxima manga y mucha suerte. Gracias. Okay, back to you guys. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Gemma. Yeah, great to see more competitors coming into the game of wingfoiling. And right now, up next, we have Kylie Bellevere versus Tema Flanagan, the French versus the Canadian, in round 2, heat 3 of the GWA Copa Kitley Wingfoiling World Cup. Final event stop of the year. Everyone will want to be taking that title home, ending the year on a high. So let's get onto the water. Let's get underway with the action. So ready for this one. Here we can see, correct me if I'm wrong, Tema Flanagan. Interesting choice of kit there, Joe. We've got the slingshot, but also with the trousers. We've got the trouser look going on.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget, it is very sunny out there. Sometimes you do want to be covered up. You might want to take this advice, mate, so you do not burn yourself left, right, and center. But there we can also see Kylie Bellevere there on the Tituan. Kylie, a very talented young lady. She has been on the tour for quite a while, and she has really been doing good so far. Looking forward to see how she does in this one. Unusually went out a little bit early yesterday, as we saw her not make it through directly to round number 3. And let's see if she can make it through, as she normally is definitely one of the ones up on top. Let's not forget, she has 5th coming into this competition on the overall ranking as we continue on. But it looks like Tema Flanagan throwing it at her as we are here in heat number 3, round number 2. Let's not forget, round number 2 and round number 3 and the semi-finals of the women, and then it's back to the men.
Yeah, it is finals day here on day number 3. And right now, the women are on the water. Tema, as you mentioned, Joe, throwing it down, getting a couple of scores on the board, just taking it to Kylie, getting those scores. Not every score necessarily needs to be a big one. Sometimes for these riders, it's just about getting out there, getting a few scores under the table, getting a feel for what the conditions are throwing their way. And once the heat starts to play out and get into the back end of the half of the heat, they can really start throwing it down when they know exactly what they're dealing with.
Yeah, and you can already see both of them starting to get some numbers up there on the scorecards. We see there Kylie already with a front side 3. Has a little bit more of a freestyle background, but saw her out on the waves. Not too bad there yesterday. Obviously, you know, some of the riders have been here for a week or so, getting used to the conditions. And one of the things that we can see with Taiba, once they start to get it dialed in, you can really see all the rail-to-rail coming back.
Yeah, dialing it in, getting an understanding of what is being thrown their way. For sure, these athletes have been here, getting used to the conditions. You know, someone like Malo, for example, has been here for 3 weeks, longer than we have, Joe. He has really been getting used to what is on offer here. But focus now on Tema, who rides the slingshot wing, the dart. And of an interesting shape there of the wing, finding the wave, not quite getting into the position she wants, getting sort of off the foil, needs some more power, finds it, but does find it a little bit late and goes down and sinks.
Yeah, you can see, unfortunately, they're not quite getting the landing that she wanted as we continue on. Just a little bit over 8 minutes to go in this round number 2 of the women. Kylie Belouv, Tema Flanagan. And here we can see Kylie deciding against the wave. Oh, she's got a nice kicker coming her way. Are we going to be seeing something freestyle? Nope, deciding against it, playing it safe as she already has a 3.90. And there we can see Tema Flanagan speeding across with that dart, looking for the bullseye to make her way go through to round number 3, because let's not forget, whoever loses this heat is out of the competition.
Yeah, so Tema's scores currently made up of a wave and an air. So a 0.67 for her wave, a 1.17 for her air. Over to Kylie, a frontside 360 for a 3.9 is the only score she has. So still 2 wave scores to come for Kylie. Tema will be looking to get another wave score as well, or improve on her air. So let's see what they have in store for us. We have 7.5 minutes. You can see there the bright and colourful Tituan wing, a 4 metre. So 4s and 4.5s are the name of the game. That is the kit choice that we are seeing from our riders. Same for the men as well. They're riding slightly bigger, 4.5s and 5s. But when the men come back, we might see different conditions thrown our way, so we may see changes of kit, and that will mean windier and more exciting. But nevertheless, these riders always deliver. They always put on a show. They know you guys at home are watching, so stay tuned and get comfortable.
Yes, absolutely. As it already can see that the wind is starting to pick up once again. We are hitting 14 to 15 knots yet again, so looking like the gusts are starting to get there. It does say that as of 2 to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, it will pick up. It looks like it's going to be maintaining like this so far. Waves are getting a little bit cleaner, but the selection, they don't seem to be coming through as much as yesterday. At the moment, Kylie Belouv out there in the lead with that big 3.90 for her front side 3. And now looking, I presume, to try and land a couple waves, because let's not forget, 2 waves count, 1 best maneuver counts also to their combination score.
Yeah, and it's a nice score for Kylie as well, 3.9 for a freestyle trick. I don't think she'll be necessarily looking to increase on that unless a kicker does come her way. But as you mentioned with the tide, 1 o'clock is high tide. It is 11:55 here in Brazil, so 1 more hour until that high tide peaks, and then we'll see it drop again and the conditions slightly change. And that is what I love, Joe, about coming to the open ocean here. The conditions are always changing. The sea is speaking to us, and the riders will have to adapt. And this view here showing you guys at home the location that we're at. You can see all the wings are pumped up, foils are mounted, there's a kite in the sky, so the local riders are out, but we are here at the GWA Wingfoil World Tour stop. Final stop of the year, 2022. It is all up for grabs. Scores on the doors have not changed. 3.9 for Kylie still, wanting to find that wave score. Tema still with a 0.67 and a 1.17, which is combining a 1.84. So she needs a 2.07 to advance, and here she is on our screens. Will we see something here, Joe?
Oh, well, I hope so, because it is starting to get interesting as we are closing it off with the final 5 minutes of this heat. We could already see Kylie there before moving the wing around on that Tituan wing of the second version. They've actually got some new handles on that one, so it looks like that's working nicely. Gone from 3 to 2, giving them a little bit more maneuverability. And here we can see Tema Flanagan out there on the slingshot dart. A kind of a little different shape to most of the wings out there on the competition floor.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing about this sport as well. It is an ever-changing sport, and the brands are bringing out different wings, different shapes, different sizes. One thing we are seeing a change in is the handles and the booms. We started with wingfoiling, it just had the handles, and then we saw the booms get initiated. And with wingfoiling, we're seeing a lot of previous windsurfers actually get into that sport, using it as their sort of lighter wind option. But with the boom, you know, it's a decision of the athlete, really. Some guys prefer the handles, some guys prefer the boom. Personally, I have tried both, and you know, the boom is a very comfortable option, being able to put your hands anywhere along it. But again, you know, it's all to play for. These brands are firing some amazing equipment. You've got carbon equipment, you've got all different materials that are used in the canopies of these wings. So it's an ever-changing, ever-growing sport, which I'm excited to be a part of.
Yeah, absolutely. And an interesting fact on the slingshot dart, is they have the Y handle wing tensors. So what that happens is they actually have this like 45-degree tensors going from that front handle to be able to pull the wing in even more, to be able to go a little bit further upwing. Every brand has its all different little details to try and make the best of the best out there on the water. So far, it does look like the upper hand going for the French athlete Kylie Belouve. And here we have the Canadian Flanagan making her way down on a wave, looking to improve over a 0.5 and a 0.67, but just getting caught off while she was ejecting herself from that wave.
Yeah, it's a shame we saw her go down there, because that was actually quite a nice little wave. Probably would have gone down into her best wave and definitely increased on one of the 0.67 scores. So unfortunately there for Tema, she's gone down, because I reckon, Joe, that score would have come in and potentially pushed her into first. But 3.90. Here we have Kylie getting on a wave. She needs a wave score, but just again backs out. I don't quite know why she's backing out. Maybe she's seeing something that we can't.
Yes, I mean, you know, everybody has their strategy out there, but yeah, I do agree with you. I can't quite understand why she backed out on that one. And looking at some of the scores that are about to drop there, we can see some of them coming in. And here we can see Kessiani Rodriguez there on the left-hand side. One of the strongest Brazilian surfers we have here coming into this event. And you can just see the girls enjoying the views here of this competition. Wow, Brazil, Brazil.
Yeah, Brazil, Brazil. It's a great place. And now full focus goes back onto the water. Kylie here, front and center on your screen. Can't miss her with the purple and the blue wing. Definitely needs that wave score. And I think regardless of the wave that she finds herself on, Joe, I think it's just she should just ride it through, because the judges will score it.
Yeah, she will. You can see she needs, but Kylie's actually, she's playing with fire out there at the moment. All right, now, yeah, there you go. Now she's getting some wave score, even though they're small, because she was not actually getting on the waves. And like you said before, Liam, she was backing out on most of them, as we can see there. So, you know, Tema was getting very close to her, but kind of throwing down the hammer at the end of this heat. But Tema, she has the possibility, because only pretty much 2 medium ones and a 0.67 on her scorecards. She turns around on the waves and gets a half decent rise. She could be taking this. Okay, watch out. Maybe we might see that. Just waiting to see what is going to be happening in the closing seconds of this heat number 3 of round number 2. One more heat to go of this round.
Yeah, Tema definitely will be wanting to improve that 0.67. She has 30 seconds to play with. It is tight. It is coming down to the closing stage. And here we see the wing placed behind her. Let's see if she can make use of this. Pumping downwind. Trying to get onto the back end of this wave. Will the wave stand up for during the sandbar? No, it doesn't. Comes out, turns around, goes back upwind, and there we have it. In any second now, the buzzer will ring. Kylie still in first position. She's on her way, so this one will count. The judges will score this. And let's see what the final scores on the doors are, Joe.
Wow, the final scores, we can see Kylie getting on last wave. That may even increase her score overall. But the end result is that Kylie Belova is making her way through to round number 3, but a big congratulations to Tema Flanagan for putting on a solid performance out there on the water. And let's go and have a little look at the highlights of that last heat from round number 2 of the women. And we are back, everybody, for the final heat of round number 2 of the ladies. Liliana Sanders from Brazil is going to be going up against Oran Sedis coming out of France. Oran, free-wing starboard. She is in 4th position on the overall ranking so far, looking to go a little bit further up on the overalls as we start off with this final heat of round 2. Let's see what the ladies have for us.
Yeah, Joe, looking forward to seeing what Oran will perform, because yesterday we saw her attempt the old back flipperoonie. She was finding the kickers, going for that move. I'd like to see her attempt it again it's definitely in the locker. But here, Liliana Sanders on our screen, again, riding one of those colourful Tituan wings, so we will not be missing her. Making use of this wave here. It'll be a score on the boards. And now Oran on your screen. 4 in the world when it comes to surf freestyle. So a point to prove for sure. We'll want to be wrapping up the event nicely, because in Tarifa she was actually injured, so didn't compete a few weeks back.
Yeah, we can see her there. And let's not forget, she debuted also at the Brazil 2021 competition we had over there, the Super 4 in Fortaleza. So this is the second year coming out here to Brazil. And we can see there also Liliana there, like you said, on the V2 from Tituan, looking like a 4-meter. And Oran out there on the Nitro free wing. And you can see the aramid tensors there through the middle of the canopy. Everybody, you know, construction-wise, we can see the collaboration in between starboards and Erush. And you can see those kind of 45-degree tensors going from the front, trying to make the wing as solid as possible to make it as reactive and as responsive as possible.
Yeah, gear is great out there at the moment. And there we have the eye in the sky, the drone in the air, showing our competition area to its best. And there you can see the waves are coming in nicely, wind is increasing, and right now we have a heat on our hands with 9 minutes and 40 seconds to go. So we can see there the lovely Taiba from the sky, our competition area. And there we have it, the rotation goes around. Lovely stuff.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. It does not get nicer. We've got the beautiful white sand, the blue water, palm trees in the background. And we can see already everybody starting to enjoy this day number 3 here of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour event in Brazil. And now, talking about heat winner, we're going to go down to the beach with Gemma, as she has Kylie Baloo.
Okay, guys, I'm down here with Kylie. Hello, Kylie. Tell me, how did it go out there? I know the conditions are a little bit tough, but did you manage okay?
Hi. So yeah, the conditions are tough, as you said. Still happy with my heat. I managed to do the trick I wanted, as well as I surfed a bit. I'm not very good at surfing, but still I managed to catch a few waves. So that was enough, hopefully. Tema was rocking out there as well, so super cool to be here in Brazil and have these conditions.
What do you think of this location for the final event of the season?
Well, for a final event, I think it's well chosen, because it's tough. So you can see that the people that are able to do in every conditions are getting the best places. So yeah, that's a good choice, I think.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for joining us. Get some rest now. Prepare for the next round. Thanks a lot. And we'll go back to the boys in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Congratulations, Kylie. A good riding out there as she continues through to round number 3. And now there can only be one out of these 2 ladies, because one lady will be making it through to round 3 and the other lady will be packing her bags. At the moment, it is Liliana Sanders already taking it to one of the top ranked riders coming into this competition. She's got a 3.57, a 2.17 on the wave, and a 4.17 on that front side free. The Brazilian really throwing down here on her home turf.
Yeah, and sometimes it does come down to that. Being your home turf, you know these conditions very well. You surf them in and out. So, 4th ranked Oran Cerise, with some work to do. And again here, focus back onto Liliana Sanders, who's riding the waves and enjoying her time out there. You can see she's picking the right moments, understanding the wave. In the back there, Oran going down for a freestyle maneuver.
Yeah, just unfortunately getting a crash, and we can see Liliana just making her way, looking very comfortable there at the moment. Let's not forget, all right, railing it out, but going down with the mermaids. Under the sea. Let's not forget that yesterday, Nieswa Diaz, 19.07, our biggest combination score. We saw 16s there from Paola. We saw 14s from Bowen van der Linden. Those are the numbers that if you want to be kind of on those top spots. But already 9.91, getting some good base scores. And now I guess it's time to improve.
Yeah, good base scores, and that's sort of how they want to start these heats. Get some scores on the doors, get a few points on there, and now with 6 minutes and 15 seconds remaining, this is where riders will want to be improving on what they already have. We can see here Oran with a 5.57. She needs a 5.74 to advance into first position. Plenty of time left for that, and we can see here the drone up in the air. Beautiful spot that we've got here. We really are treated to amazing conditions. A little bit of everything here in Brazil. Joe, how excited are you to be here?
Oh, very excited. I mean, it doesn't get better than a season finale over in Brazil, and this is what we are talking about. This is what we are looking at. You can see there the container setup. We are on the top, in the middle, getting the front row seats to the best action out there, as all of our athletes are throwing down right in front of us there in the waves and in the flats. We're looking for the surfing, and we are looking for the maneuvers. Who is going to be making their way through and continuing on in this competition?
Back to the action on the water. Really nice drone shot there previously, and you can actually just see how high that tide is coming as it gets towards 1 o'clock. So we've got a high tide here. Riders are on the water. Round 2, heat number 4 of the women. We carry on with the women after this heat for the further rounds. Oran is still with work to do. 4 minutes and 25 seconds on the clock. 5.57 on the scoreboard. Will want to improve on her scores. She has a wave score of a 1.4, a freestyle maneuver of a 2.5, and another wave score of a 1.67. All scores, Joe, which I know she is capable of improving.
Absolutely. I mean, we saw her going for the backflip yesterday. Maybe that might be the buzzer beater. Will that be the move that gives her an opportunity to get back up? She needs a big score of a high 5 if she wants to have that possibility. And I'm going to say, I reckon that wind has dropped off again, even though I can see it looks like Oran is out there on a 4 meter.
Yep, 4 meter, there she is, riding now the wave. Will want to be improving on that score, like what we spoke about just a few seconds ago. Maybe she can hear us out there at sea. But making use left to right, passing the wing from one hand to the other. But again, similar to what Kylie was doing, finding herself on a wave, making use of it for, say, the first 5 to 10 seconds, and then just backing off. But there, that's where she can shine. Huge Rayleigh. Can she get back onto her feet? No, she can't. But that is a clear demonstration of the freestyle power that Oran Series has in the locker. And that is where I think she could potentially, like what you mentioned, have that buzzer beater. Because buzzer beaters are what get us to our feet. We've seen a few of them in the men's division. We've seen a few of them in the women's division. And will we see another buzzer beater on round 2, heat 4 of the women, with 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go?
Oh, I reckon, you know, Oran is a very, very tough competitor, but Liliana has definitely thrown in the work nice and early. She hasn't landed another move after that and has fallen off of all of her waves, so we'll have to see. But numbers up on the scorecards, 9.91 out there, and we will have to see Oran. Let's see if that gymnastics background will allow her to land on her feet. She definitely is going to be pushing for the freestyle because that is her strong point here. Wave still needs to do a little bit of work on, but let's not forget, top 4th athlete in the world on the overall so far, but unfortunately just going down there front foot heavy.
Front and centre on your screen, Liliana Sanders on the wave there, but again, just sort of flatlining. Scores will come in for that, but judges will want to be seeing more. On these waves, Joe, they want to be seeing more than just flatlining. Getting onto the wave, it's rail to rail, up and down, side to side. We don't just want to see them standing on their board and firing down in one direction. We need to see a little bit more commitment, a little bit more diversity, a little bit more shebang. What do you reckon?
Shebang and bada bada boom. That is what we want to see. And talking about a little move out there. Front side free there for Liliana Sanders. I tell you what, Oran is in a very sticky situation out there at the moment, as she knows she needs something big. If there was a time to throw a backflip, now is the time. She's coming towards the shore. She is a little bit far out. We've seen some of the athletes use the inside kicker more for those freestyle moves than the outside kicker. But yeah, 30 seconds on the clock. She is just coming out in front of the stream booth now. Let's see if we can see that final freestyle move. Is it going to be a buzzer beater?
Yeah, it might well be, but right now she's on her wave. I know Oran would probably prefer to throw down a surf freestyle move, but she's taking a journey down Struggle Street here because she's still in second position. Liliana Sanders, 10.07. Oran Cerise on the 6, needs a 5.74 to take the lead. Final dying seconds of the heat, and the buzzer goes right now. Will we see an increased score on that wave from Oran? I very much highly doubt so. So we could see a little upset here, but a massive congratulations to Liliana Sanders, who will be advancing through to the next round. Right now, let's go and check the highlights.
And welcome back, everybody, as we go into round number 3. And out there, the lady who is on top of the world so far, Flora Asnier, she is considered probably the best athlete on the water when it comes to the surfing side. A lot of the athletes were saying she was riding very well, but she is up against Rocio from Argentina, who just came off of a good heat, as we have more action on there. Round number 3, because let's not forget, Whoever makes it through round number 3 will be making their way through to the semi-finals. Only one can survive. 12-minute heat, top 2 waves, and the best freestyle move. Who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? Already, Flora throwing down nice and early. Let's not forget Flora coming into this competition in 3rd on the overall ranking. She is a very experienced rider, and she also is a marine biologist who decided to take off a year from her job to pursue her dream of wingfoiling. And who would have said that a year later she would be battling it out for the overall podium. So yeah, everybody has a really good story there, and that is what I call about following your passion. Flora as near 4.57 frontside 3, and we can see here Rocio Richard already trying to rack up some points at one point as she is just starting to go together.
So here we have Rocio making use of that small wave there, putting in some nice turns, but going down, you can see there, riding a 5-meter wing. So wind has dropped because in the previous heat she was riding a 4.5. Flower Outsner here, giving it full beans on that wave, which really didn't look like a lot, but she's making use and showing that surf sort of passion and experience when it comes to the wave aspect of this competition. So taking the lead at the moment, 4.57, Rocio on a 1.53. They've both got a score on the boards, and they're now firing back upwind. But yellow helmet, F1 gear, Rocio Rigert finding the wave, carving nicely, but sort of straight lining. Judges will want a little bit more. That's a little bit nicer, that turn. Back into the wave. Boom. That's the sort of score and the turns that she wants, which the judges will see. Great shot there of both riders on a wave. So there's clearly a cheeky set coming in. Out she goes. Attention back onto Flora. Stays on the foil. Looks a little bit wobbly, but getting caught up in the white water here. Can she pump her way past it? Yes, she can. Wave is still on. Nice, big, carvy turns. Here we go. Bada bing, bada boom. Are we going to see some nice scores coming in? Wave looks to have ended. Will she put a turn? Nope. Here, back upwind. Looking forward to seeing what comes through from that.
Yeah, that was definitely one of the most complete waves we've seen out there at the moment, as we have a 6.17 there for Flora Asner. And we are going to go down to the beach because we have the Brazilian athlete who just won her last heat.
Yeah, Joe, thank you so much. I'm down here with Liliana, who just advanced to the next heat. We also have her translator here to assist us a little bit. And I just want to know how your heat went and if you enjoyed competing today in these conditions.
Como foram essas condições aqui?
Para mim foi muito fácil, porque eu sou surfista, né? Então, para mim foi, eu adorei, eu gostei muito.
For me it's simple because I'm surfer and I do to kite in the waves and I live here.
So you're very used to these conditions, which is fantastic. Lidiane, I want to know how it feels for you to be here competing with us in your first GWA event.
It's a second time. She's started 2 years ago, and she's do a good position in next last year in the race event, and now she want to demonstrate the level of freestyle.
Okay, that's fantastic. And Lidiane, last of all, do you want to send a message in Portuguese to the people who are following on the live stream?
Okay.
Mensagem para a turma aqui.
Corre para cá que temos já amanhã o race, que vai ser show de bola, gente. Vamos, let's go!
Thank you so much. Good luck for the next round. Thank you so much for your help. And now we go back to Joe and Liam. Thank you.
Thank you, Gemma. Thank you, Liliana. Congratulations. Parabéns, parabéns. La galera brasileña starting to get some parties down here on the shore. Here we can see Flora out there on her F1 Strike version 2. One of the interesting things about the new strike, actually, is that they've added 2 new sizes. We've got a 2.5 and a 5.5. So, obviously, I wonder if that wind drops, we might be seeing that 5.5 come out. At the moment, Flora, whoa, I'm going to say it, bada beam, bada boom, already throwing down some big numbers with a 16.40 on her total score.
Yep, that's a great score to come in with. One of the highest scores that we've seen so far in the women's heats. A couple of the heats struggling maybe with the conditions there, but Flora not phasing her one bit, getting a 4.57, a 6.33 and a 5.5, which is comboing that really nice, putting her in a good position for the remainder of this heat. But Rocio has been delivering in previous heats. She's looking good on this wave. Waves, Joe, are definitely looking to be slightly nicer at the moment. They're coming in a little bit better. Maybe it's just a swell period that's got a little bit better, but for sure these women are starting to increase on the wave scores.
And at the moment, the highest wave out there is 633 there from Flora. But all right, looking like we got a good kicker. Deciding against it there, Rocio. She's got a 440 already for a wave, and looking like a 367 is coming in, meaning that those are both of the scores. Flora mixing it up with the freestyle as well. Already has a 457, so she's going to want to improve on that freestyle score.
Yeah, 2 good wave scores, I'd say, for Flora. And, you know, Flora has been competing on the calendar this year. She has been throwing it down on the freestyle, and 4.57 is for sure a score she can advance on. Flora, a really solid competitor. She's currently ranked #1 on surf slalom, and for surf freestyle, I believe she is currently ranked #3. So, a top rider, a podium finisher. Surf slalom obviously coming up next, but right now, full focus on this wave. Wing in one hand, enjoying this one, cruising down the line, but then backs out again. Joe, these ladies here are sort of riding the waves, but backing out.
Yeah, I think, you know, they don't want to get caught on the inside. And I'm looking at the side of that harness. Do you reckon that is a walkie-talkie on over here?
Oh, I'm not quite sure. Maybe they can hear us, what we're saying, and the scores that we're throwing down. But if it is, then the caddy on the beach will be doing the best that they can to provide all the information. Right there, nice little air pop going down, making use of the kick. Unfortunately, couldn't come out of that one. Back of the screen there, we see Flora now. Coming down, powering herself up, looking over that right shoulder and dropping in on the wave. Here we go, 3 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock, carving turns. There we go, staying on the foil. She really does have that wave experience, making use of every part of this. Really nice bottom turns there, Joe.
Yeah, really, she does. As you said, we saw it yesterday, and we are seeing it again today. She is definitely connected to the waves out there. Flora Asnier, the French athlete, the world's #3 on the surf freestyle. And she is definitely the girl to beat out there at the moment. We've seen 19.07 for Nia Sardir, so still not the biggest heat combination score. But definitely, you know, we've been saying it time after time again during this competition that it is going to come down to the waves.
Yeah, and so it should. We are in a spot which delivers waves, and they've been treated to plenty of pure freestyle spots on the tour, so really nice to get that wave element aspect of it and see what they can do in these conditions. So, Flora dropping in to another one, getting to the top of the wave, nice fluid carving turns in the white water now, pumping her way through it. Is this wave done? Let's find out. Is she choosing to back out? Yes, she is.
Yeah, you could see somebody actually almost getting some of those roundhouses, cutting back all the way back to the white water, then bouncing off and continuing down the wave. Rail to rail, not the longest of rides there for that one. Let's not forget she has 2 big scores, 6.33 and a 5.50. So if she wants to improve on those scores, she's A, going to have to pick probably one of the set waves, and B, she's going to have to continue on it. And if I'm not mistaken, I wonder if it was the new 5.5 of the Strike VU2 I think I could see out there on Rocio. I'm not sure if it was a 5 or a 5.5.
I think it was a 5.5, Jeff, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, like you said, we'll want to be improving that 4.57, which was a front side 360. That is a move that Flora can definitely improve on. 1 minute, 40 seconds left on the clock. Focus now into Flora still. Pumping up. What can we see here? Drops in on a wave. I'm taking a little peek out of my screen because it looks like it could be a nice one. But again, I think what the issue that these women are having, Joe, is you hit the nail on the head. They don't want to get too close into shore because as soon as they get too close into shore, one, it's a little bit rocky, so that foil can hit the rocks and they could go flying. The other issue they have is if they do fall off the board, the shore dump and the shore break is causing the riders issues to get back onto their foil. So let's have a look. Right there we can see the flags, our helpers on the beach providing the best help that we can ask for. 1 minute pretty much left on the clock. Flora still in the first.
Yeah, Flora definitely still going through at the moment. Oh, nice cutback turn there for Rocio. Dándole fuerte y dándole duro. I definitely reckon that that is a walkie-talkie on her helmet. Hopefully we'll be able to ask her that. And here we can see Flora, going down hard on that last wave as she just got munched out there on the inside in the closing seconds of our heat. And there we can also see Rocio trying to get back up on her board too. So that is going to be it. That is going to be all, folks, for that heat. Red flag in the sky. And making it in as our first semi-finalist, Flora Asner. Let's have a little look at the highlights of that last heat. welcome back, welcome back. These are the two athletes going out on the water. Nia Suarez, number 2 on the overall ranking, up against Roberta Suina, who we saw in a very good heat before. The Brazilian athlete. Let's go out onto the action as we are green flag. Go, go, go. All right, Nia Suarez is out there on the new duotone unit with the pink helmet. We can see the RRD athlete Surini also making her way just towards the judges' tower. Let's not forget 2 wave scores, 1 trick score. All right, I can see Nia's already powering towards this kicker. Are we going to be seeing a freestyle move? Already got a wave. Let's not forget, very talented young freestyler. She's looking like she's going for it. Up and over. Is that going to be considered a back loop? We'll soon find out. Don't quite have the angle here. Normally, if you're going vertical, it will. If you're going horizontal, it will be a frontside feed. Oh! Going down there. Roberta Suini. And yes, it is a back loop from Nia Suarez. Already throwing down from the very beginning. 7.50 on the scorecards, Liam.
Yeah, we're a minute and a half in, and Nia has put on some good scores and now making use of the wave that she has found herself so fortunately to be on. Again, can she pump past the white water and keep on it? Yes, she can. And there we have Nia Suarez making her way back past the swell and catching this wave. Back goes the wing. Cruising and cruising around on this wave. Turning, putting in a couple of rail-to-rail turns. This is what the judges want to see. Fluid motion down the top, putting on the turn, wants a little bit more power. And there she have it, pumping away. Roberta Suini has 2 scores now on the board, but only with a 3.03. Plenty of time to go on the RRD wing here. That sort of tiger stripes will not go missing out there. And there we have it, making her way back to in front of the judges. A nice shot there with both riders in action. Nia looks like she might be powering up for a nice freestyle maneuver, but full focus onto Roberta with this wave, Joe.
Yeah, they can see her. She's on the wing from RRD, the wave freestyle and waist high performance. A little bit, probably one of their up wings before they go to that gold wing of the Alula. There we can see the new unit with the Alula there from Duotone. Nia Suarez has been already putting in the groundwork, and as you can see, 11.23 on the scorecard. Wow, this girl is definitely one of the top riders, and her surfing has improved from yesterday.
Yes, a local from Tarifa as well. I mean, you know Tarifa better than anyone. It is the home spot for you. What are the waves like there for the wingfoilers?
Well, for wingfoil, it's actually really good. You can get the cross-onshore winds of the Poniente, which normally in the winter is kind of like those low-pressure systems where you have kind of mushy conditions come through. This does look like Arta Vida, a nice location out there. Just a little bit warmer this time of the year over here in Brazil. But yeah, it is a very nice place for wingfoiling. It's getting bigger and bigger. But, you know, Tarifa is definitely more known for the Levante, that strong offshore conditions. But one of the great things about Tarifa for wind sports, which is why it is probably one of the world-renowned locations for it, is pretty much all year round, you would get, on average, a good 4 days in the water.
Yeah, one of Europe's meccas, Tarifa, for sure. But we are in Brazil here, and the training that happens in Tarifa must be put down in Brazil. Nia Suarez catching this wave has a 2.90, which surely she will be wanting to improve. Again, 2 hands now on the wing, needs a bit more power. Decides against that one there. And I don't think she'll advance on that 2.90, but still plenty of time, and full focus again now goes on to Roberta Suini, who finds herself on the waves previously but gets caught up in the whitewash again there, going down, catches an edge, needs to do some work. Nia Suarez finding and choosing the waves. She seems to be picking every single wave out there, and this one here is shaping up nicely. Nice. I'm just looking at the edge of the booth here. Just closed out again. Is she going to power herself back onto it? No, she won't, Joe. I thought there was a little bit more to give on that one.
Yeah, I did think. I thought there was maybe a couple more turns on there. You can see her rocking out the D-Lab, but just not quite getting those last turns as we come up on the little bit over 6 minutes. So getting to that halfway point, passing the wing behind her, going backside. Definitely, Nia has improved her surfing from yesterday, so it looks like she's, you know, been training up. Obviously, unfortunately, World Championship titles already be taken away for her because of the great work produced out there by Paula Novotna, who we will see coming up very shortly out onto the water. But at the moment, it is the young Spaniard is really taking it to Roberta here, and there we can see her just unfortunately getting munched there on the inside shore break.
Yeah, that's exactly the position these women don't want to be in, and I think that's why, as said previously, some of them are pulling out of the waves earlier, because right now Roberta is showing how much of a struggle it can be to get back on the board. But looking out of the corner of my eye, she's back on her feet, back on the foil, and back in action. So needs to do some damage here, because Nia Suarez, in all honesty, is flying. 15.20, not one of her best scores, but still a score that is to be reckoned with when Roberta is sitting on a 4.03 with 1.7, 1.33 and a single 1, which combinates that score. So plenty of work to do. Nia Suarez having fun out there.
Oh, she definitely is. I mean, yesterday, she's already increased on her freestyle move from yesterday, where she had a 7.27, but she had better waves out there yesterday. Waves were a little bit bigger, but I will say, I reckon she's surfing nicer than we saw her out there yesterday. So as we continue through, let's see who is going to be able to make their way through to round number 3. And let's not forget, this is the second heat of round number 3. 2 more, and we will be going over to the semi-finals, and then over to the semi-finals of the men. So it is definitely, for probably the next hour, it is the girls' time to shine.
Yeah, plenty of action still to happen. We will be wrapping up, if the conditions align, the surf freestyle today. That is the plan. That is the aim of the game. That is what our judging team have decided. The goal is to have surf freestyle finished today. But it isn't over after today, is it, Joe? Because we still have some surf slalom action to come.
Oh, absolutely. Let's not forget, but the surf slalom will be happening out there tomorrow. They've already been released for today, so the focus today is to complete the surf freestyle discipline, because let's not forget we have 2 more days of competition as we are here in the beautiful location of Taiba on the north coast of Brazil. Oh, Nia, unfortunately, looks like she's lost her wing.
Yeah, and I can't quite see where the wing has actually ended up. Oh, here it is on the beach. The caddies grabbing it. But she's got a bit of a swim here. Probably needs to, maybe a little bit of profiling here, Joe. She can end up getting up.
You never know, you never know. I mean, that short break on the inside is quite dumpy. But yet, there we can see, unfortunately, we can see Nia looking backwards to see if she can get on one of these waves. All right, gonna give it a go, but here we have Roberta Suini dropping in on a wave here. All right, going backside. Once again, off the top, she's going to try and start to increase her scores. The Brazilian athlete, oh, going down. I reckon she went down on the foil there, Liam.
Yeah, that would have been nasty. But every crash that Roberta has had, it's been exactly the same situation. She's carved her way into the whitewash, and unfortunately there, the sea has taken her out. So hopefully, with a bit more time to spare, she can sort of avoid that white water, get past it, pump her way through it, and be able to stay on the foil and exit the wave with a clean approach.
Yeah, it looks like, I reckon it looks like her wing got her leash open there, unfortunately. So luckily that has happened to her in a situation where she is solidly in the lead, but you've got to be careful with that, because if that happens at the beginning of the heat, we saw it with Gollito yesterday, that cost him very dearly.
Yeah, he has cost him, and the disappointment was clearly shown on his face. Again, both competitors at the moment not on their feet. We've got Nia Suarez in front of the booth at the moment, just getting slammed by some of the shore break. Again, managing to just get past it, looking like it could be a bit nasty. Roberta on the left-hand side, again, not on her feet just yet. Interesting, we have 2 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Can Nia get back out? She's getting slammed down here.
Oh, yeah, she's really getting worked by this short break. And like we said, all right, she has 2 minutes left. And I reckon we're going to see another Tituan as he did on the first day. I reckon she's decided against this. And she is going to go, okay, you know what? I'm done. It's going to take me more than 2 minutes to get out. I'm already pretty considerably way in at front with 3 big scores. She's going to take the risk.
Yeah, no, she's coming in here, and I do not think she's going back out. That would look like a bit of a sticky situation there, getting slammed by that short dump. Tough conditions here in Taiba. Once they're out, they do not want that to happen. There we have it. There's the shot. She's in with 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining. She's called it quits there. Feels like she doesn't need to go out. A good, relatively good score there, 15.20. Knowing Nia, she probably would have wanted to increase on that. But still, now Roberta on our screens has managed to get to her feet and will hopefully be able to put down another score.
Yeah, as we come on the last minute, she is pretty much going to have to get away, ride it like no tomorrow, turn around, whippity-woo, and then go right and use it as a kicker to be able to get a big maneuver off of it. Pretty much a miracle has to happen here in the next minute for Nia Suarez not to be making it through to the next round. And let's have a look. If she does make it through, she is going to be going up against Flora Asnier in semi-final number 1. And next up, coming in the water, Bowen van der Linden, Kylie Belouv. Let's see how both of these athletes start to navigate their way through the competition area as that tide is just coming to its highest point, as 1:15 is going to be the high tide, and then it's going to start to drain out and go away from us here. And yesterday we saw the waves cleaning up a bit, and then as the afternoon came on, wind increased a little bit, but at the moment definitely looking like it isn't as windy, as there is about 20 knots out there on the coast, the north coast of Brazil here in Taiba. And that's it, that's all folks, that is it for that heat. Making her way into the semi-finals, coming out of Spain, Nia Suarez. Let's take a little look at the highlights of that last heat. And welcome back, everybody, as we continue on with the third heat, here of round number 3. Bowman van der Linden up against Kylie Belouv. And once again, there we can see Bo out there on the new mode from North.
Yeah, the new wing recently released a different sort of canopy material there, similar to the Alula sort of material. I think North have gone they've tried to find their own way around it. So yeah, interesting to see it here with Bowen.
Yeah, you can see that out there on the N-weave woven technology. They say 3 times stiffer, 40% lighter, like you say, similar, kind of looking for the similar things of the Alula that we've seen out on some of the brands. And here we can see Kylie Belouv there out on the wing from Takua, version number 2. But let's get down to the beach as we have Tema with Nia Swadia, the winner of that last heat.
Okay, thank you guys so much. I'm here with Nia, who advanced through to the semifinals. Amazing heat. You had a little bit of an equipment issue towards the end. Explain to us what happened.
Yeah, I had a good heat at the beginning. I got some nice waves and I had a really good jump. But then the last 5 minutes I lost my wing and, well, that was it. But I had a good heat.
Lucky you have a good caddy team here on the beach, always assisting you.
Yes, I'm super happy for everyone's here cheering for me and helping me.
Always good to have a good support team, but one of the things I noticed, Nia, is that whenever any of the guys have trouble, you're always the first one running to the shore to assist them as well. So it's all about the team spirit. Are you enjoying this whole atmosphere that we have on the event, at each event?
Yeah, I love the atmosphere here. Everyone's so great and nice, and I love all the competitions.
Nia, congratulations. You did some great wave riding there, really improving at every heat. Good luck, get some rest, and we'll see you on the semifinals.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Back to Joe and Liam.
Okay, thank you, Gemma. Yeah, Nia Suarez showing a great performance there. Excited to see what she can do in the next round as it gets closer to those final stages here in Taiba. Out on the water, it is getting interesting. Plenty of time left. Current leader, Bowen van der Linden on a 9.97, made up from 3 scores. Kylie still with some work to do, wants to get some wave scores on the cards because currently just a front side 360, which makes up her 3.87. Bowen with 3 scores. Let's have a little look at them. A 3 on a wave, a 2.97 on a wave, and her freestyle maneuver is a toe side, front side 360 spin. So nice scores there. We'll definitely want to look at improving them, but still plenty of time left. And again, full focus on Bao. Riding the north gear, carving from one side to the other. Wave didn't quite give her the option she wanted there. So, over to Kylie now. What can she do on this wave? Again, making her the best out of it, but looking like she's going to back out. Yes, backs out. We saw in the last heat, Nia Suarez go down. And we can see just how challenging it is when you get caught in that shore dump. But if Kylie wants to get those all-important wave scores, she might just have to ride them that little bit longer. Otherwise, no scores will go on the board. And a freestyle maneuver on its own isn't going to get Kylie into the next round. So, work to be done. Let's see how the remainder of this heat plays out. But currently in first place, Bowen van der Linden on a 9.97.
Yeah, Bo definitely is pushing forward, as you say there, Liam, 9.97. But Kylie Belouv already has a decent freestyle move. Oh, just going head over heels on that one, unfortunately. Let's see. Wind, I'm going to say, it looks like it's backed off again.
Yeah, it's up and down today. It's, you know, riders, it's challenging for them. They definitely want more wind. Obviously, we want more wind. We want as much wind as we can get. But it's a little bit up and down. Riders not knowing where it's going. They're maybe not sure what wing to rig up. But there we can see plenty of kit on the shoreline. It's the water sports shop in Taiba right now. Different brands, all pumped up there, ready to go. The best athletes in the business here in Brazil. We couldn't ask for anything more. The sun is out, the wind is blowing, although we want more, but the waves are here as well. Interesting to see how the rest of the afternoon plays out.
Oh, they are definitely not messing around, and we are certainly going out with the conditions. And just a look at that High in the sky, the overview of our competition area. And as you can see, those waves are very close together. That's why, as we've seen on some of the heats before, some of the ladies don't want to come too close to shore, because if they do, they are just going to get caught up in the shore break, and then it is going to be tough to get back out.
Yeah, I think, again, we want to see a little bit more commitment on those waves, ridden a little bit longer into the shoreline. But with that, you have to take the risk of potentially getting munched and eaten up. But here we have Kylie on the 4-meter wing. So she's kept the same size as before. So maybe she wants to continue there. A nice little freestyle maneuver on the lip of that wave. Just about missed that one. It would be really nice if we can get a replay of Bo on that last wave.
And here it comes, off toe side, going for the toe side, front side free. Sometimes we see athletes land that in 2.5 when they do that kind of transition around. But yeah, Bo, obviously, you know, she has been a world champion herself, coming back, came out of injury and back, and now actually changed it up and moved over to the North team. Looks like the equipment is suiting her very nicely.
Yeah, nice little maneuver there, and you can see what is upwind of us there in Taiba, the Taiba town. The wind turbines over there providing the energy down here on the beach. The flags are blowing, and there we have it, the palm trees and the coconut. Someone get me a coconut, because down in Taiba those things are lush. But here, Kylie making her way upwind, needs 2 wave scores. Currently, the only score she has, Joe, is a front side 360. Just a freestyle maneuver. Needs those wave scores. Interesting, in her last interview with Gemma, she was open and honest and said that the wave isn't her positive when it comes to her skills.
No, it isn't her forte, absolutely. She really just starting to get into it. But one of the things we're seeing with a lot of the women athletes, they're improving heat for heat, move for move, event to event. So now you're obviously knowing, as this is the season finale, knowing what you need to put in the work on the off-season. So let's not forget, we will be starting over in New Zealand next year for the first event of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And that is going to be in March. So looking forward to that one. Here we have Kylie dropping in on a wave. Let's see if she does surf this one all the way around. As head judge is saying, if the girls do not produce any turns on the wave and just kind of go straight lining, it will not be counted. And Kylie going against that one. Once again, just not being able to get it. Bo is certainly starting to swave and power herself around, getting amongst the mix. At the moment, 16, 15, 16 is the combination scores to beat. Yesterday, 19s. Let's see where she lands up. She got a 14-something, so Bo definitely still wants to improve on her wave scores to see if she can get some more combination score numbers.
Yeah, that looked like a lovely wave there. That one will definitely score. It'd be nice to see an increase for Bo on the 2.97 that's currently down as her lowest wave score. That wave there peeling up nicely, able to put some nice little turns. Would have been nice potentially for the judges to see a little bit more rail-to-rail action. But with that said, it's still a score on the board, and it'll be really interesting to see what comes in from that one. And again here, Kylie back on our screen. So we can see there, score has just come in with a 4.33 on that wave for Bo. So really, really nice there, improving her score to an 11.33. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock. So Kylie has now finally that wave score, which has increased only just to 4.94 with a 1.07 from the wave. So needs another wave score to just bring the fight to the first position, Baron van der Linden.
Yeah, 11.33, so she is comfortably in the lead out there at the moment. Kylie still yet to get another score to be able to go at, but I mean, it's definitely Baron van der Linden. One of the things I always say when you're looking at athletes is body language. You can see when an athlete is kind of, you know, front foot forward, really is pushing, they're engaging, they're in that attacking position, it shows. And then you can see other people that, you know, got kind of on the back foot, kind of, you know, letting the foot off of the accelerator. That definitely Bo, she is here, she means business. And at the moment, powering through this heat, Kylie is definitely going to have to get some big moves out if she wants to be continuing on in this competition.
Yeah, Bo is hungry and she is ready to eat, and it's great to have her back on the tour after the injury. You can see in the interviews yesterday after her heat, she had a huge grin on her face, and she is just amped to be back on the tour after missing the events this year, back competing, back where she loves to be, and it's great to see her on the water, putting up a fight, putting in some good scores. Clearly has been spending some time training at her home spot. 11.33 is a bit of a chase for Kylie, but with still 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Plenty of action still to be had in this heat.
And there it is, that flag down, meaning it is the final minute of this heat as we are out there in the water with heat number 3 of round number 3. So after this heat, we will be having the final quarterfinals of round 3 going in to see who are going to be the the 2 athletes making their way through into the semis. At the moment, unless something big changes, it looks like Bowen van der Linden has put in the work early and already going to secure herself there. Kylie, here we can see her out there on her 4-meter, powering towards. And as you mentioned, Liam, definitely her forte is the freestyle, but knows that in the off-season where she has to push forward.
Yeah, the off-season is going to be where not just Kylie, but all the athletes are going to want to push their wave skills, because we have an exciting calendar next year. Some events over in the Canary Islands as well will for sure be with the waves. So riders will be wanting to spend time in the waves. And here we can see, speaking of waves, Bo on this one, which will score because it has gone before the buzzer. So will she improve on that 3.00? We will find out. But right now, it is time to fire to the highlights of that previous heat.
And there it is, next heat out on the water. Our world champion, Paula Novotna, going up against Liliana Sanders. Liliana had a very nice heat in the previous round. Let's see how she acts out against the reigning champion #1, Paula Novotna, who already crowned herself world champion out there in Tarifa in the last event. And there we can see her wrapping herself around that one. Now, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like Paula is out there on the new Sky Style TE, the new Team Series board there from Duotone, which pretty much, as it says, is made to elevate your style. And yep, already a landed maneuver there for your current #1, a 3.83 for Miss Novotna on that move, a 3.83. And here we have her making her way forward. Let's not forget, she's already got this all wrapped up, but talking to her out there on the water yesterday, she wants, obviously, to win the event. She's been training out there in the waves. We've seen her in Mauritius. She hangs out a lot of the time over there in the Dominican Republic, been putting in so much work, and hard work definitely pays off, and has become the best athlete in the world of this discipline, and with her first world championship title. Liliana just not yet to get a score up on the scorecards, but while we wait for more action out there on the waves, we are going to go down to the beach as Bowen van der Linde won her last heat.
Yeah, Joe, thank you so much. I'm down here with Bo through to another round. How do you compare the conditions that we have out there right now compared to yesterday?
It feels like a total different spot. Yesterday we went with really low tide, and now the tide's pretty high. So you gotta come quite close to the beach with the waves, so you shouldn't be scared and just go for it. So I guess that's my plan for the next heat as well.
I like your attitude there, Bo. Tell me about your gear setup. What are you using? A lot of the people at home are asking what you guys are riding today.
So I'm using my Fortune mode because the wind is pretty light, and I'm using my 750 high aspect foil from North. And yeah, that's a perfect setup for a bit lighter wind in the waves.
Well, thank you so much, Bo. Get some rest. We'll see you after the next round.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go back to Joan Liam. And don't forget, if anyone does have any questions for the riders, you want to know what they're using, what they're riding, any questions at all, just drop them in the comments and we'll be sure to ask them. For now, back to Joan Liam. Thanks a lot.
Gemma, and yeah, as you can see, you can, as Bo said there, out there on the new mode with that new material, 30% stiffer and 40% lighter, so they say, making it fly through the light wind conditions here out there at the moment. And also there we can see Paula Novotna out on the new unit D-Lab with the style board there from Fnatic. And here we can see Kylie Belouv also out there on the version 2 Tituan. So all of the new gear, but hey, the best in the world, they have got to have the best tools in the world. And here we have Liliana there on a 4-meter Tituan, the wing version 2. But Paula Novotna at the moment in the lead, 5.07 for that frontside free. Liliana has a 2.67 for a frontside free. I reckon she's going to be looking to improve on that score. You can see her body getting a little bit more tense. Maybe we're going to be seeing a move thrown out very shortly as she is eyeing up maybe a little section. But as we said before, this competition and these heats are definitely being decided on the surfing. And Paula Novotna trying to get some speed. You can see her working it. Yet there she is. She's going downwind. Deciding to turn against it. Looking like she likes something here on the inside. Going for her first surfing wave. Already got a good score on the freestyle. Deciding to mix it up and start to get some of the waves. Going from backside to front side. Riding this bump all the way down. Paula Novotna, but here we have Liliana. Maybe we can see a replay of that last wave from Liliana, because I reckon she got a couple of good turns. And here it is. All right, Liliana coming in and dropping it in on this one. There it goes. Let's go with the foil. And she is in the sweet spot of this wave. Turns it back, gets herself into that power section. And now here, this is when she was want to start to make it work. Judges are probably going to be enjoying what they see. But yeah, that wave didn't really crank up too much for her. So unfortunately, that is not going to be a big scorer as she trails behind your current world #1 and world champion, Paula Novotna. All right, Paula speeding across the face of this wave, making sure she gets past and keeps her way out of the section. And there it is, another surf wave there for her. And I'm seeing a kicker. Oh, she's looking at it. No, teasing me, teasing me. She did say if she saw she was in a good position, she would be going for a backflip. Will we be seeing that here? We will soon find out. 12-minute action. Top 2 waves, top freestyle maneuver is the name of the game. As we are here in Taiba, Brazil for day number 3 of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And the best of the best battling it out against themselves and Mother Nature. Alright, so Paola making her way out, turning around. You can see as the waves are getting a little bit cleaner, we are pretty much smack on a high tide there at the moment. We will see the athletes kind of riding the bump all the way to the sandbank to be able to make her way down. Okay, Paola, here we have her. Dropping in, really keeping the speed there on the Fanatic style. As she goes down, pushing her way through. She is straight lining this one, not getting as many turns as we've seen. We've seen some better surfing from both Flora and Bo. But in the lead at the moment, she has the skills, she has the scores, and a 9.71 up on the scorecards, commanding this heat so far. Paola tweaking it out, front side free, holds it together, uses the balance, make sure she gets back up on the full. Yep. Looking to maybe try and improve over that 5.07. Gonna be close. Gonna be close. Similar move. Good. Cut back, check turn there. Let's see one more. Going again. Getting past this fast section. Keeps herself up on the foil. Making sure she doesn't get caught by that whitewash. Pumping away. There was a better ride there from the Czech Republic athlete. And here we have her pushing her way out again. We can see her holding onto those handles hard. 5.87, so slightly better frontside free from her, and looking like a good wave score about to be dropped.
So here we have it, Liliana Sanders, second position, 3.5 minutes to go. Big wave there coming in the background, but backs out of it. Focus back on to Paula Novotna, who'll be looking to increase on her 2.57 wave score, and this looks like it could be a nice wave. She's sort of flatlining this one, putting in a turn again. Judges will want more. A couple of little shifties there, but probably not going to be enough. Gets caught in the little bit of the whitewash there. Can she wing past it? It's not going to look like it's going to be the wave that's going to be increased on that score as she turns around for the next one coming in. And here's a highlight of the previous freestyle move, getting some nice air, little rotation, 360, stays on the board, couple of pumps, and back up to the foil. Paula Novotna, great sort of pure freestyle history. She is the current world champion in this discipline. So out here, having a little bit of fun, but still the competitive spirit is firing out. She does not want to be here just to compete, even though she is the champion this year. She wants to end the year on a high, end 2022 with a banger, and go into 2023 with all guns blazing. Liliana Sanders currently on a 6.90, has 3 scores in the bag, but each one of those is not as good as Paola's. So plenty of work to do as we enter the final 2 minutes of this heat. Nice little 360 there, but not enough height. I wonder what's going through her mind. She's up against Paola, who has a very big competition history. Previously to wingfoiling, she was on the Freestyle Kite World Tour. So a kiter who's moved into wingfoiling. She has been here training for quite some weeks now, spending time in Jerry, in Praia, down in Kumbuku, and now in Taiba. She's gone to every spot, got every wind, whether it's been pumping or light like it is today. There she is on our screens now, as we focus back now onto Liliana, who finds a wave, carving her way down into it. Will it open up for her? We will find out as she continues to ride it on the foil. Wing in one hand, but no, backs out. Unfortunately, that will not be increasing the score. Final minute now. What will happen? Will we see a miracle for Sanders, or will Novotna continue to power through into the semi-finals as we are in heat number 4, round 3 of the women, the final one until we have the semi-finals coming up. And let's just have a look at the semi-final lineup. First up, we have Flora Artsner against Nia Sual-Diaz in first semi-final, and the winner of this current heat will be facing Baron van der Linden. So very, very spicy lineup here. 20 seconds on the clock, and Novotna on a 14.37. So looking like she is going to be the athlete who advances in to the next round. The woman sure putting on a little bit of a show here, and it's going to get even better because the semi-finals is where major damage can be done. Whoever loses will be going back to their Pusada, packing their bags and going down to Fortaleza to jump on the next plane home. And for sure, they do not want to be doing that. They want to make it to the finals, grab the ranking points and finish the event on a high. And there it is, Paula Novotna. A good display, good performance. And let's go and check out the highlights from that heat. And here we have it, semi-final number 1 in the women's division. Flora Artsna from France taking on the young gun, Nia Suarez from Spain. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because if it was pure freestyle maneuvers, I would say that Nia Suarez would probably have the edge. But Flora Artsna is an incredible wave rider, and all the women on the fleet have said that she is a force to be reckoned with at this event. Joe, what's your thoughts on this one?
Absolutely, I 100% agree. I mean, we've already seen Flora starting to get a frontside free with a 3.53 and almost trying to get another one there. Nia Suarez definitely has the upper hand on the freestyle, but Flora's surfing has been very impressive throughout the whole competition. It is definitely going to be a very close one. It is going to come down to the wire as we are now in semi-final number 1. Whoever wins will be going through to the winners' final.
Yeah, and that's exactly where they want to be. No second place here. Nice shot there with both athletes. We got Flora there on the F1 wing. Nia here on the duotone wing. So easily recognizable, these athletes. And now we join Nia, who looks to be going on her wave. And now 2 scores on the board for both athletes. Flora currently in the lead with a 3.53. Nia Suarez with a 3.17. So it's close. And Nia making this wave look rather tasty. There she goes. Couple of turns, flatlining this section. Maybe she wants to try and get it as it hits the sandbar, but unfortunately not. There we have 2 riders in our shot. It looks like there, Joe, maybe Nia Suarez came out of her wave and got in Flora's way.
Yeah, that was a close one. I mean, you know, as we said before, claws are out, teeth are shown, and these girls mean business because it is the semi-final. Very close in between them at the moment. Flora Artsna, even on the freestyle, has the upper hand so far. Nia, there it is. There's that back loop rotation. That has been giving her some big scores so far. We'll have to see the numbers. That is Nia already throwing down a big number. All right, here comes Flora. Because I know both Paola and Bo are going to be looking at this semi-final because it will see who will be going through into first position. And already Nia Suarez has 2 waves and a big freestyle number is going to be coming her way. Flora is going to have to start up her game, but on the wave side, they are pretty much toe for toe at the moment. So, yeah, both of these ladies are pushing 12-minute heats. Semi-final number 1, day number 3 here in Taiba, Brazil, GWA Wingfoiling World Championship season finale.
Season finale. Once this event is over, that is us wrapped up for the year. Flora, I reckon in her mind, she knows that she's going to need to send a big freestyle move. But in the waves, I reckon she's going in mentally ready for this and thinking that she could probably take Nia out when it comes to pure wave riding. But that is a nice score to start off for Nia with her frontside 360 at 5.10. So 3 scores on the board now for Flora.
Yeah, and let's not forget that also Flora has had 5 and 6 point waves. So she can definitely get those bigger scores at the moment. Only has a 3.0 up there as we continue on. But yeah, we can see both of these ladies pushing as hard as they can. And we will have to see who is going to be coming out on top because this young lady is pushing very hard. But there it is, Flora. Coming back into contentions, only 1.5 points difference in between them. And as I said before, all of these athletes are able to push and push and push. Semi-final coming our way with just a little bit under 8 minutes of action to go. She's going to be going for something freestyle here. You can see her increasing her speed. Flora Artsna pops it out. Front side free. Does she pull it off? Yes, she does. Lands that. And I reckon that is going to improve on that 3.53 that she had for her initial move.
Yeah, most definitely will. You could see there Flora aiming for some speed, really gearing up for it. And nailed it on the landing. Interesting to see what the judges will score that one. And again, here she is on your screen. 7.5 minutes remaining. Nia Suarez here, flicking that wing around her head like a yo-yo. Down on the wave. One hand on the wing, using the other one to rotate the body from top to bottom turns on the start of this wave. Score has just come in for Flora, 4.53 for that frontside 360, so an increase for her freestyle maneuver. It's looking tight at the top. 11.87. Nia Suarez. Flora, 11.36. Not much in it at all. Needs a 3.85 to take the lead. Plenty of time left, Joe.
Absolutely. I mean, we are not even halfway through this one at the moment. Flora dropping in on what seems to be a little inside roller. And now we can see some of these waves hitting the sandbag. I mean, she is speeding down this one. Little bit of a pop, little bit of a hop, hippity, hey. Let's see what she can do here. Some good turns. Judges are going to be liking this, making the most out of that wave out. Oh, Nia. Oh, talk about getting washed over the shore break. And I can't quite see her board. Ooh, she's looking into the sky. I hope she's all right, because that was a big wipe out there for her.
Yeah, that was a soul-destroying wipe out there. It was a shame because it looked like quite a nice wave. And here you can see just losing her balance a little bit, trying to keep it together. But in goes the nose of the board. And the wave just closes in on her there. And she gets absolutely mauled. But just talking about that previous wave, Flora was absolutely shredding, making every part of it count.
And there you can see Flora already 13.20, so up. But both of these ladies on the inside in the impact zone, waiting to see if they can get back out. Because if you stay around there too long, you are going to get worked like a ragdoll. All right, so it looks like Nia is up and going, meaning she is out of that danger section. And now let's see if Flora is also able to do the same. Yep, there we can see her pumpity pump. So both of the girls passed that danger section as we continue on. But yeah, Flora is near 5.17 for that last wave, taking the upper hand in this heat.
Yeah, we did think that a wave score like that was coming our way, and it was just a matter of time before Flora found the right wave to pick, and she did dial it down. Good score for her. The French woman really taking it to Nia. Nia, I hope that previous sort of wipeout hasn't affected her mentally. It physically looks all good. It did look nasty. I thought that ball was going to come over the top and pierce that brand new wing, but all is good, and here she is on a wave.
Yeah, here we can see Nia getting ready, keeping that wing high, mixing it up quite a bit. It is touching the water a lot, and there we can see her trying to get it into position. Now it is. But yeah, you can see face is not on point. You can see there's a little bit of frustration there. I reckon she did get wobbled a little bit as we continue on. But Flora here with 4 minutes left on the ticker in the leading position, but not by far. Anything can happen out there.
Yeah, let's not knock Nia down. She is still going out the back there, performing some freestyle maneuvers. But I think mentally, that last crash is definitely taking her its toll on Nia. Wonder how she felt after that one. It'd be very interesting to hear her thoughts. But Flora here on our screen is still in the lead, and it's gone a little bit further in the lead with a 13.20 to Nia's 11.87. It's still extremely close, and anything can happen here. But in a good position in the back end of this heat, and here we have it. She's found herself a wave. And Joe, I just love watching Flora on the waves here. You can see she's making use of every hit from top to bottom, and nice long turns.
Oh, you can see that phantom working really well underneath her feet, just sliding from side to side, being able to get it out there on a 4 meter, out there on the strike V2. And yeah, it looks like everything is working for her, dialing it in, and at the moment, your current leader.
Yep, she's leading. We're in the final 3 minutes, and here we have Nia struggling on that last wave with her wing. When it was catching the water, it was doing a cheeky 180, and she was having to flick it back round to where it is now. But this wave is looking good, sort of flatlining a little bit. Is she a little bit cautious, though, from what happened on that last wave? This could be not great for Nia, because, you know, who wants to have a crash like that again?
Oh, no, absolutely. I reckon it definitely did get her rattled a little bit. But we are going to have to see. Here we can see Mr. Lilo there getting the shots. And here is Flora Alsner getting whitewashed again. And Nia, I mean, she has a good freestyle move of a 5.10, which is her strong point. And she needs to get a good wave if she wants to have a chance, because now she needs a 7.17 if she wants to have the opportunity to be able to continue on. And there we can see Kylie Baloo there also helping out.
Yeah, here we have Flora in the shoreline there. That is not where she wants to be with just under 2 minutes remaining on the clock. Out in the water is Nia Suarez here on your screen. If I look out my window, Flora still not on her board, does not have her wing in her hands, and with time ticking and the scores being super close still, that is not where she wants to be. The waves are crashing, but now we go back to Nia Suarez, who's on this wave, putting in a few little mini turns, but let's see if she can get something slightly a little bit longer, a little bit more deeper, a little bit more fluidity there.
Yeah, she needs to get something bigger if she wants to be able to get past Asnia. We said it before coming into this heat. She was looking good, Flora, on the surf, even though she is getting munched by the surf at the moment. But yeah, we can see Nia Suarez needs a 7-something, so she pretty much needs a set wave to be coming her way. And looking out the side of the booth here, Liam, I can't see any motion on the ocean out there.
No. The motion of the ocean is rather flat, and I think here Flora knows that maybe it's a final minute. I don't think she's going to be making it out past this shore break because she is getting absolutely pounded coming right in here. Yep, she's grabbing her board and coming in, so it's a matter of what Nia can do right now, right here in the present. Here we have it on the wave, but she's gone and chosen away from it. Joe, I reckon going through her mind now, final 30 seconds, it's got to be a freestyle maneuver. I can see here caddies on the beach doing all sorts of waves with their hand. It's getting tight out there.
Oh, it is getting tight. It is getting tight. It is. We knew this would come down to the wire. And Nia, all right, she knows she needs a wave. So here it is, pushing it forward. This is to be able to get through to the grand final. This is a nice wave. Watch out. She's got some good turns on it. Can she keep it together? Yes, she can. This could be the buzzer beater. Make it all the way down to the end. Coming down to the shore break. She's using the wing. Judges are not going to be liking that last section, as she did grab that wing a little bit too early. Oof. I honestly reckon, I don't think that's going to be enough. I'm pretty sure that is not going to be enough. So, yep, there it is. That is official. So, making her way in to the grand finale here of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour season finale in Brazil. Put your hands together from France to Flora Asnier. And a big congratulations also to Nia Suarez, who will be competing in the mini-final. What a way to end the heat. Let's have a recap of the best moments of that semi-final number 1. And that was the best action that we had out there of that last semi-final. And coming up next, we will be going back on the water, as it is going to be a Bowen van der Linden versus Paula Novotna. There are the ladies. Those are the two athletes coming up next. But before we go out onto the water, let's go down to the beach, because we can see Flora Asnier, who just won her last heat.
Yeah, thank you, Joe. So I'm here with Flora. Flora, that was amazing riding. I have to say, you look so comfortable riding in these difficult conditions. And even yesterday in an interview I had with Paola, I said, what do you think might happen here? And you're one of the favorites. She's like, I think Flora can win here. Those were her words. So I think everyone has a lot of faith in your riding skills in these difficult conditions. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was really fun. I don't know if you saw me here. I struggled a few times because I tried to go as close as I could. I find this more funniest. But then I was just on the washing machine. So that was pretty funny. I really enjoyed. It's normally 12 minutes is a lot, but for me it's it went so fast. Every time I just wanted to win, to be able to hit again, to have another hit, because I enjoy so much being on the water. So yeah, it was really cool.
Well, that's super, Flora. I'm so glad you're actually enjoying these difficult conditions. Have a lot of fun and good luck for your next heat.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Back to Joe and Liam.
Thank you. Thank you there, Gemma. There we have it, our first finalist of the final tour stop in 2022. Flora will be battling it out next with either Paula Novotna, who is currently in first position on a 5.93, Bowen van der Linden in second with a 3.33. One of these two athletes will be joining Flora Outzner in the final, which will be coming up later on this afternoon. Joe, what have we got coming up after this heat? Because once this semi-final is over, we will then be looking at going over to the men, where it is all still to play for, with Malo coming up and potentially going to be taking his first world title. Now, he is an athlete that has been delivering at pretty much every tour stop that he has been at. So very, very excited. Right now, the women are on the field. 9.5 minutes pretty much coming up to left to play.
Yeah, no, exciting stuff, exciting stuff. And as you say, it's all Malo's to win, but it is also all Malo's to lose, because if he chokes, if he does not win his next heat, and let's not forget he is up against Tituan Gale, he will not be world champion. So big heat coming up. I'm talking about world champions. There we have her, Paula Novotna, powering through the shore break here already. A 6.50 for the frontside free. Got a 117 for a wave. Are we going to see a backflip? Come on, Paula, I want to see a backflip.
Yes, we all want to see the backflip, but part of me thinks that if she is able to make it through to the final, that is where she will give it to us. That is what the people want to see. Right now on your screens, Bo, with a 3.33, carving away nicely on this wave, though, as the afternoon has come, and now we have been and gone with the high tide, Joe. So tide, as it stands, will be pushing back out. The waves definitely look to be a little bit nicer than they were over the course of the morning. But Paula Novotna here, what can she do? She's in first position, looking good, really wanting to advance on the wave scores, because the freestyle, she's got it in the bag with that 6.5. She could still look at improving that score, but the full focus within these 9 minutes will be for the wave scores.
Yeah, it will. I mean, they are head and head, neck and neck, body and body, legs and legs. And you can see Paula pushing very hard there, making the most, really trying to get those waves, because she knows she already has a very good freestyle score, already got a mid-6s there. Now it is time to play it up in the waves. And here we can see Bo, nice backside turn there, coming down once again, coming across. There she is, keeping it going. Beast mode on as she moves her way forward. And just waiting for the score of that last wave. Looking like it is going to be a good one. Watch out. I reckon we're going to have a change up on the scores, as Bo is going to be getting a big number. Front side free there from Paula. Did get almost completely submerged. And yes, there she is going out with a 5.90 there for Bo, putting her into first position. And Paula Novotna in second. A little bit of a cheeky turn in front of her, just saying, hey, how's it going? It's on.
It sure is on, and that is exactly where Bo wants to be. First position right now, showing some nice wave riding, as here she is on yet another wave. Can she increase on one of those wave scores? The 4.27 will be the one she wants to improve. Right now, wave closing in, powering up that mode wing to get past the white water. Can she get a little bit more on this wave? It's looking, Joe, like it's going to close out, and she's chosen against it.
Yeah, she has. She straight lined that one. Did, as you said, just kind of closed out in front of her, not allowing her. Didn't quite A-frame as much as we saw before. And Paula, it definitely looks there. You know, normally when the tide changes, there's kind of a lull point on the swells. But this one opening up nicely. It looks like the inside rollers are working better than some of the set waves. Paula knows she's in second position. She needs to up her game. Only ones on the waves, and Bo already has a 5.90 wave and a 4.77 wave. So Bo can still do a freestyle move, which she is very good at freestyle. Let's not forget she was last year's world champ. Will be able to increase her score as soon as she does a maneuver.
Yeah, and that sure would be a good moment if Bo was managing to get through to the final after the disappointment with injury from the start of the year. That sure would shake things up. If she was able to get past Paola, we would see a final, some new names in the final, but still plenty to play for, and Paula Novotna has competition experience. She's been in this scenario before where she has a score to chase. The struggle now will be getting those precise wave scores, but plenty of time left. She has a 1.77 and a 1.17 for her waves, but Bowen van der Linden, 15.67. She has a 5.90 for her wave, a 4.77 for her wave, and has landed a frontside 360, scoring a solid 5. So, plenty of work to do as we start to get in towards the back end of this heat.
Yeah, she has definitely put the work in, rallying it out there for Paula. I'm going to say, I reckon it looks like Paula might be slightly underpowered. It looks like it's lulled off one more time. Bo trying to get away from the whitewash, just managing it there. Fortunately, getting away from that whitewash on the inside as she continues on. And Paula, she is going for the smaller waves. I reckon she needs to go for some of the big ones, but this is opening up nicely, just catching an edge there on the inside. Can she keep it together? $15.67 versus a 9.44. Paola, a very experienced competition rider and our current world champion, knows that she needs something big. She has got a decent score on the freestyle though. Like, she has a 5. She has a 6.50. Even doing a backflip is not going to increase that by much. So it is once again going to come down to the waves. Now you can see her getting past that 10.0 with 167. But she needs to be around the 3s and the 4 if she wants to have a chance. All right, keeping the speed. There we have her, Paula Novotna, managing to go up, wrapping it around. Can she get this turn? Yes, she does. There you go. Turn 1, engages, touches the board a little bit. But riding this one a little better than before. Nice long section here to end it off. Paula Novotna getting it back together.
Yeah, that was a wave there that I definitely think we'll see an increased score of her wave scores. It's a shame because looking out the window there, Joe, I could see that that wave just had a little bit more on it. She could have just taken the risk and gone for it and still would have been okay. But out the back there, nice big rotational maneuver. Let's try and see that one back on a replay.
Yeah, both of the girls frontside 3 to frontside 3, but we know, looking for a place in the final. Here we have Paula Novotna, goes out, tweaks it, shifties it out, wraps it around, doesn't quite get the full rotation, but fortunately was able to hit that wing against the water and continue on. And let's have a little look at the scores of that last one. Judges are liking what they see, but I'll say it again, Paula has the freestyle move already. She needs to concentrate on waves. Just coming up on 2 minutes left of this heat, a world champ in a little bit of a sticky situation.
Yep, there's work to do, that is for sure. And right now we can see Paola trying to get amongst this wave. It's looking like it's shaping up quite nicely, going from the bottom up towards the top. We'd like to see a little bit more rail action, but it's still consistent enough for her to make something of it. Again, Joe, maybe not enough, but I do think that that might be an increase on the 1.77.
Yeah, what is making the difference is you can see she is kind of straight lining it and just rocking along the wave. What the judges want to see is they want to see rail to rail. They want to see you opening, doing a bottom, going as vertical as possible and doing that top turn, which we cannot quite see yet. Bo getting a little bit better. Hey, 2.53 for that last wave for Paola. Increasing, but she now needs over 3 points to be increased on all of her scores. So yeah, it is getting very, very close. And we're approaching the final minute out here on the water. Semi-final number 2. Who is going to be making it through to the grand finale here in Taiba, where Flora Asnir is going to be waiting anxiously. After this heat, we are going to be going over and switching it up, the old switcheroo, to semi-final number 1 of the men.
Yep, it will be time to get back amongst the men, the male action, but just then Paola, little bit of an air when she went in on that wave, but the wave did not deliver and unfortunately wasn't able to make use of it. Again, out the back, she is getting onto a wave, but on our screens now, the heat winner at the moment in first position in the final few seconds. Bouwen van der Linden doesn't make anything of that one, but here we have it. This is going to be it, Joe. This is the last wave, but she's close in towards the shore. It's closed out on Paula Novotna, and I don't think that that is going to be enough. Does she know? It's a tough one to call, but I do think that second position will be where she ends up.
Yep, that is it. It is called. It is official. Making her way in to the grand final of Brazil. Put your hands together for that lady on your screen, Bouwen van der Linden, who's going to be battling it out against Flora Asnir. And Paula Novotna, our world champion this season, is going to have to battle it against her arch nemesis, Nia Suarez. These girls are always fighting it out for the top positions, but this time they're going to have to battle it out for 3rd and 4th as we continue on with the competition. But now, the moment that everybody has been waiting for, the World Championship decider on the surf freestyle side of the men. If Malo Guenole wins this heat, he's world champ. If he loses, Gollito Estredo is world champ. So these are the 2 guys going out. Malo Guenole, Tituan, Gale. What a heat, what a heat. But before we go to the action, let's check a quick recap of that second semi-final of the ladies. And welcome back, everybody. We are on it. Tituan Gale versus Malo Guenole as we are starting off probably the most important heat of the competition, where we will decide who is going to be our new world champion. If Malo wins, he takes the semi-final and he also takes the world championship. If he loses, if he chokes, it will be Gollito Estredo, your new Surf-Freestyle World Champ. Big heat coming up, big heat coming up. Let's go out on the action. Malo speeding along. What is going to be his first move? All right, Tituan Gale. Oh, nice open phase hack. Opening up, smooth, cruising around all the way down. Two big carving maneuvers here from the New Caledonian. And getting an air at the end as he continues on. That is what I call a heat opener.
Oh, Joe, we are in for an absolute treat. There is so much on the line here. Looking forward to seeing the reaction of Gollito Estredo on the beach. But right now, Tituan puts in a big opener with that wave score. Interesting to see what the judges will put together for that, but a tough heat for Malo here.
It is, I mean, probably one of the biggest contenders and a very all-round rider. You can see he's out there on a 4.5 Tituan Gale, and he has been training a lot in the waves. Malo needing to start off. He had a crash at the beginning. I reckon he's going to be going for that front side 7. There it is, 1, 2 rotations. Oh! Malo is feeling the pressure. He's feeling the pressure.
Yeah, it's an interesting one there because he was clearly lining that move up with a wave, and he's gone big on the first one to land and then go straight into a wave. But feeling the pressure for sure he is.
Yeah, you can see here he just did not have the height already when he had that first and second rotation. Was not able to do it. But while we wait for more action, let's go down to the beach, where we have Bowen van der Linden making her way through to the grand finale.
Yeah, thank you so much, Joe. Bowen, I'm stoked for you. That was amazing. You're riding so well at this event, through to the finals against Flora. How do you feel?
I feel really happy. I'm so glad that my heat went really well against Paula. She's a bit better at freestyle than me because I was injured, so I'm really happy to beat her with the waves.
Amazing result. We're so happy for you, and I wish you lots of luck in the finals, and we can't wait to catch up with you afterwards.
Yeah, thank you. See you then.
Back to you, John Liam.
Thank you, Gemma. Congratulations, Bo. Great riding out there into the grand finale. And now let's get back onto the action on the water. All right, Malo, third time lucky, going for the front flip, landing it perfect. All right, it looks like he's just whacked out the cobwebs and is back in action.
Yeah, brushing off the cobwebs most certainly, Joe. He is looking good after that freestyle maneuver. Getting a score on the board is what he needs. He's just building that confidence there. 12-minute heats. 2 of these scores will be wave orientated. 1 will be pure freestyle. So, again there, Tituan in the back of our screen, doing a nice rotation, but on the scorecards now, 7.63 for Malo, so takes first position.
Yes, he does, but let's see if we can get a replay of that last maneuver from Tituan Gale on the orange, because I reckon that is going to mix it up. Yeah, here he goes, front flipping it as well, over the top, even getting a little bit of a crowd on the old kite side. Yep, that is going to equal out Malo's score. I reckon it's going to be very close, a little bit less, but very close to Malo's score. Meaning that Malo is going to have to, like again, this is going to decide in the waves. Oh, big hats here. Coming from the Frenchman, opening it up. He knows what's on the line. He knows it's all his to win. It's all his to lose. Malo Guenole going in, and it is looking like a very nice wave score coming his way. Liam, it is getting electric. It is getting electric. And there we have the drone up in the sky. Meaning that we are going to be able to see all of the different details because a world champion will be crowned very shortly.
Yes, our world champion will be crowned in 7 minutes and 25 seconds. There is the score for Malo on that previous wave, a 6.37, so not as good as Tituan, 7.10. Plenty of time left. Tituan really is looking pretty solid out there. Had a good wave score to start off the heat. Then his front flip scored a 7.30. Maybe not quite as high as Malo's. That's where Malo has a slight edge at the moment on the freestyle move, but there we have it. Waiting patiently in the shade, Gollito Estredo. How do you reckon he's feeling?
I tell you what, he is definitely going to be worried. I mean, he knows he has a very good chance because Tituan Gale is probably one of the best guys he would want to try and trip up Malo Guenole, but he is also seeing how Malo is riding very close. I mean, only 0.4 of a point difference. Malo already getting and engaging on a second wave. Letting the foil out, showing the confidence here for the young French athlete. Frontside free in it. He is mixing it up. Watch out, watch out. He is meaning business, but Tituan, look at that. Arcing, flowing the body. Wrapping it around contortions. Nothing but heat, nothing but flair. Oh, this is going to come down to the wire. This is what we want. I tell you what, I'm going to say it. We pretty much have the final out there on the water.
Yeah, I'm up on my feet now, trying to get the best view possible. There we have Gollito looking, checking in on the scores, not knowing what to expect. We've just seen an incredible wave there displayed from Malo. The maneuver at the end, the little 360, tweaking it out, making it look too easy. And as soon as that was over, Joe, what happens next? Tituan sets himself on a bomb.
Oh, he does, but they're just waiting for the scores from Tituan to drop. At the moment, Malo Guenole leading one more time, 21.63, way up there with the big scores. Tituan Gale in second position. The youngster is throwing down. 5 minutes left, and that is the man of the moment. He is the one that can win it all or lose it all.
Yeah, I do think that this is the first time in the competition that we have seen two of the athletes score over the 20. 20.33 for Tituan, 21.73 for Malo. That's just gone up slightly to 21.90 with an increase on one of those scores. Tituan here, nice little maneuver. Can he keep it together? No, he can't. Goes over the front of his board. Let's hope that he can get back onto his kit, get back onto the foil and not get caught in any shore dump.
Yeah, you don't want to get caught on the inside. I mean, Gollito, he made this a little bit easier for Malo when he lost his wing and he was caught on the inside because he went out in knife position. Because if he would be in the mix at the moment, he would only need to get top 3 positions to be able to take the win. And now, unfortunately, he is watching from the sidelines, and the sidelines are saying that at the moment, Malo Guenole is on the upper hand, meaning that he could be claiming the World Championship. I mean, that has got to be nerve-wracking.
Yeah, it is super, super nerve-wracking, but Tituan will be taking it to Malo, and it's an athlete that we know loves being on the podium, loves being in the final positions, and here, carving around the way, getting that foil nice and high on the wave, tweaking it out, up and down, rail to rail, and back in the distance. Malo making it back up when Tituan here, Joe, showing the training in Mauritius one eye, is taking a slight advantage, but Malo's still on top.
Yeah, you can see even going back on vertical there on one of his turns. Unfortunately, the wave didn't open out quite as much as he needed, meaning that it wasn't as long as the one before because he already has some good scores. I mean, these boys are only 1.5 points separated in between them. They both have a big freestyle moves. It's going to come down to the surfing, and you know what this has to be? It's got to be who is patient, who has the energy of the ocean, who has that sixth sense to wait it out to see when that wave comes. And here we can see Malo beautifully from the back. Let's continue and follow him all the way down. There you can see coming into the judges, showing what it's about. Malo Guenole riding it until the very end. What a wave, what a rotation, what an athlete. This young man is on form, and look at that. Gollito is starting to sit forward. He is nervous.
Yeah, a little puff of air there, taking a deep breath. It is getting tight out there. Still time on the buzzer. The time is ticking. Wave scores to come our way. Maybe we'll see some more freestyle maneuvers, but both athletes have got a pretty good freestyle maneuver in the belt, in the locker. 2 minutes, 10 seconds to go. 21.90 for Malo. Tituan, 20.33. I think, Joe, as well here, Malo, we're talking about picking the right wave. That surfing experience is going to come in handy.
Oh, it's close, it's close. We can see 21.90. 1.5 minutes left on the ticker. It is going to come down to the wire, Liam. I tell you what, I am getting out of my seat. I am getting up onto my feet because you know what? It is close, it is close. Tituan could still do it. Oh, Malo getting a big air off of the top. One of the biggest airs we have seen so far. Let us get a replay of that last move.
Oh, Joe, can these guys stop it, please? They are making it look too easy. Malo just goes down slightly in the shallows there, but really looking forward to what score comes from that. Tituan, this one's shaping up really nicely. Down to the bottom, up to the top, rail to rail, like you say. How the rest of this wave going to play out, Joe?
Oh, there he is, off of the top, airing it out all the way down, but no! Going down, Tituan! Losing out, wiping out on that wave, and he's just going to leave it wide open at the moment because we have a 21.90 Malo Guenole. We have a 20.33 for Tituan Galea. At the moment, Malo is in the lead, which means one thing. 20 seconds left, 20 seconds left. I reckon we are going to see it. It's all coming down there. We can see the face of Gollito. He's getting up, he's walking away, because he knows it is it, and it is over, ladies and gentlemen. The final seconds, there it is, red flag. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a new Surf-Freestyle World Champion from France, Malo Guenole. Yes, 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 yes!
Joe, you've just said everything that needed to be said. That was incredible. What a heat. What a way to round off the year. Tituan Galileo really took it, but Malo has just claimed his first world title. Gollito Estredo on our screens could not do anything. Tituan was the only one that could take it from Malo, but Malo has signed, he's sealed, and he has delivered his first world title. Wow.
It is incredible. I mean, congratulations, Malo. Throwing it down to the very end, and I can see out of the window the French flag is flying high. Everybody is getting ready because there he is coming out over the top of the stream. And I tell you what, this guy always smiles, but that smile is doing a 360 across its face. There he is, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. We give you your new Surf Freestyle Men's World Champion, Malo Guenole, and there are all of the French team congratulating him. The smile says it all, Liam. The smile says it all.
Yeah, it for sure does. And Joe, I think this guy deserves it. He has shown a complete wingfoiler. He has been exquisite in the Surf Freestyle. He's shown great waves, and there we see it. Nunot and Juppet lifting up onto his shoulders. The French flag is flying high. It is blowing in the wind. And this is the moment we love to see. Two athletes coming together, appreciating the business that goes down on the water. What a moment this must be for the youngster.
Absolutely. I mean, look at him. He always smiles and he is just there. And I bet he's just saying, yeah, you know, I'm happy I am the new world champion. But also that man there, Tituan Galea, he is pretty much one of the biggest ambassadors of this sport. He knows what it feels, and to be out there with one of the youngsters, he put it to him. He did not let up. It came down so close, but there it is, the new world champion. Also, let's not forget, a big congratulations to Gollito. He has done so well throughout the season. An unfortunate error here in this competition has cost him hard. But I tell you what, if I know Gollito, he is a big competitor at heart, and he is going to be back for more because he was so close. But that young man just threw down and blew the door off of its hinges.
Oh, for sure. The hinges are flying. They have gone away in the wind. Brazil has now got those hinges. They're buried by the sand. Malo there on the beach, the drone showing the shots there. Nice little crowd of athletes, of fans, of family. There is our event site. Malo has done what he needed to do despite feeling the pressure. Wow, what a moment.
Oh, what a moment, what a moment. And we are going to go down to the beach with Gemma. Gemma, how is that young man feeling? And give him a big high five from us.
Thank you guys so much. Malo, you're just 17 years old. You've just won your first world title in the most amazing way possible. How do you feel right now?
I cannot feel better, I think. It's perfect. Pretty happy.
It was a very tough heat for you there against Tituan. He didn't make it easy for you. It was definitely tough.
Yeah, the heat was pretty stressful because, you know, Tituan is one of the best competitors on tour. I look up to him last year a lot because he was really over everybody. And I'm really happy to beat him. You know, it's a big achievement and to get the world title.
Amazing result. Is there anybody that you want to thank for everything you've managed to achieve this year?
I want to thank especially my dad and my mom for helping me and making me who I am now. And also Gong Galaxy, who is my main sponsor. And without my dad and Gong, I wouldn't be here. So.
Thank you so much, Malo. We are so happy for you. Your first world title. We're sure there are going to be many, many more. And now you can just enjoy the rest of your time in Brazil.
Perfect, yeah.
Thanks a lot. Back to Joe and Liam.
Thank you, Gemma. Congratulations. Très bien, Malo. Allez, la France. France on top of the podium on the Surf-Freestyle World, as we are very shortly going to go back into action. But before we do, we're going to take a short break. And I tell you what, let's have a little look at some of the highlights one more time of the semi-final that decided our new world champion. Welcome back, everybody, and that was the move that gave Malo the World Championship as we continue on in semi-final number 2. Who is going to meet Malo there for the grand finale? Camille going up against Maxim Chablot, semi-final number 2 out there on the water already.
Yeah, wow. Needed that time for a break because what a heat that first semi-final was, and really nice for Malo as well. Now going into the final, can be super relaxed, really enjoy the moment, and for sure he will still be wanting to take the victory. But on our screens now we have Camille against Maxime Chabloz. Two very, very well-established athletes here wanting to both make it through to the final. If Maxime can make it through, this will be his second final, because last week in the kite freestyle event he also made the final. So to make another back-to-back final in a different sport, what an achievement that would be.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. I mean, you know, that is the incredible thing about this young athlete. He is a world champion free skier, the current number 1. He got into the final, like you said, of the freestyle on kiteboarding, twin tip. That's another discipline. And now in this discipline of wingfoiling, has the same opportunity. Is there anything this guy can't do?
No, there is nothing that this guy cannot do. Give him some wind, give him some snow, and he will deliver. Right on your screens, Camille Boyes scores yet to go up, but gets absolutely mauled by the whitewash there.
Oh, that is what I call a leg breaker. The wave just taking him apart there. And Maxim head over heels. I mean, that is an easy one for him, because let's not forget he does backflips off of blinking 30-foot cliffs. So doing them off of a 2-foot wave into water is, you know, easy peasy.
Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Right now on the wave, Maxime Chabloz with the Red Bull helmet, making use of this one here. It's not looking the best, but he's making it look good. Whitewash following him, but getting to the top, getting to the bottom, rail-to-rail action here, opening up the chest, really finding the groove on that one, getting a nice wave score here from the judges. Very intrigued to see what this one will deliver.
Yeah, and you can see him making sure that he doesn't fall down on the inside, because it happened to him before, and he got caught up. And there it is, the man of the moment, Malo Guenole, your new World Surf Freestyle GWA World Wingfoiling Champion. And what a way to do it. And there we can see also the other world champion, Paula Novotna, just coming in onto screen. What a good performance from both of those athletes. And now Maxime Chablot just slightly behind, but he is still waiting for some of those scores to come his way.
Yeah, the smile says it all. Look at him. He's enjoying the moment, getting all the videos, and there it is. He's not stopped smiling from start to finish, though, Joe, as well. Whenever we see him at an event, he never looks sad. He just clearly loves being on the water. And speaking of on the water, Chabloz here, in the wave, in the pocket, manages to keep it together, looking like a little bit of a wobble there, but the skill, the talent keeps him riding on that foil. Camille here, what can he do?
I mean, Camille only has one wave yet and a 6.40, so he has the biggest wave score. Unfortunately, crashed out of the second one, and now a 4.2. So he is just waiting for a second wave score to come up. Early days. And also, we can see him out there on the gold win from RRD. Going up with the Lula. As those conditions are quite light, we are actually starting to see quite a few of the athletes have those light wind machines. Different brands have different constructions, but there seems to be light wind equipment becoming important, and especially, you know, if you want to be at the top of your game and be able to squeeze as much juice out of the lemon of the conditions at each different one of the events, you got to have the goods. You got to have the goods.
Yeah, and here Camille takes a little bit of a bump, keeps it together. Whoa, he's like a ballerina on that board there, but the wave is still not finished, and he gets to the top, he gets to the bottom, the rail is to the rail, wing in one hand, opening up the other. Wow, he looks like he had a few drinks on that board, but he keeps it together and comes out, goes down in the shore break, not where he wants to be, because the waves will keep coming, and hopefully he gets out because he does not want to be pounded.
I tell you what, that wave looked like a Saturday night out in Brazil. Ending up, every single wobble was a different caipirinha, and then ending up on your face. That pretty much describes it perfectly. But he is still in the lead so far, because a big wave score is going to be coming his way. And there it is. You can see that little A-frame on the center of our competition area where it just goes left and right. And here we can see coming through our screen also the new world champion, Malo Guenole. This boy isn't going to stop smiling at all.
No, he's like the Joker down on that beach. He is smiling non-stop. Maxim Chablos still in first position, 15.24 to Camille's 13.60. Score still to come there. So, actually, Joe, not too far off Maxim, but here he is on a wave, pumping down, sort of flatlining this section here. Gets a little air straight back onto the foil, manages to keep it together to compose himself. It's not over yet.
No, I mean, Maxim surfing very well. That was a very nice finisher, getting the air in that as well. And Camille now is going to be looking for his freestyle maneuver as he already has two big wave scores. So in quite a nice position there for himself. But Maxim is being pushing like no tomorrow as he continues through. But we knew, let's not forget, semi-final out there on the water. This is for a stop. This is for a place to get into that grand finale here of the last event of the season. And it could not be better because I know that this man, he is such a competitor, wants to go all the way. Nice, letting the foil loose there on that one. Maxim, si senor.
Yeah, that was a lovely little turn there. You saw the foil coming out of the water, managing to keep it together. Very, very skillful stuff there from the Swiss man. Camille Boyer with a nice score of 7.20 on a wave. Let's have a little look at Maxim's scores on his waves. He's got a 4.27 and a 4.6. Now, he will definitely be wanting to improve that. Will he improve it on this wave? Let's find out. Lovely big carving turn there. Getting past the whitewash, pumping along. Let's see what he can do here. Looks like Joey's riding a 4.5, so wind is still clearly light out there.
It definitely is. Yeah, you can see, I've even seen some of the guys pump up the old 5s and 5.5s as it does look like the wind is decreasing. 2 o'clock, just gone 2 o'clock, a local time over here in Taiba. And at the moment, it is Maxim in the driving seat. I'm actually surprised that Camille isn't going for a big freestyle move. Maxim! Yes! Going for that front flip, and you can see a little nod of the head there. He is definitely happy with that one. Going to improve, I reckon, on that 670, on that 6.37 of his freestyle move, and it looks like he is definitely going to be doing so. And here we have Camille also going for that front rotation, meaning that he is also going to be getting a freestyle move coming his way. Who is going to be ending out on top? Liam, this is going to come down to the wire. Camille winning by 1.47. It is so close. Maxim surfing it out.
It's another close one, and I don't know if I can handle what we just experienced in the previous heat, but it looks like I'm going to have to. Camille on our screens now. It's super, super tight. 20.87 on the scores. Maxim chasing 17.63. Coming up to 3.5 minutes to play with. So for these guys out there, that is numerous waves. That's numerous freestyle options to play with because there is plenty of time left on the ticker. And now both riders going and blasting back to the edge of the competition area. Ooh, it's getting juicy, Joe.
It definitely is getting juicy. Let's do a little bit of the old math here and see what is happening. So we have a 753 plus a 550 for Maxim Chablo. And then we have a 7.20 plus a 6.40. So yeah, there is about, Camille has about 1 point more on the wave scores. And then he has also on that freestyle move, he has just slightly under Maxim. So close in between these two athletes. But yeah, Maxim really knows he needs to be pushing it. He needs to be getting it done if he wants to, because you can see there is the comparison. So you can see 6.40 is Camille's smallest wave versus a 4.80 for Maxim, and a 7.20 is Camille's best wave versus a 5.50 there for Maxim. So yeah, At the moment, Maxim needs to improve on his wave scores because he has the highest freestyle maneuver. 2 minutes to do it. Anybody's game because of 4.80 we've seen from Maxim in heats before, getting up to 6s on some of his waves. Let's see what is going to happen because, again, once it is going to come down to the wire.
Yeah, it's going to come down to the final seconds of this heat. We all know that Maxim Chablos can deliver in the dying seconds. He's done it before and he can do it again. And here he is on your screen now, riding with speed. What will we see? It looks like he wants to maneuver into a wave. That he does. Straight back onto the foil, wing in one hand, off the other. Nice turn, getting half of that foil out of the water. Pumping, pumping, pumping. The wave maybe is going to shape up a little bit nicer as the sandbank appears. Here we go, and out he goes. Joe, why do you think he backed out of that one?
I reckon he was too close to the shore and he knew he had 1 minute to go. He knows he's going to increase it a little bit, maybe continue along, but not enough. There you could see a cross-hand toe side 3 there from Maxim, straight onto some turns. Going to be interesting to see. Let's open it up and see what the judges are thinking about that one. But it is definitely not going to be enough. Oh, front flip 360, just missing out on the landing. Maxim straggling along. You can see he definitely got the height on this one, wrapping himself around at the same time as he spins it. But just going down a little bit too heavy. That is going to be a crash for him. It is getting close, but he is either going to have to pick up on a wave in the next 30 seconds, or it is going to be Camille who has put in the waves early. And look at that score, 22.30. Let's not forget that Malo just made it into the final with a 21.90. So Camille with the biggest overall score, overall heat score in the semifinals so far. And there it is, making it through. That is going to be, just wait to confirm that Maxim is not out there on a wave. No, he isn't. So making it into the grand finale. Put your hands together for Camille Boyer with the biggest heat combination score of these semi-finals. And there you can see the A-frames, the waves that we have here in the wind. Everybody's starting to get their stuff together. And Julien Lilou there, our videographer, probably running in to get another lens, so he makes sure he gets the golden shots. And talking about golden shots, let's go and have a little recap of the best moments and the highlights of that last semi-final.
Okay, Camille, amazing result through to your finals here in Brazil. Were you expecting this when you arrived for this competition?
I'm so happy. I'm so happy to have waves. Finally, we have waves, and I can explain my potential. And I think now it's my first winner final of the year. So I'm happy, and I just want to have a lot of fun. And let's see if I can win.
Amazing. Must feel so happy right now. Can you tell the people who are watching what equipment setup you're using now?
So I went.
And here we have Nia Suarez coming down. The wave already has a 550 for a frontside free. Paula Novotna unfortunately crashing out her first move and looking like she's got a wave there coming now. Both of these girls, I mean, they are each other's nemesis. Friends off of the wall, but when it comes to heats, they are always going out at each other. Both of them out there on the new duotone unit D-Lab. And it looks like we have Nia Suarez there on the Sky. And also here we can see Paula Novotna out there on the new Style. Talking about Style, very nice front side free there for her. Waiting for those scores to come in. And what a way to see it then on top of the Sky.
Yeah, these two have been battling it out all year. Always seem to be facing each other. Teammates on and off the water. But when it comes down to business, there are no friends there. They want to win. And right now, we will be deciding the third and the fourth finish before heading back over to the men in the mini-final. And then it's all to play for, where things are going to end our 2022 calendar. But right now, on your screens, what can we expect? We've got scores on the door. Second place, Nia Suarez on a 7.27. First place, Novotna, 8.07. Let's see what she has in store for us here.
Yeah, you can see Novotna's got a little bit bigger score on the freestyle move, and then now it's going to come down to the waves. But I will say it, that Nia, on the last ones, she was getting some very nice wave scores. And now let's have a little look, see what she did actually in that last heat. So we saw Nia, she was getting freeze on her waves, and Paula actually was getting similar freeze. So wave scores are very similar in between these two athletes, and you can just see it already out on the scores. So close.
Yeah, it's always been close between these two as well. It's never an easy call to see who would advance and take the win. But right now, Novotna on a wave, flatlining it though from pretty much start to finish. You can see just little tiny turns, not what the judges will be wanting to see. And it's a shame because that wave actually looked quite nice.
Yeah, it definitely is. But unfortunately, yeah, it is probably not what she's going to want as we continue on. Already, let's not forget the winner of this heat will be taking third position in the competition, because coming up very shortly, we will have the grand finale in between Flora Asnier and Bowen van der Linden. And there we can see waves are actually, I'm going to say it, Liam, I reckon the waves are dropping off. You can see as that tide is going out, I'm not seeing as many floaters coming their way forward while we get on. And we can see, if I'm not mistaken, yellow board, yeah, that is Paula pumping her way through to try and get back out. And I can see some of the athletes actually starting to pump up 5 meters. Forecasted say it will be a low in the mid-afternoon, which is pretty much smack dab in the middle where we are at the moment. And then it would increase throughout the evening. Here we have Nia flying back towards us as she knows she has the lower hand so far. All right, she's starting to gain some speed. I reckon we might be seeing a freestyle move coming our way. There it is, up and over, tweaks it out, tweaked out frontside three. Can she keep it together? Yes, she does. Good move there. Talk about stomping down on that foil.
Yeah, we're going to see a replay of this one here. Up, up, and away. Nice. Tweaks it out, gets the rotation straight back. Few pumps, but yeah, does get back up onto that foil after pumping that wing. Here she is again on our screens now. Once the freestyle move is done, she's onto the wave and looking to improve on her 0.50 actually. So 2 wave scores there, 1.77 and a 0.5 that she'll want to improve on. Yeah. Like you mentioned though, Joe, the conditions, they definitely dropped. Yesterday we saw bigger waves, but not so much sets. Today, for sure, it seems like the swell are moving in sets and the big ones are coming, but it's a bit of a waiting game.
It definitely is. I mean, you know, you got to have the patience. You got to wait to see what is happening out there to come and kind of get in sync with the energy of the ocean. But yeah, at the moment, not a very big wave scores for either of these ladies. Paula Novotna has a little bit of an upper hand, but it is very close out there at the moment because let's not forget the second backup score for Nia is a 0.50, which pretty much for an athlete of her caliber is an easy one to improve on.
Yep, for sure. And this might be the wave where she can improve that score because it's actually shaping up to be quite nicely. I'm looking out of the booth here and it is not breaking in front of her. So this wave has definitely got some momentum. Can she make the most of it? She gets to the top. She drops back down. Let's see another turn, Nia. Is she going to get that another turn? Powers up the wing to get past the whitewash, but now she's coming close into the shore, and we all know what happens when you come close in. If you get caught by the whitewater and go down like she just has, it can be a little bit of a mission getting back out.
Yes, it could, and there we can see the 2 finalists, the 2 boys, Malo Guenole and Camille are going to be battling out to see who is going to be the winner of this event. Mini-final of the ladies here now. Next up will be the mini-final of the men, where we will see who will be making their way and who will be getting that 3rd position in and 4th position in the competition here today. And those 2 men, those 2 athletes out there are going to be Tituan Gale and Maxim Chablo.
Yes, that is a final in itself. Those 2 riders have been laying it down during this comp. Novotna on our screens now, pumping her way down this wave. White water crashing in just beneath her. Nia Suarez now making use of this wave. Nice, big, fluid, carving turn to start it off. Can she keep that going? The judges will want to see a couple more of those because that's what's going to get her scores, but backs out of that one.
Yeah, you can see she knows she has to improve on the waves, but she has already a 3.40, and there it is, Nia going into 1st. Paula Novotna now trailing in 2nd. Even though Paula is the new World Surf Freestyle Champion, competitor like her, she is not going to want to end her year on a lose, so she is going to have to go and push forward.
Yeah, no, it's not the position she wants to be in with 3.5 minutes left to spare. Nice little ollie up, back onto the wave, straight onto the final. Judges will like that. Now, let's see how this wave unfolds because it's looking good. No breaks yet. Pumping her away. The wave's going to hit the sandbar any second now. Dropping in. Here we go. Coming close into the shore, but just pumping her way down, getting caught up, not making the most out of that. Lacked a little bit of speed to get past the whitewash there. But, Joe, will we see Paula Novotna go for that backflip? I don't think so.
I don't think so either because at the moment she has a decent freestyle score and I reckon she needs a 2.46 to take the lead, and after that wave that's probably going to be around there, so I reckon she might be taking back 1st place coming up very shortly. We will have to see 3 minutes left on the old ticker, on the old buzzer, to see who is going to be 3rd position here in Brazil for the season finale.
Yeah, and I'm just poking my head out the window now to see if Nia's caddy's on the beach because there was a lot of sort of hand signals going out to her in the previous heat. But right now, let's have a little look at the scores. 11.60 for Nia Suarez, made up of a 6 point 5.73 for a frontside 3, a 3.40 for one wave, and a 2.47 for the other wave. Paula Novotna now in first position just by 0.21, has a frontside 3 of 6.07 and a wave score of a 3.07 followed by a 2.67. Joe, it is antagonizingly close.
It definitely is antagonizingly close. And talk about close, look at this wave here from Nia. This is opening up to be a very nice one. She definitely does have the fluidity out there. Couple of decent turns, looking to improve on her 2.47. Paula Novotna once again doing that toe side air into it. But I reckon Nia has just landed a gold mine with that last wave, and she is going to be overtaking Paula one more time.
Yeah, and there is coming down now in towards the final dying moments of this heat with just 1 minute and 10 seconds on the clock. Full focus now onto our rider, which is on the screen, is struggling. There we go, Nia Suarez. Here we go.
Yeah, and we can see she's in first position there, taking a look at the beach, making sure the caddy's there, telling her how she's doing, what's up, how it's happening. Maybe we will see her try and increase on her freestyle maneuver. Would probably be the more intelligent thing to do. Paula Novotna needs a 4.09. She needs a good wave if she wants to be able to get past the young Spaniard. She's coming towards a section. All right, toe side air, landing it in onto a wave. As she continues on, this one is opening up very nicely. Turn for turn, going back into the power section. And this is where the wave starts to get interesting. This is where it asks. This could be the decider. Nia has put in the work. Paula needing to make her way down. And unfortunately, not quite getting the moves I reckon she needed for that one. So Nia Suarez here coming towards the beach, and Paula Novotna needing to improve with a big score to be able to take this third position. Just waiting for confirmation from the judges. As we continue on, waiting for the last score to be dropped from both of our athletes. And nope, there it is. It is official. It is official. Making her way through in first position and the third place here of the overall of the event. That lady coming out on the water. A big round of applause to her. The young Spaniard, Nia Suarez. And I reckon someone's starting to tell her, as she is just third there. Probably not the result she wanted. You know, a competitor like her wants to go through in first position, but still, Nia Suarez, third position. Congratulations out there to her as we continue on, and let's see the highlights of that last heat. And here we just saw some of the highlights of that last heat, where we can see both Paula Novotna and Nia Suarez throwing down, battling it out for third position. There can only be one winner, and she is down there with Gemma. Your winner, Nia Suarez.
Thank you so much, Joe. Down here with Nia. Nia, maybe not the result you were looking for at this event, but you have performed incredibly well. you've showed so much determination in really difficult conditions, and I think you've performed incredibly. How are you feeling after this last win?
Thank you. I'm happy for my result. Wasn't expecting being third, but I'm still happy for it, and let's see how next year goes.
I am so impressed with you, Nia, because I see that you're always available to help people. You're always running to the beach, looking to help anyone that needs assistance, and it's such a nice thing to view. So I want to say thank you, because you're showing amazing companionship with your fellow riders, and it's something that I know you will carry on for future events. How can you summarize your whole experience this year on the GWA Tour?
It was an amazing experience. I wasn't expecting riding all the tour, so I'm super happy for it, and thank you so much to my sponsors and everybody that's been helping me to get here.
We're very proud of you. Congratulations, Nia. We look forward to seeing what you can do next season. Thanks a lot. Back to Joe and Liam.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you can see Nia definitely not happy there. Unfortunately, she wanted to be on top of the podium and third position, but still on top of the world and overall rankings, getting a solid result this year. Just waiting for the numbers to be confirmed. As we know, Paula Novotna will be in first position, your new world champion, and we will have to see how the other numbers start to rack out. But back to the action out there on the water, the battle for fourth and third position. In between these two men are good friends, Tituan Gale from New Caledonia and Maxim Chablot from Switzerland.
Yeah, it's a battle of the F1 boys out there for a third place finish. But here on your screens, Maxime Chablot's getting in on some wave action to begin the heat. Here it has a nice, getting that foil out of the water, keeping the balance through the whitewash, pumping his way down the line. Is there anything more left on this one? No, there isn't. But it will be a score on the board and a nice way to open up the heat. Tituan Gale, he has been showing some fluid moves, nearly taking the title off of Malo. But here we will see him on our screens right now, dropping into this one. See something nice. Lovely start as he gets to the top of the wave, dropping down. Will it unfold for him? Yes, it will. Wave continues, but doesn't like the look of that one. Maxime Chablot with his first score, 5.90 for his first wave score. Waiting for the scores to drop for Tituan's wave, which has just dropped 3.33. So chasing, but it is early doors and going big there, Tituan Galea. Joe, talk us through that move, and it would be great to see a replay.
Yeah, you could just see him going head over heels. I mean, Tituan has that backflip and getting some height on that one. You can just see he lands perfectly, doesn't even get the ankles wet. But we have seen him, one of the few guys to do the double backflip that we saw. A great clip of that on the gram in Maui probably almost 2 years ago. Pushing the sport, a pioneer out there on the water. I mean, what can I say?
Yeah, double backflip yet to be landed in competition, but it would be good to see it happen. Today, I don't think it will, because conditions aren't just quite lining up with the power of the wind and the kickers, but something we'll hopefully see in the future. Let's follow Tituan as he drops in on this wave. Lovely start, getting the foil out of the water. Second turn, rather nice as well. A little bit of rail-to-rail action here. Can he keep his balance? Yes, he can. Wing in one hand, opening up his chest. Really making use of that there. And here on our screens now, Maxime Chablot will see in the corner of his eye what Tituan has just done as he scores a 6.90 going into the lead. Maxime Chablot, what have you got for us?
I mean, Maxime, he has been on fire all event and has been pushing. And I'm going to say all event and all events, because this guy is so complete out there, and he has been here already for a few weeks. 13.80. He is on a mission, this guy.
Yeah, he's on a mission, and one that quite a lot of people would like to be on as well, Joe. I mean, the guy travels the world competing as a living. What a life. And with that said, gets to spend 2 to 3 months of the year in the snow, but right now he's in Brazil and he's carving his way through this wave. Can he make something from it? Looked a little bit tough there as it closed out on him. I don't think we'll see an improvement on his wave scores, but right now a lot of scores have just dropped from the judges. Let's talk our way through them.
Yeah, you can see that last wave from Maxim already scoring very high, and I tell you what, we're getting another big score, 6.8 6.83 there from Maxime Chablot, and already a 7.23 for a front flip and a 5.90. Maxime, talk about throwing down, 19.96. He is already close to that magic number of 20.00.
Yeah, he's close to that magic number, and Tituan on our screens now will be looking to improve on his lowest score, which is that 3.33 from a wave. So will he be dropping into a wave now? Let's follow him. He goes toe side, but he wraps around back outwind. There we have some of the riders chilling out, some of the fans from the beach getting in the shade, because right now it is hot out here. It's hot in Brazil. We've got about 25 to 30 degrees. The wind is blowing. The palm trees are flowing in the wind. Maxime Chablot doesn't like what he sees there, so backs out. 6 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. So just coming up now to halfway through this heat. First position Maxime, second position Tituan. And here he is on our screen, the New Caledonian dropping in to a wave. Let's see what he can make from this one.
Yeah, already off the top, wrapping himself around. Getting in the air to start off, and this wave is looking very nice, but just grabbing onto the wing there, Liam.
Yeah, just grabbing it, but there it is. Nice bit of an air tweak straight back onto the foil. This will most certainly be an advance from his lowest score of 3.33. I can pretty much see that one being improved. Still sitting on 16. May not be enough to take first position from Maxime Chablot, who is currently on your screen showing some nice rail-to-rail action, getting high on the wave there. We'll be very happy, but see something that we don't on the screen. Gets a nice little tiny turn there. That won't be enough, but again, showing us what he's made of. The skill that this athlete possesses are second to none.
Now, I mean, both of these guys are on the top of their game. They know what they need. They know what they have to do. They've been in this position very many times, and here we can see them pushing through.
Yeah, pushing and pushing and pushing the limits of wingfoiling always. It's a sport which is continuously growing. All right, one of the biggest at the moment water sports out there in regards to, you know, where it's going and the people that are getting involved. It's a very accessible sport, but when you look at moves like that, wow-wee. For Tituan, that backflip is bread and butter. He's done that pretty much, if not at all events. Let's see it one more time. See you later. Thanks for coming. That's a score on the board. And let's just talk about some of the scores that have dropped, because scores have improved. Tituan now on a 19.50. His backflip is a 6.90. So nice, but back to Maxime.
I mean, it is so close. 0.24 of a point in between these two. And there is still 4 minutes of action. If we can see Maxime tricking it in there with that toe side free. You can see crossing the hand so he can come out of it. And then whipping the fall around, and almost the fall releasing from the water there, as you can see on the replay. But still, Maxime Chablot, where can he improve? I reckon that second wave, 5.90, he's going to want to try and increase on that one, because he already has a big 7.23 on a front flip. It is going to be close.
Yeah, when we get to this stage of the competition, the quarterfinals, the semi-finals, the finals, every heat is close, and it's very hard to decide or see who will go through. On the clock, coming up to the final minutes, 3 minutes now on our screen. Maxime Chablot pumping through a nice freestyle move there. But still sitting in second position, Tituan Galea with 20.20. And here's a replay of Maxime's last move, front flip, going. Oh, I thought he was going to go for the 360 after there, but probably did not have the height for that maneuver. And back on our screens, there we are, both of them back on our screens. Tituan with a front flip. Maxime would have seen that in the corner of his eye, but he's too busy getting amongst this wave. Knows that he needs to make an improvement on his 5.90, but now slips into third position. Joe These guys are back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah, and 0.1 in it because he improved on that front flip, going bigger and better. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? Because, I mean, it does not get much closer than that. And both of these boys passed that magic moment of the 20 points. Maxim, look at him, looking around, eyeing him. Tituan up, knowing that he got a big move there. And here it is, Tituan. Is that going to improve on his 760? No, it isn't. So Tituan is now trying to get a better wave. Beautiful roundhouse all the way to the top. Big move here from the New Caledonian.
Yeah, he is being busy on the wave. It's so, so close. Really, really close one to call here. Minute and a half remaining. Who's going to have it? Tituan pulls out of that one. I'm just trying to find in the corner of my eye where Maxim is. Currently down in the water, finding his feet. Tituan just about to pass him. And there we have a nice little view. You can see the winds blowing. Joe, do you reckon the wind's increased a tad?
It does look like it's picked up a little bit. It was saying that end of the afternoon it did. And if you look all the way out to the back, it looks like there's a few more white horses coming our way. 0.1 difference in between these two athletes. I mean, it is down to the wire. And we are just waiting because they are both all the way out the back. They are making just about to turn around to see Maxim the first to turn. Tituan the second. What's it going to be? Both of them going in opposite directions. Tituan is looking to get on this wave and engage. Here he goes. He knows what he needs to do. He needs a 5.87 to improve on his backup wave score. But this wave is not opening up very nicely for him. He's going to have to definitely get something more. No, it isn't 20 seconds. He knows he doesn't really have that score on that wave. And Maxim looks like he's going to be dropping in with that toe side air. What is this wave going to do for him, Liam?
Oh, well, it might well produce and fire some goods his way because he's still on it. The buzzer is any second now going to sound. Maxim goes for a crash, and in the corner of my eye, Tituan just missed there, but a big freestyle move. It would be great to see if we have that one on replay.
Oh, and it's official. It is official. There are the scores, ladies and gentlemen. Winning that mini final, meaning taking the spot on the podium in third position. Put your hands together to that man there, the man with wings, Maxim Chablo, putting on a solid performance. That means it's going to be his second podium of his Brazilian trick as he is up on top in third position here at the season finale in Brazil. And also a big congratulations to Tituan. Very impressive riding out there from him. Literally by the skin of his teeth not being able to get that third position. But this is what we expect in the mini final, a battle until the end. And now let's just enjoy the beautiful views that we have out there here of our competition area. And there he is, the man of the moment, third position here in Brazil, Maxim Chablo. While we wait for him to come to the beach and get some words, let's have a little look at the highlights of that last heat. And there we had the action out there on the water where we have just seen Maxim Chablo take first position in that heat, meaning he is third overall in this event. And now the grand finale of the ladies coming up. Flora Asner from France going up against Bowen van der Linden from the Netherlands. Who is it going to be? Who is it going to be? Because both of these ladies have really been surfing well. And let's not forget, most of the heats are being decided in the waves. There's the green flag. Let's get right out onto the action.
So here we have Bo on our screen, but before we get fully stuck in and segmented into this heat, Gemma is down on the beach with last heat winner Maxim Chablos.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, Maxime, that's it. That's a podium finish for you here in Brazil. How are you feeling?
Feeling quite great, to be honest. I know it was super tight with Tituan, and he's an amazing rider. I love his style so much. It's so flowy and so. And yeah, in the semifinals got a bit unlucky, Camille just destroyed the spot. I mean, he did, I think, the higher score of the day or something. So props to him, my hat off. But I was a little bummed out, but now to finish on the podium, I'm extremely happy.
Amazing result. If you could summarize your year on the GWA Tour in one word, what would you use?
It's hard to use one word. I think it would be pretty exciting and maybe a little disappointing as well. I had a lot of disappointments in the last 2 events just because I would get knocked out by the top riders. I would get against the top riders in round 5 already. So actually this year I got 9th every time, and now get a 3rd place here is super great, and I'm super happy.
For you, and we're really looking forward to see what happens next season. Thanks a lot, Max. Take care.
Merci maman, papa, ma famille, merci beaucoup de regarder, je suis trop content, merci.
Always important, always important. Thanks a lot, Max. Congrats, enjoy the celebration, and back to Liam and Joe.
Okay, there he is, Maxime, with his first podium finish in the Wingfoiling World Tour. So massive congrats to him. That's a back-to-back podium finish now. Last week on the kite freestyle over in Taiba Lagoon, delivering the goods, and the week after he is getting fully stuck in. He has got his wellies on because he is knee-deep in water sports action. And now, as we chat about action, Joe, we are 2 minutes down into this heat, and currently Bo van der Linden in first place.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's great to see Bo back. You know, she is the past year's world champion, and she is out there. She has a point to prove that she is fully back from injury, but she has to go up against Flora Asner, who has been riding. She's been flowing. She really has been linking the moves together. Already we can see Bo van der Linden, a 477 for a frontside 3, a 423 for a wave, and looking like another wave score coming up. But Flora Asner with a 5.0 for that frontside 3 rotation. Both of the girls very equal out there. Let's not forget 12 minutes of action, top 2 waves, top best maneuver. That is what is going to happen. That is going to be what it is. Even getting some shackers there from Flora.
Oh, there we go. One for the media shot right there from Flora. And it's interesting to hear as well the other riders talk about this athlete, because coming into this competition, Flora has shown great wave riding skills. And the likes of your Paula Novotnas, your Nia Suarez have all mentioned how dangerous this athlete can be given the conditions off a wave riding. And she wants the bombs. She wants the big stuff. And right here we can see dropping into what looks like a nice looking wave. Little ollie up there. Keeps her balance. Powering up the wing again on that F1 strike. Plenty of power on that. Still keeping her hands on the wing. Now we switch over to van der Linden, who making use, getting to the top of the wave, down, but just flat line in the end of it.
Yeah, you can see just unfortunately wave selection is key. The waves, the sets are far and few between, so you really have to take on the right ones. Let's not forget, it doesn't always have to be the biggest set wave. Kind of one of the things that normally is said is you want to take the 3rd or 4th wave of a set, because then if you mess up, you won't get the rest on the top of your head. And in a short break like this, you definitely do not want to be seeing that happen, because we have seen it in heats before where athletes have got caught on the inside and it has completely eliminated their possibilities. But hey, look at that score out there from Bo, 14.00, already up on the card. She is bringing the action early on, but Flora already 11.77. This is going to be another buzzer beater.
Yeah, the gas is on and we are cooking, because right now 7 minutes and 36 to be precise seconds to go. Baron van der Linden in first place. She has a 14. Let's have a little look at how that's made up. So her freestyle trick, a frontside 360, scoring a 4.77. The first wave score, 4.23, and her best wave, a 5, bang on the money. Flora Artsner just chasing with 11.77. That's made up from, again, a frontside 3 on 5 and 2 solid wave scores. But right now, looking to improve on that wave score, we have her on our screens.
Yeah, going back very nicely. 2 sort of linkily turns all the way above, all the way around. Really pushed that one over, and we could see her making it through. Let's get a replay so we can recap that last wave from Flora Artsner, because I reckon that is going to be the highest wave score of the day. Here we have her. One of the things you can see, she's got the smile on her face. She's shackering it out, and have a look at this. Down, smiles to the camera, once around, keeping the body low, waving away along. Another nice turn. Check turn, the wave flattening out a little bit, but she was able just to keep that flow all the way through. Great ride in there from Flora Artsner as we continue on, because watch out, Flora has just overtaken Bowen van der Lingen. I tell you what, scars are going to be left out there. We have a battle on our hands.
Yes, and that is the way we like it. We want the battles. So there's not much in it. Bowen van der Lingen needing a 5.04 to take the lead. Not quite sure maybe where her head's at in what she wants to improve, because she has a 5 wave score. The front side 360 is a 4.7. Will she want to improve her wave score, or will she want to improve her freestyle trick?
That is a very good question. Both of these ladies have a 5 and a 477. Medium to decent scores on the freestyle. They can produce better. Flora here, I reckon she's going to answer your question, because she is gaining some speed. Incoming. Front side 3, but not getting the pop that she needed. Ooh, that foil almost taking a little slice out of the strike V2. I reckon Bo will probably go for a bigger freestyle mover. She knows she has it in there. She does have that toe side 3, which normally scores very nicely. But Flora not having a backup second wave, it is so close. I reckon it is all going to come down to who can get the best wave again. There we have a Bo linking it together, having to push the wing out of the way there. Okay, Flora wants to go to try and improve on that front side 3, fully using the wing to be able to avoid herself from going down, and even so going down a little bit too hard. Let's see what Bo has.
Yeah, following Bo now as she makes her way out. It's interesting actually watching Flora there doing her freestyle trick. I mean, I'm surprised that maybe she's not doing them as she goes out and using that kicker to its full advantage. Maybe she prefers going right foot forward, but now Bo on our screens here, back onto the wave. Wants to look at improving that 4.23 that she's currently got on the scoreboards. This one's shaping up quite nicely. Little bit of left to right turning there. Wings in a nice position. Get caught up, but gets absolutely eaten alive. See you later. There goes the board. Hopefully she's okay. And there it is. The big tear from leading edge to trailing edge. Joe, that is going to be in the repair shop.
That is going to be a very costly one for her. Getting washing machine, blinking, stirred, fried, and dried out there, Bo, on that crash. Let's see if she's going to be able to get a wing to her before she can get back out on the water, because it is so close, 0.8 of a point. There is 4 minutes left. I mean, there could be time. There could be time for her to be able to get another wing. We're just waiting to see if that is going to happen as we continue on. But Flora Artsner is not going to let up. She is not going to let the foot up of the accelerator paddle. And here I can see already outside of the booth that Bo is going to probably get a wing in time. 3 minutes on the ticket. It's going to be close. What's it going to be? It is going to come down to the last minutes, I reckon. Flora Artsner is going to want to try and improve on her scores. And she's looking to get a better backup wave score because she has a 370. So eyes on the French athlete right now on your screen.
Wow, it's all kicking off. It's all going Pete Tong here, but Flora wave closing in on her there, putting in the turn, going back out. Let's see. Here we have on our screens Van der Linden changing wings, going from the mode to the standard Nova. Will that make a difference? There are people in the water giving her a hand. That wing is flapping around. That has been through the wars. And let's see if she can get past the shore dump. We also see Nia Suarez being the great companion she is, helping Van der Linden get out onto water.
Yeah, she's there. 2.5 minutes. She does have time. She does have time. We can see Flora down there as well. I mean, Bo has to get up and bolt like lightning if she wants to make her way out in time. She only needs a 1.1. You know what? I reckon coming from Bo and knowing the skill sets that she has, it is going to come down to a freestyle move. I reckon it might come down to a freestyle move. As, I mean, talk about crucial moments. As she is, it looks like, unfortunately, there is a set coming her way. So it's going to be close, Liam. It is going to be close for her to get back out.
Yeah, and maybe that little wipeout there will get in as a mental game, not wanting to put another foil through another wing. But luckily, it is the final heat, and these are the final minutes of action. She needs to get on that board, back up on that foil, and she needs to get past the shore dump. On our screens now, we look at Flora, who is up on the foil, out of the corner of my eye. Van der Linden getting up to her feet, still pumping away and not on the foil just yet, getting past the shore dump. Let's have a little look at the scores. A slight increase for Flora, 15.10. Bowen on a 14, so she is chasing by a 1.1. No, sorry, she needs a 5.34 to go into the lead.
Oh, man, I tell you what, looking out of the corner of our live stream, she is getting a huge set come her way, and she has unfortunately gone down once again. 1 minute left. The board is underneath her. I do not reckon she's going to be able to get out in time. So Flora Asner at the moment out there victorious so far. And what a shame, because Bo was doing so well out there in that final. I mean, coming back. But, you know, these things happen. These things happen. She is up on her feet. 30 seconds. You know what? I'm going to call this down to the buzzer because she needs to increase by 1.10. So she would need to get around a 5.0 wave. And you know what? There's a set wave coming towards her with 15 seconds left. Do you reckon she's going to turn around on the next one?
Well, she needs to turn around right now, Joe, to get on that wave before the buzzer goes. At the moment, I can't quite see it, and I don't know if it's going to happen, but hang on a second. Let's get a camera on Bo, because I have a feeling she might be on a wave.
She is definitely on a wave down there. Wait and see as Flora Asner is on her way out, and Flora, we are just waiting to see if this last score from Bo is going to be valid. But I think she might be out of the competition area. And what a great performance out there. And yep, there it is. It is official. So put your hands together. And a big congratulations to the season finale event winner coming out of France, Flora Asner. And wow deserved.
Yeah, most definitely well deserved. We've seen Flora Asner put in solid performances on the surf slalom and always on the freestyle, coming up short against Nia Suarez and Paula Novotna. But so it's really nice to see that hard work sure does pay off, and this is her first win on the freestyle side of things this year. So hats off, a round of applause, and we very much look forward to hearing her on the beach with Gemma soon. But let's go and check out the highlights from that amazing final heat.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. And there she is, the champ. You know what they say. A champion gets up when no other can and continues on and pushes. Hard work pays off. And I give you your event winner, Flora Asner. What a great performance from her. Well deserved. And you know what? A lot of the athletes were saying this early on in the rounds because this girl was pulling out the moves on the waves.
Yeah, she was pulling out the moves, and open minds lead to open doors, and that for sure was the case for Flora Asner, who takes the win here in Taiba. A great event for the women's fleet for the whole season. Let's not miss that, Joe. The whole season has been brilliant, but right now, Gemma is down on the water with our 2022 winner.
Thank you guys so much. Flora, amazing performance from you from the very start of this competition. A few of the girls said it from the very start. They said Flora is going to win here, and they were absolutely right. You're taking the crown at this event. How do you feel?
I feel very happy. It's the first time I'm competing in a proper surf competition, so I didn't expect nothing. I'm used to train in Mediterranean Sea. That's it. And we have some waves, so maybe I think I learned there. And I don't know, I don't realize, to be honest. I think I don't realize yet.
So what can we expect from you next year, Flora?
I mean, now I want to ride bigger waves, for sure. I'm enjoying so much. To be honest, I was like all day on the water. Even between my heats, instead of staying here, I was riding because it's just an amazing feeling. And I want to improve also. Like, I was watching the guys and they are also so fluid. I was like, okay, I want to be the same.
Amazing. Now my last question, what are you going to do to celebrate today?
I didn't think about that yet, but I don't know. I think I'm just going to stay with friends and maybe ride. I didn't think about that.
Well, an amazing result. Congratulations. Do you want to send a message home to the people watching on the live stream?
Yeah, I would like to thank everybody. I would like to thank my family, my friends, my sponsors, S1. I was riding a 4-meter 40-liter board and the 740 Phantom, which was really well. And yeah, thank you everybody watching, and hope to see you soon.
Amazing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gemma. Thank you very much, Flora. Getting the win, and what a way to do it here as she was throwing down in the waves. So it means that we are going to be getting very close to starting off. I'm just trying to see what our sports crew is getting on as that AP flag is in the sky as we continue with the competition, because coming up next, we have the grand finale. The big dogs, the big kahunas, the white shark, the reef shark versus the great white. Look at that smile. Camille Boyer going up against Malo Guenole. The two gladiators out there, and I tell you what, they are not going to break eggs to make an omelet. They're going to cut lemons to make a caipirinha. This is Brazil, baby, and it is on.
Yes, Joe, all the herbs, all the spices, they're all getting thrown into the mix. Get me a wooden spoon so I can stir, because right now, Camille Boyer, Malo, the battle of the Frenchmen, it's all going to kick off. The gloves are on. Who's going to take this one? 12-minute heats, 2 wave scores, 1 freestyle score. God, I'm going to get comfy. I'm going to buckle my seatbelt because I'm going to get some whiplash.
Oh, I tell you what, we are going to be back edging, front edging, whiplashing, left, right, and center, because both of these guys can throw down. But I will say one thing is that Malo is already the world champion, but Camille is looking very impressive. Let's not forget, Camille had the highest score in the semi-finals. And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back. And wow, talk about a little bit of a shocker there. Unfortunately, system went into overdrive and crashed, but we are back. I reckon one of those shore break waves got it, but we are back in action as we have the winners final coming up on the water. And as we said before, we have the Reef Shark of Malo Guenole from France going up against the Great White of Camille. And then we can see that AP flag going down, meaning that it is just 4 minutes to the start of the grand finale here in Taiba.
Yes, thank you, Joe. This one is going to be a tasty final for sure. Both athletes have been sending it to the moon on their freestyle maneuvers, and when it comes to wave riding, they've been carving and cutting up that sea. I don't know who to call. Both athletes have had an incredible competition, an incredible year. So we're about to enter the final 12 minutes of the Surf-Freestyle finale. Buckle up, because it's going to be a bumpy ride.
I tell you what, there are going to be some corners. There is going to be some whiplash left, right, front, and center, because two of the best athletes are already out there. Let's not forget that the man who has a smile on his face already is Malo Guenole, because he has just been crowned the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour Surf Freestyle Male World Champion, and he's only 17 years old.
Yeah, 17 years old. I wasn't a world champion, that's one thing for sure. But Malo, yeah, he's put in an amazing performance, took it out of Gollito Estredo's hands, but nonetheless, let's see how he performs in this heat, because the final is shortly going to be underway. Malo, Camille, Battle of the Frenchmen. Who's going to take it? We're going to find out very shortly.
Wow, let's see who's going to be in the Napoleon out of these two boys. They're a little taller, but they have the moves and they have the schools. Who is it going to be? We have Malo Guenole just on your screen there with the gong. Here we have Camille Bouillet out there on the RRD. Both of these boys know how to navigate through these conditions. Both of them have similar conditions at their home spots back in France. And saying throughout the interviews during the competition, they just are having fun out there. And it looks like fun has paid off.
Yeah, and for Malo now, the title is in the bag. So for sure, he can just have a little bit of fun, play with it. And condition-wise, just looking out of the booth right now, sort of the waves have gone a little still, a little quiet, but those sets will come in and the wind is still blowing. I reckon the wind hasn't really increased from sort of how it's been today. Probably looking at about a steady 15, 16 knots, gusting towards the 18, 19, maybe even a cheeky 20 as she blows.
You know, there's always time for a cheeky one, but hopefully we will be able to see just about half tide now as we are going down. We can see those waves starting to float about. There is a little bit more time in between sets. We can see that little A-frame front and center there on your screen. That is what the guys are looking for. But let's not forget that they have to mix it up. This is the washing machine of wingfoiling. We want to see the waves. We want to see the freestyle. And talking about washing machines on an extra dry spin, if they get caught on the inside, it is nothing but sand going up their shorts.
It certainly isn't. And that, trust me, that's not a comfortable position to be in. If you can't handle the heat, where do you go? Well, you've got to get out the kitchen. That's one thing for sure. So, 12 minutes on the score. Here we go. These scores will be made up of 2 wave scores followed by a freestyle trick. Both athletes are more than comfortable with delivering the goods.
Yes, they are. And there's that yellow flag in the sky, meaning that there is less than a minute to start the final heat of the Surf Freestyle season. There it is, the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour flag high in the sky as we are getting it going. Brazil, 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 Brazil. I tell you what, it is getting close to being 5 o'clock Sunday. I don't know what they're going to be celebrating about. It's either going to be champagne, it's either going to be some cerveza geladas or some caipirinhas. But let's see, because we are just about to get started. Grand finale on your screen.
Yeah, there we see the raise of the green flag. It's all systems go on our screen now. We have Camille Bouillet riding the RRD kit with the Alula wing, which all these top guys are currently riding. Here we see him going out, just looking over his right shoulder, having a feel for what the waves are producing, what the conditions are going to throw his way. But also, Malo, he's up against a serious competitor, buzzing off his first Tour Championship win.
I mean, tell me about it. You know, Malo might be a smiler, but that guy is silent but deadly. When he gets out the knife, when he sharpens off that foil, just see how he is slicing through the Brazilian sun. Going up, starting off with a frontside 7, but going down with the fishies. That is going to be a crash for him. Let's see, as it looks like Camille is going to answer back.
And here he goes, Camille getting a little bit of speed, cutting through, goes big front flip. Thanks for coming, signed, sealed, delivered, pumping his way back up onto the foil. So that there is a landed freestyle trick for Camille Boyer. Malo going down, so I reckon that's a first position place early on for Camille.
Absolutely, and let's have a look at the replay of both of those moves. He did get the height, but a little bit slow on that second rotation all the way down, not quite getting the extra twerk, the extra spin. And here we see Camille just going head over heels. He is getting excited out there. And I tell you what, I have a feeling we might have a very good battle on our hands, and I have a feeling Camille is going to go all guns blazing out there.
Yeah, that's a great freestyle trick to have in the bag already early on. And here now, following Malo onto this wave. Looks like he wants to line up for a little trick. Front flip. Can he land it onto the wave? No, he can't. Goes into the drink. Needs some snorkel gear to come out of that one. But Camille Boyer has got that freestyle trick in the books with a 7.17. Now can focus purely on his wave run, in which he loves so much. Speaking to our interviewer Gemma beforehand, he was saying how much he enjoys wave riding, and just look at him glide through the conditions here in Taiba, Brazil.
I tell you what, he's breaking the eggs, making the omelette, cutting the lemons and the limes, making a nice caipirinha, add some ice, add some turns, and add some style with execution. Camille Boyer, he is up and running at the moment. Already a big wave score coming his way, and a nice kicker looking out. He's going to be playing it easy, already in the lead, 11.24 there for the Frenchman.
Yeah, I think, Joe, that's got to be one of the best starts that we've seen to a heat during this competition. And if you want the ultimate, you've got to be willing to pay the ultimate price. And Camille Boyer is in first position. Here we see him going for another wave. So the previous wave scoring a 4.07. This one's shaping up to be good. Nice carvy turns, top of the wave, bottom of the wave. Little shifties there, and then nearly loses his balance, but 2 hands back on the wind, powering himself up.
I mean, there it is. You can see getting another wave score coming his way, putting the work in early. And where is Malo? I want to see. Get the old binoculars out. There he is, all the way over to the left-hand side. I reckon he's gone just to kind of re-get his composure. Oh, going up a big frontside 7. Bada boom! Malo Guenole. Those are the moves we are more used to him seeing him do.
Yeah, it went into that full force here. Let's see that replay up. Yeah, that foil's coming down with snow on it. He has gone to the moon, back up onto the foil. That is a staple move right there, and that will score well with our judges.
That will, and we can see a 7.97, the biggest score of the heat so far. Malo back into it. You can see how he opens, airing off. Can he keep it together? Cat-like reflexes. You know what? I reckon you either sniper this guy down or he's just not fall off of that board.
Cat-like reflexes. He has 9 lives and hasn't lost one of them yet. Focus now on Camille Boyer, riding this wave, but it's just closing in out on him, trying to find what he can from it. Let's have a little look into the scoreboards once this wave comes to an end, which now it does. Powering himself up, trying to get back onto the end of it, but unfortunately doesn't. Joe, talk us through the current scoreboard. Where are we at?
I mean, I don't know about the scoreboard, but look at that front flip, landed right on top of the wave. He surfed in it, then got a couple of more turns. Let's not forget, for a trick to count on the wave, you have to perform the maneuver and then get a couple of turns. And we've seen the likes of Maxim and now Camille really throwing that down, waiting to see what the score of that is going to. That's definitely going to improve on his backup score of a 377. But Malo is out there and he is hungry, because now there is only 0.43 of a point in between these two guys. We saw it in the mini final. We're seeing it in the final. It comes down to the tightrope. It is cutthroat and icy, chilled cold out there final on your screen.
Yeah, for sure it is. And we can see currently a wave score of 1.67 for Malo. That will be a score that he 100% will improve. You know, he can basically scrunch that one up and throw it out the window, because that is going to be improved, which it does now. Score comes in 4.63, sees Malo on a 19.60. Camille Boyer 18.97. Still super tight out there in the final heat of what has been an amazing event here in Brazil.
Yeah, and you can see 4.97, that backup wave for Camille. He is definitely going to be improving on that one. And I'm going to take a little look over the top. Oh, Malo going over for the dry cleaning and the washing machine of the inside section here. And we can just see, look at this. He tries to equal what Camille did, but just over-rotated and dived down to the bottom of the swimming pool and takes the little goggles. That is not going to be what he was looking for, but still in the lead. So close out there.
Yep, so close, and both these riders sitting in towards the 19 on the score, but both have breached the 20s more than once during this competition. We are now more and slightly further ahead than halfway through in this heat. 5 minutes and 15 seconds to go. Conditions are firing for these athletes. The waves aren't as big and aren't as meaty as they were yesterday, but when you are at this level, when you are competing on the World Tour and the best wingfoilers in the business, you make do with what you've got out there. And here, Malo pumping into a wave. Talk us through what we could expect here, Joe.
You could expect some air time. Air France coming in. There we have him, Malo Guenole. Little bit of a one-hit wonder. Let's not forget to be able to get bigger scores, which is what these guys already have up there on the scale cards. You need to be getting the bigger sets and the bigger waves. Starting off with a very nice backside air there for Malo, looking to improve on a 463. Look at this. Air, grabs it. I mean, that's John Florence style.
Yeah, John Florence style, and that's where the surfing background for Malo comes in super handy. Chatting to him yesterday, today, we explained he's so good at reading the waves out there, knows exactly what he's looking for, and having that surfing background is clearly an advantage when we add in those wave scores.
Because let's not forget, coming into this competition, Camille Boyer in 5th position on the overall ranking. We have Malo coming in 3rd position. Both of these boys are right at there, and now everything can make a difference, because let's not forget, Malo is now 1st. He is our new Surf-Freestyle World Champion, but Camille is one to go all the way to try and get up in those positions. Will he be on the overall podium if he ends up here in 1st or 2nd? We will soon find out. But I tell you what, talk about a performance of a lifetime out there. He has an easy score, and I say easy for him, of a 4.97. We've seen him hit 7s, we've seen him hit 8s, and you can see already there on the scorecards. He wants to up that one up because he is losing by 3.20 of a point, and it is just coming up on over 3 minutes. Takes a little look-see, peeks through the gold wing from RRD to see what is happening, and he knows he has to start to bring it. These are the golden, these are the beauty moments of this final.
Yeah, Camille has to go in now in the final minutes of this heat with no limits. Don't challenge your limits. Limit your challenges is where he's at the moment. But let's see. We have 2 minutes, 55 seconds left on the clock. 19.24 Camille Boyer. Malo 22.44. Camille needs an 8.17 to take the lead.
Well, you know, it is close, but you know the only thing a champion is afraid of, and that is losing. And both of these boys are already champions, and I know they are not want to lose here in this final as they are pushing through. This wave is looking good here for Camille. Let's see if he can turn that 4.97 into a bigger score. No, goes against it, knows that it has to be a set wave if he wants to get past Malo. And he is going to go back out, try and get priority, as we can see the boys neck on neck, eyeing each other down. I reckon the gloves are off, and it is time for some knuckle punches out there on the water.
Yeah, look at Malo getting in Camille's slipstream there like an F1 driver. Lewis Hamilton out there against each other. It's just nuts, Joe. I'm losing my words. I don't know what I'm saying, but here we have Malo still in 1st position. Plenty to do. Just under 2 minutes. Will the wave start firing? Are we going to see a bigger set roll through? Because I know for a fact that Camille Boyer has wave scores in his locker. He was super amped to be competing at a spot where wave scores are seriously counted and on the judges' minds.
But this is when you get the old Men in Black's little Jimmery cricket weapon out and you start firing like no tomorrow. Because if there is a time to start to get the scores, it is now. Smaller wave here on the inside for Camille. I reckon he is going to try and make something of this. Nice, floaty, stylish surfing, letting that back foot out, making sure, showing the judges. Let's not forget, they want commitment. They want to see. He saw that there wasn't anything coming on the back, so he's just going to try and improve on that one. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, it is the last minute. It is the last minute as we continue on of the final, the grand finale here in Brazil. In the lead so far, your current world champion, Malo Guenole.
Yep, down to the last few seconds now. 45 seconds on the clock. We see Malo here on a wave. I'm looking out my window. It's looking like this wave is not closing out on him. Let's wait until it hits the sandbar. But Malo getting up, carving, rail-to-rail action, pumping past the white water, manages to do so, gets the foil out of the water, but unfortunately there at the end, goes down to the drink. Focus now on Camille.
The final 10 seconds, the final 10 seconds, everybody. Camille, he needs a big move, he needs a big move. He's leaving it till the end. Goes off the back of the wave. But there it is, the final seconds. Get that drum roll out as we are just waiting for those last two scores. The last two scores to drop. But I think it's not going to be enough. We are waiting for our judges to lock them in. But no matter what a performance there from that man, Camille Bouyer, and that man there, Malo Guenole. A performance of a lifetime from both of them. And there it is. It is official. The winner of the event. And talk about the cherry and the icing on the cake. Malo Guenole, the new world champion and the last event, season finale event winner. That guy is going to be smiling out there.
Yeah, what a way to end an amazing year for him. Didn't compete over in Silver Planet, but every other event he has been delivering. He has attended and he has done so well, always finishing in the top. Just look at him here. I don't quite think he knows if he's taken the win because the smile isn't there, but there we have it, walking in with the gonquit. There's the smile, ear to ear. He knows now he has taken the win and he for sure can and enjoy the moment because guess what, Joe? It is 5 o'clock somewhere. It is 5 o'clock here in an hour and 15 minutes. Here is our champion on our screen now.
I mean, talk about the destroyer. This guy has not lost a beat. He has not lost a single heat all the way through the competition. He's claimed the World Championship. He's claimed the event. And I tell you what, the 17-year-old has put himself on top of the world and showing why he is the best wingfoiler out there. You got to be a complete rider and showing that he can throw it down in the waves with the smacks, with the turns. He can throw it down in the freestyle with the spins and the style. And this is why he is the man of the moment. And there we can see our tour manager, Tom Hartman, giving that boy the big bear hug. And wow, what an event we have had. What a way to end it.
Yeah, and now Malo can just enjoy the moment. You know, he's probably had it in the back of his mind here, the sportsmanship between Camille and Malo there. A shake of the hands. They both appreciate the business that goes down on the water. The drone shot, the eyes in the sky, showing our amazing competition area that we have here at Taiba, Brazil. It's our second event here with these guys. We've got another cheeky one next week, but for now, let's go and have another little look at what is going down on the beach.
There you can see just everybody starting to celebrate, everybody get in there. This is the image that you want to see. It's sunny. Life is better in board shorts. Life is better in a bikini. The water's warm. You have the freestyle playground. That is Taiba. The final, the season finale of the GWA Wingfoiling World Tour. And I mean, the people's champion. When the right guy gets all the way through, because sometimes you have three riders that you know are the best guy on a given day out in the water, but when it all aligns, when those planets start to align and you find the new world champion being that person, it just makes it even sweeter and sweeter. And I tell you what, there isn't anybody who deserves it more than that man down on the beach, and he is just standing there with Gemma once again on top of the world, Malo Guenole.
Thank you, Joe, so much. Malo, what a perfect ending to a perfect competition, perfect year for you. How do you feel after that last heat against Camille?
You know, after winning the title, like it was all fun. So you know, when you have fun, it's easy to do big things. And yeah, I had a lot of fun, and that's the most important.
What are your plans now after this event, Malo? Will you be staying here in Brazil for a bit to enjoy?
No, I'm in Brazil since 3 weeks. So maybe I have to go school a bit. And yeah, so I go back home just right after the event. And then maybe after I go back in a beautiful place.
Malo, congratulations. It's been amazing watching you ride. It's been amazing watching you win your first world title here with us. Thank you so much for your incredible performance. That's it from here today. We'll be back tomorrow with the surf slalom discipline. We'll be live again first thing in the morning, so be sure to tune in and join us. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot to everyone.